back home. And yes, so I'm happy that I didn't miss this opportunity and I can share a few thoughts. So thank you so much, Dr. Joanna Tangirerung. I hope I got that right. And also the Dean, Jonathan Mangolo, and other members of the administration for inviting me to this conference.
Okay.
What I would like to do is just to use one of my case studies in a current project in which I'm involved to speak about the question of global ethics. So I have decided to title my presentation African Mega Churchscapes, COVID-19 Pandemic, and the Dilemmas of Global Ethics. This is important, as I would try to explain. By way of introduction, I think it's very clear now that global ethics has become a new buzzword, particularly in the last decades. And global ethics with an S, as we know, is a new area of critical ethical inquiry into the nature and justification of values and norms that are global in kind. But I think there's a sense in which we might understand global ethics, both in its narrow, but also in its wider, a bit more fluid sense. But generally, I think the new field of global ethics is dynamic in many ways, particularly in its particular approach to ethical dilemmas. And in this case, we are thinking about the commitment to unpacking or making sense, but also the possibility to seek answers to the most pressing contemporary global ethical issues that we face. And what are the kind of issues that we are thinking about here? Is legion. We can think about the global war on terror. We can think about child labor, sex trafficking, migration, climate change, pandemics, and the list goes on. And I think all these different issues have now been assembled under the umbrella of global ethics.
Okay.
The discourses of global ethics are connected with discourses of globalization. And issues around globalizations spark off sometimes great controversy. And so if you take any of those issues, whether you think about climate change, whether you think about migration, whether you think about child labor, sexual trafficking, these are all issues that are heavily contested, both politically, but also within the larger society. So therefore, globalization manifests in various forms of social activity, whether economic, political, religious, but also increasingly cultural life. But what makes globalization, global ethics relevant here? The praxis of global ethics, therefore, entails moral reasoning across borders. But borders here does not really mean simply geographical borders that we are used to. But in this case, we are also using borders as an elastic term to entail culture, religion, ethnicity, gender, race, class, sexuality. And these are different ways we can think about the different contours and the different borders that actually raises questions that we consider within the praxis of global ethics. So what is important for us, and in my presentation, what I would like to show is, for instance, how religious communities, in this case, Christian communities, are responding to global ethics, especially if we take global ethics as a wider umbrella to encapsulate all these different features that we have identified at the beginning. So my focus, therefore, would be to look at how to think about the church's responses to a number of phenomena, such as gender, culture, interreligious relations, mental health, but also the environment. For instance, if we take the question of gender, within the church today, the question about a female ordination is still highly contested. The question about gender power and gender leadership is still highly contested, for example. So it will be interesting to see the intersection of theology, politics, and global ethics. For instance, what kind of theologizing is taking place, in dealing with any of these major questions, whether on gender or culture or interreligious relations or mental health or the environment? And how and to what extent are some of these theologies around global ethics politicized? So there are a lot of issues here that we need to think about. So I would like to use the example from my current project on mega churches in Africa. And I wanted to introduce you to this, to say that the project on mega churches in Africa is part of a larger project which involves 9 countries in the global south and sponsored by the Templeton Foundation in the United States. And this is a 2-year project which started since 2020. And the first phase of the project is actually ending this month, December 2022. As I indicated, it involves, we are looking at 17 churches in 9 countries. And 3 countries are drawn from Africa, which is Ghana, Nigeria, and Kenya. It also involves Brazil. It involves Central America, where we're looking at El Salvador. It involves India. It involves Indonesia, Philippines, and South Korea. So we have researchers in all these different countries within the global south. So what I would like to share with you is the African dimension of the project, where I served as a project leader.
Dr.
Okay,
Adukame,
Professor,
Yes.
Before you continue your presentation,
Yes.
I have to give you a little remind. Some of our attendees cannot following in English, so I have to do a little bit of translation.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
Okay.
Yeah, so I will make it quick, and yeah, we will see how it's going.
Okay, I will try to speak slowly now from now on.
Okay, thank you very much for your understanding. Jadi Profesor Ave Adogame tadi menceritakan tentang mengatakan tentang bagaimana global ethics sekarang sudah menjadi bahasa atau kata yang beberapa dekade ini betul-betul menjadi kata yang menjadi buzzword, kata yang terkenal sekali. Dan global ethics dengan huruf S di belakang adalah sebuah cara atau untuk mengkritik apa yang terjadi tentang keadilan, tentang value, tentang norms yang ada di dunia. Lalu global ethics sekarang itu tidak hanya ada dalam skop yang singkat atau dalam skop yang sempit, tetapi juga sekarang sudah meluas kepada hal-hal yang lain. Kita bisa melihat jangkauan dari global ethics sekarang itu sudah masuk ke dalam seperti peperangan global, ada teror, ada child labor atau sex trafficking, ada migration, climate change, dan yang sekarang kita jalani ini pandemic. Jadi itu semua masuk ke dalam satu payung yaitu global ethics, dan hal ini menimbulkan banyak sekali kontroversi di beberapa dekade terakhir ini. Globalisasi sudah menjadi suatu hal yang manifest untuk dalam hal-hal ekonomi, politik, agama, dan kehidupan secara tradisional. Dan hal ini masuk juga ke dalam hal-hal seperti kebudayaan, agama, etnis, gender, race, kelas, dan seksualitas. Jadi Profesor Adogame nanti akan menjelaskan ada proyek yang mereka lakukan di mana dilakukan di 16 negara, ada di Afrika, ada di Indonesia, ada di India, dan beberapa tempat yang lain. Dan semua program ini dilakukan atau dimulai tahun 2020 yang lalu dan akan berlangsung selama 2 tahun. Dan mega church ini semua disponsori dari ada organisasi dari Amerika. Jadi sekarang beliau akan masuk menjelaskan tentang bagaimana proyek ini atau mega church ini bisa dilakukan. Okay, Professor, you can continue your presentation.
So maybe I take a few slides and stop for you to interpret, yeah?
Okay.
Yeah, okay. All right, so thank you so much. And so I wanted to use the case study of the mega churches in Africa to illustrate how they engage global ethics. And here in this slide, I just show you the members of my team. There'll be no time to read the names. I work with 3 groups, researchers in Kenya, in Ghana, and in Nigeria. And we are focusing on 5 case studies, 5 churches in these 3 countries. What I would like to do is just show you a few pictures so that you get a pictorial image of the churches that we are dealing with. Then I will now move on to talk about the specific questions that we are interrogating. So let me just go through the images very quickly. So this is the Church of Pentecost in Ghana, and you can see the huge space which serves as their international headquarters. We are focusing on a specific congregation called the PIWC Atomic, the City on a Hill. Then this is the second church we are looking at in Ghana, the International Central Gospel Church, which is another mega church in Africa. And that is a kind of a side view of a normal Sunday worship service.
Dr. Adogame, I apologize to interrupt. I think the slideshow is not showing on the screen. Do you mind if I share the screen for you so that you can focus on the presentation and I'll do the slideshow? I received the PowerPoint.
Okay, but that is in PDF. Does that work?
Oh, yes. Yes, sir.
Okay.
I will share this. Ibu Yohana, apakah bisa bikin saya co-host? Saya akan share screen untuk, ya.
Should I stop my sharing?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
If you can stop your screen share, I will share the screen.
Okay.
It's working now.
All right. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So just go on with the slides. I just want to show pictures of the different churches. Take the next slide. Go on with that. Yes. So this is one of the churches I talked about, which is the Church of Pentecost. Move on to the next slide. Move on to the next one. The next one. Yeah, so here is the second church in Ghana, which is called the International Central Gospel Church. Move on, next slide. Here's the leader and the founder. So this is a typical Sunday worship service in the International Central Gospel Church. Next slide. Here is another example. This is one of the churches called FEM in Kenya. This is a church among the 5 case studies. This is the church that was founded and led by a woman. So among the 5 case studies, one is founded and led by a woman, which is the Family Evangelical Ministry in Kenya. Next slide. So this is the interior of the Family Evangelical Ministry in Kenya, or Faith Evangelistic Ministry. Yes. Move on to the next slide. Here's the second church, which is called Kingdom Seekers Fellowship, also in Kenya. Next slide. So here is the case study of the Nigerian church called the Redeemed Christian Church of God that has a very large auditorium. This is an area view of the old auditorium, which is said to accommodate 1.5 million people. Next slide. So this is the interior of the old auditorium. They now have a new auditorium, which is 3 by 3 kilometers. So next slide. Yeah, so this is the empty space, and this is one wing of that auditorium. Next slide. It's called Redemption Camp. And here is an area image of the Redemption Camp, which has turned to it's like a city on its own called the Redemption City now. Next slide. Here is the founder, the current leader, the overall leader of the church. And you can see by your right or left, that is a mass choir. When they have their programs, you have a mass choir that is up to 5,000 people. Next slide. Yes, so you see a mass choir during one of their most important programs in church. Next slide. All right, so I just wanted to use that to show you some images of these mega churches we have been looking at. And what we have done is to conduct interviews, and we administered survey. We had congregation survey, and we have a leadership or leader survey. And I just want to share with you some of the areas that we are interested in those surveys that we administered, and I will only speak on one of them because of time. So we are asking questions about what attracts people to the mega churches. So this is the appeal of mega churches. We're also interested in questions around what kind of messages, what is the theology? How is this mediated? So mediation of the message. Thirdly, we're interested in the kind of theologies. What is the belief system? What is the structures of belief? And fourthly, we have questions around the impact on life. How are they interrogating questions around global ethics? So all the questions that we administered center around these 4 major themes. Should I stop here so that the interpretation can go on before? Yes.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I will try to translate. Profesor Adogame tadi mengungkapkan tentang ada case study yang mereka lakukan di Afrika. Ada 5 gereja yang ada di sana, ada di Nigeria, di Kenya dan Ghana. Yang di Kenya itu dipimpin oleh seorang perempuan, dan ada beberapa gereja di situ. Yang pertama yaitu Pentecost International Worship Center. mereka tadi sudah diperlihatkan gambar-gambarnya, dan tujuan dari gereja ini adalah untuk equip atau memperlengkapi anggota jemaatnya untuk menjadi prajurit yang akan membuat negara itu menjadi Kristen atau poses dengan kekristenan. Lalu di situ kita bisa melihat juga ada bagaimana bentuk-bentuk gedung dan peserta dari ibadah saat mereka melakukan ibadah. Jadi kebanyakan gedung-gedungnya itu berbentuk seperti stadium yang bisa menampung banyak orang. Tadi dikatakan bahkan ada gedung yang bisa menampung sampai 1,5 juta orang dalam satu gedung, satu kali ibadah. Dan tadi dikatakan ada gereja yang lain, mega church yang lain, namanya Kingdom Seeker Fellowship. Di situ dikatakan gedungnya itu sampai 3 kali 3 kilometer besarnya, bahkan mereka membangun sebuah tempat yang akhirnya disebut dengan Kingdom Seeker City atau Redemption Camp City, karena memang sudah seperti kota tempat beribadahnya. Jadi di situ juga diceritakan bagaimana paduan suara. Jadi setiap ada event yang dilakukan selalu hadir paduan suara, dan biasanya jumlah paduan suaranya itu sekitar 5.000 orang paduan suara. Nah, jadi ini yang mereka sedang teliti saat ini. Lalu yang dilakukan, mereka memberikan pertanyaan survei kepada pimpinan-pimpinan dari mega church dan juga kepada anggota-anggota tentang hal-hal apa yang menarik mereka untuk masuk menjadi anggota dari mega church. Lalu pertanyaan yang kedua yang ditanyakan tentang apa yang menjadi inti dari pesan yang mau disampaikan dari gereja mega church ini, lalu bagaimana struktur kepercayaannya, ya, the structure of belief. Lalu yang terakhir, hal yang mereka mau ambil dari case study ini, yaitu bagaimana dampak mega church ini untuk kehidupan pengikutnya. Okay, you can continue.
All right, thank you. So what I would like to do now is to just identify some of the questions that we asked in all the 4 levels. And then I'm going to focus on the 4th part, which is the impact of life, because I recognize that with translation, it makes the time longer. So I will not dwell on everything. So beyond, next slide.
Ya, jadi beliau tidak akan menjawab semua pertanyaan yang tadi karena kita terbatas oleh waktu. Beliau akan fokus untuk menjelaskan tentang bagaimana pengaruh gereja mega church ini kepada kehidupan pengikutnya. Yes.
So on the first theme about appeal, what attracts people to mega churches, we are asking questions like, how is personal faith and practice influenced by forces such as capitalism and internet technology? How is faith supported by ministries within the mega church? Does mega church theology and worship correspond to economic and educational levels of congregants? So those are the kind of questions we ask under, or trying to understand what draws people, how does mega churches appeal to membership. Next slide. We also ask questions around mediation of the message. For instance, how is the evangelical message of redemption and supernatural empowerment mediated in mega churches? Does it come primarily through Bible teaching, or even more through music, technology, or even the experience of the church space and the energy produced by large audiences? So those are the kind of questions we ask under how is the message mediated. Next slide. questions around the structures of belief, we find them also very important. So we are asking questions like, what do mega church congregants believe? Does the essence of their Christian faith lie in their rational assent to doctrines or more in their experience of transcendence? What role does the Bible play in the formation of their faith? Is the Bible more a reference for how God intervenes in human experience and the world, or is it a rationally interpreted, inspired manual for belief and practice? So these are some questions we ask in trying to understand the belief and the structure of belief of these mega churches. And then fourthly, the impact on life. And here we are asking questions, how does the faith of mega congregants affect their personal lives and their relationship to such things as family, vocation, income, social and political attitudes and practices? Do mega churches help congregants survive the world, experience and consume the world, or actively to engage and resist the world? So these are some of the questions that we framed into our survey instrument and interviews. Maybe I should stop there and then interpretation, please.
Ya, jadi seperti saya katakan tadi bahwa Profesor Adegame akan berfokus nanti kepada bagaimana pengaruh dari mega church ini untuk kehidupan para pengikutnya. Tetapi tadi beliau sempat menjelaskan tentang pertanyaan-pertanyaan seperti apa saja yang beliau taruh di dalam survei yang diberikan kepada pemimpin dan pengikut gereja mega church tentang bagaimana kehidupan keimanan mereka secara pribadi, bagaimana mereka melakukan ibadahnya, apa yang menjadi influence dalam kehidupan mereka, itu termasuk dalam pertanyaan tentang apa yang menarik yang dilakukan di mega church, lalu tentang meditasi atau bagaimana cara penyampaian pesan-pesan firman Tuhan, dan yang ketiga tentang bagaimana kepercayaan, struktur kepercayaan itu bisa dilakukan di dalam mega church. Apakah firman Tuhan menjadi dasar dari pemberitaan firman, atau jangan sampai ayat-ayat Alkitab itu diinterpretasi secara tidak rasional. Jadi hal-hal itu yang mereka tanyakan. Okay, you can continue.
All right, thank you. So the rest of my talk will focus on this fourth aspect, which is the impact on life, because this is what speaks largely to global ethics, which is the theme of this conference. So instead of using the 5 case studies, I'm going to just use one case study and show you how the findings from the questions we asked about the impact on life exemplifies the whole question of global ethics. So next slide. All right, so I'm going to focus on the Redeemed Christian Church of God, which is one of the largest mega churches in Africa that started in Nigeria, and that is the interior view of the old auditorium. The new auditorium is 3 by 3 kilometers wide, and it's believed to be able to accommodate over 3 million people one time. Next slide. So this is the Redeemed Christian Church of God, and that is the leadership structure. Move on. That's not what I'm going to talk about now. That is the overall leader of the church and his wife, who are very well respected as, charismatic leaders. Move on to the next slide. All right, so the first kind of questions we were asking was to get the demographic profile. So in this case, for this specific church, we we administered the survey instrument, and we had 425 respondents from one particular congregation, and 56.6 males and 48.8% female. And we were asking the question, where are these members coming from? It was interesting to find out that almost 50% of the people we interviewed claimed that they were originally Lutherans and Baptists and Methodists, but also what we call the indigenous African churches. So they left their different churches to become members of the Redeemed Christian Church of God. And 76.6% of respondents claim that they have been members of that particular church for over 5 years. And we also discovered that in terms of educational level, 8.9% of respondents have had no schooling at all, but we have 18.4 graduates, 28.8 secondary school, and 21.8 elementary school. So the congregation we administered the questionnaire can be said to be fairly well educated. Now, we had questions around, next slide, questions around Christianization and innovation and attraction. And from our findings, 82% of our respondents say they were born into a Christian household and 70% into charismatic traditions. And 87% claim that they got born again between the ages of 12 and 35, which shows a very youthful church in that regard. We asked questions about prosperity gospel, because these are essentially Pentecostal churches. In our finding, an average of about 90% agree that wealth and health can be gotten through faith in God. But 94.4% also agree that hard work plays a significant role in a person's economic success, in addition to other factors like government policies, family background, education, and personal connections, which score high too. So we were trying to find out, what does prosperity gospel mean? Is it that just having faith and then you become prosperous? And the result shows that no, of course they believe that through faith in God, but also through hard work, you can, have upward upliftment. So what came out in the churches we surveyed is that prosperity influences are not a major factor in why people opt for mega churches. And that is a very important response, because we often think that people rush into mega churches or Pentecostal churches because of prosperity gospel. And this shows really the direct opposite. But also, we were trying to find out what attracts people to the church. And we found that appeal for the RCCG is more about a deeper experience with God, which is 40.9%, but also activities of the church, 33.6%, preaching of the word of God, 38.7%, sound doctrines, 40%, more than how big the church is. So people are not attracted to the mega churches because of its size, but because they want to have a deeper encounter with God, because of also the activities, also because of the preaching. So these are other factors that attract people to the church. The most important, which is related to global ethics, this you will find in the next two slides. We had questions about the belief and empowerment. And it was quite very prominent that the Bible, as well as the Holy Spirit, according to the members, is central to their belief, and indicate that this play a significant role in their personal lives, in their family life, in business and politics. And in terms of how this is mediated, how do they mediate their message? The response was that the message of redemption and supernatural empowerment is mediated through teaching and preaching, through music and technology, through online platforms like Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram. And if you look at the website, what you see before you, you can see that they are quite media savvy in terms of how they appropriate new media. And lastly, we were asking questions about what do you like in the church? Is it the pastor? What are the things that attract you? While 36.3% agree that the teaching and preaching influences their choice of joining the church, there were other factors such as love for the music. The size of the church really scored very low in terms of the appeal. The charismatic role of the pastor may not be so significant as questions related to love for the pastor or the healing powers of the pastor also do not show overwhelming responses. So I'm just giving you an idea. I can speak quite a lot on each of these aspects. So that was how we responded. They responded to the question about mediation and also about the questions about belief. I will stop and then I will talk to the most important point, which is global ethics now after the translation of this.
Oke, thank you. Jadi Profesor Adegame tadi membahas tentang satu gereja yang ada di Nigeria, yaitu Redeemed Christian Church of God. Di situ bisa kita lihat tadi slide-nya bagaimana struktur gereja tersebut, pemimpin-pemimpin gerejanya, dan yang disampaikan juga tentang bagaimana tadi yang menjadi pimpinan di gereja itu adalah pasangan suami istri. Lalu ada survei yang dijalankan di gereja ini. Orang yang merespon survei tersebut ada 425 orang, 239 laki-laki atau sekitar 56,6%, dan perempuan 183 atau sekitar 48,4%. 3 responden tidak mengindikasi tentang gendernya, dan 4 para responden ini diberikan pertanyaan tentang dari mana asal mereka, dan 49,8% merespon bahwa mereka berasal dari gereja-gereja Lutheran, gereja Baptis, Metodis, jadi itu yang menjadi latar belakang gereja mereka. Dan ada juga 25,1% dari gereja Indigenous African Church, gereja indigenous. Lalu ditanyakan tentang sudah berapa lama mereka menjadi anggota dari mega church ini, dan 76,6% responden mengatakan mereka sudah bergabung selama 5 tahun. Dan ditanyakan tentang level edukasi mereka, jadi hanya 8,9% responden yang menjawab tentang pendidikan mereka, bahwa mereka tidak sekolah, tetapi ada juga 18,4% yang graduate dari perguruan tinggi, 22,8% yang lulus dari SMA, dan 21,8% yang lulus SD. Ditanyakan juga tentang bagaimana kristianisasi, inovasi, dan hal yang membuat mereka tertarik untuk masuk ke dalam mega church ini. 82% responden mengatakan bahwa mereka lahir di keluarga Kristen, ada yang 70% lahir di tradisi karismatik, dan ada yang 87% yang menjadi Kristen kembali antara umur 12 dan 35 tahun. Di situ kita bisa juga melihat bagaimana average dari pendapatan anggota-anggota dari mega church ini 90% mereka percaya bahwa ketika kita bekerja dengan baik, kita percaya kepada Tuhan, maka kita akan mendapatkan kekayaan dan kesehatan. Dan ini satu hal yang menjadi penarik mereka untuk masuk menjadi anggota dari mega church. Lalu dikatakan juga di situ bahwa sebenarnya banyak anggota yang merasa bahwa untuk pengaruh kekayaan sebenarnya tidak menjadi faktor utama yang membuat mereka bergabung kepada mega church, karena biasanya kan dikatakan bahwa mega church itu identik dengan prosperity gospel, tetapi responden menjawab bahwa sebenarnya bukan hanya hal itu yang menarik mereka untuk bergabung ke dalam mega church. Lalu ditanyakan juga tentang belief, dan di situ mereka percaya bahwa dalam mega church ini banyak sekali hal-hal yang menarik mereka. Yang pertama itu tentang bagaimana Roh Kudus bekerja. Lalu bisa dilihat juga bagaimana Roh Kudus itu bekerja di dalam pekerjaan mereka, di dalam kehidupan pribadi, di dalam keluarga, di dalam usaha dan politik. Lalu kita bisa melihat bahwa apa yang menarik mereka juga yaitu gereja mega church ini, mereka melakukan pelayanannya, pemberitaan Injilnya itu melalui berbagai platform online seperti Facebook, YouTube, dan Instagram. Jadi di situ mereka memberitakan pelayanan, dan hal itu yang menarik orang. Lalu dikatakan juga banyak orang yang tertarik masuk mega church karena pengajaran yang mereka dapatkan di gereja itu. Ada yang karena mereka suka musik, ada yang karena mereka suka karena gereja ini sangat besar, the size of the church. Jadi banyak hal-hal yang menjadi jawaban responden terhadap pertanyaan apa yang menarik mereka untuk menjadi pengikut mega church. Okay, you can continue.
All right, thank you very much. I know it's a difficult task translating, but I'm just going to narrow my talk now. So this will be the last part. I wanted to directly respond to the question of global ethics. So this last section dealing with how the church, the global impact, the social impact of the church addresses some of those questions about global ethics. So in this fourth phase, we were asking questions, how do the churches respond to secularization? What is the future of the church? What is its social or political or economic impact? So there were all kinds of questions around this. And in our findings, first, we discovered that 89.2% of our respondents have high social media engagement. And that is very prevailing, as you can see even on the site that you have now. And majority of these are youths who are central to the longevity of the church. By the way, the Redeemed Christian Church of God claims to have branches in almost 200 countries in the world, including Indonesia. So you can do a Google search and you find a number of branches of the church even in Indonesia. Another question concerns the attention paid to science and technology. So the interaction of our respondents with science and technology is also evident. And here we wanted to see whether members rely solely on faith healing, or whether they appropriate, Western medicine, in terms of health. So although 95.6% of our respondents believe in miracles and divine healing, 85.5% agree that it is okay to seek medical attention when necessary. And I think that is very evident in our case. And most interestingly, the question about how they responded to COVID-19 pandemic was interesting, because we started this project right when COVID started. And so the questions we posed when we wrote our proposal, there was nothing about COVID. So when COVID struck, by the time we're supposed to start our fieldwork, we decided to come up with new questions and to see how these churches were affected by the pandemic, but also how the churches responded to the pandemic. The pandemic being one of the global ethical issues. So our findings shows that 51.9% of our respondents, as at the time we administered the survey, had taken the COVID-19 vaccine, and another 21.1% plan to get theirs in the near future. So this shows that this was not one of those churches that denied the existence of COVID-19 or that paraded the conspiracy theories that other churches, paraded. So that is for COVID. On politics, again, questions about democracy, because global ethical issues also involves democracy questions. So we were also trying to find out from these churches what their views are, what their political views are, or how they see democracy. Although our respondents hold strong political views and actively vote during local and national elections, only 23.2% belong to a political party. 54.7% do not belong to any political party, and 22.1% preferred not to respond. Also, 86.7% are likely to vote a Christian. 62.8% are likely to vote along ethnic lines and are less likely to vote non-Christians nor vote for anyone from the LGBTQI community. From this, you can already deduce their attitude, their perspective about politics, but also about whether they accommodate the same-sex, kind of relationship. And I think this is very glaring. So the final example I want to show, next slide, please. The final example I want to show, go on, next slide. Yes, this is what I was just talking about now. I want to use the case of the Redeemed Christian Church of God to show how they responded to COVID-19 vaccine. And this will be my last example, and I will stop. So go to the next slide. As I've shown very clearly, this was a church that took the vaccine serious, and it was mandatory for members to take the vaccine. Throughout the COVID period, churches were held virtually, and the overall leader will wear his mask and mandate everybody to wear his mask. But at the same time, because governments were not able to cater for everyone, the church, supported government by donating beds, by donating ventilators and other kind of medical equipment that were needed to combat COVID-19 pandemic. Next slide. Another way in which the Redeemed Christian Church of God interrogates global ethics is the tendency to actually identify focus areas. And this slide shows some of the different areas that they interrogate: health, hunger, prisons, education, social enterprise, rehabilitation. And there's an intentionality in doing that because they are actually mapping and they have statistics to show exactly how they are dealing with these issues around global ethics. Next slide. So you see these focal areas that I identified in this last slide. You could see that within the church, they are able to take each of them and quantify and assess their sources, whether health, whether rehabilitation, whether education, whether prisons, but also social enterprise. But hunger is a crucial question in dealing with global ethics. And when they have their programs, when they have their major programs, they feed everybody. You can imagine feeding over 2 million people who have gathered in their international headquarters. I've been to that international headquarters where they will kill more than 200 cows per day to feed all those who came for the convention. So this, they are very conscious about responding to these global issues because they realize that the government cannot do it alone anymore. Next slide. So again, you see statistics. They are intentional about providing statistics in each of these areas that they try to support church members. So what I try to do here is to show finally that this is an example of a church that also interrogate these issues, whether it's questions of hunger, whether it's questions of health and rehabilitation, and so on and so forth. I have other slides that talk about gender. I have other slides that talk about climate change. But for the sake of time, I just want to stop here to demonstrate the fact that churches are becoming more and more responsive because they are finding that the government can no longer do it alone. And so churches are taking the responsibility to support the government, but also provide or become more and more socially relevant. And this is what came out partly from our current research. So I would like to stop there and then have the interpretation. And if there are questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Okay, thank you very much. Jadi tadi Profesor Adegame membahas tentang sekularisasi dan masa depan dari mega church. Di situ beliau menyampaikan bahwa ada pertanyaan yang diberikan kepada partisipan yang mengisi survei, dan di situ 89,2% responden mengatakan bahwa engagement melalui sosial media menjadi salah satu hal yang akan membuat anak-anak muda dan membuat gereja mega church ini dapat berlanjut untuk berlangsung dengan baik ke depannya, karena mereka menggunakan sosial media untuk menarik orang dan untuk membuat mereka bisa senantiasa aktif. Dan itu juga menjadi hal yang menarik untuk anak-anak muda. Lalu dikatakan juga bagaimana interaksi responden tentang ilmu pengetahuan alam dan teknologi yang menjadi salah satu topik utama dalam mega church, karena biasanya dikatakan bahwa ketika orang mengikuti mega church, mereka biasanya tidak percaya kepada hal-hal saintifik dan teknologi, tetapi di dalam gereja ini bisa kita lihat bahwa 95,6% respondennya mereka mengatakan bahwa mereka percaya terhadap keajaiban, tetapi juga dan kesembuhan secara mujizat seperti itu, tetapi mereka juga percaya bahwa ada 55,5% orang yang setuju bahwa ketika kita sakit kita harus tetap mencari bantuan dari sains atau ilmu pengetahuan, jadi harus masih ke dokter dan lain-lain sebagainya. Lalu ada 51,9% responden. Jadi ketika memulai proyek ini tahun 2020 mulai COVID juga. Jadi akhirnya Profesor Adegame menambahkan pertanyaan tentang COVID-19 dan responden menjawab bahwa mereka juga sekitar 51,9% orang yang telah divaksin COVID-19 dan 26,1% yang sedang menunggu untuk divaksin. Karena kita juga tahu bahwa biasanya di mega church ada pemikiran bahwa tidak boleh divaksin dan lain-lain sebagainya. Maksudnya tidak boleh mengandalkan anu-anu alam gitu ya, dari sains. Lalu tentang politik, memang mereka memiliki pandangan politik yang kuat. Mereka juga setia memilih, tetapi di sini bisa kita lihat dalam gereja ini mereka bebas untuk memilih siapapun yang mereka inginkan. Hanya mereka akan menghindari voters yang berafiliasi dengan kayak LGBTQ dan komunitas-komunitas yang mereka tidak terima. Jadi hal-hal itu yang mereka berusaha hindari ketika berada dalam politik. Lalu dalam slide yang berikutnya kita bisa melihat bagaimana gereja ini terlibat dalam pelayanan kepada orang-orang yang terkena COVID-19. Mereka menyumbang kepada rumah sakit, mereka menyumbang tempat tidur, menyumbang ventilator dan lain-lain sebagainya. Dan pada saat pandemi mulai, pimpinan gereja pun sudah langsung menyarankan kepada anggota jemaatnya untuk vaksin, dan mereka juga dengan senantiasa menggunakan masker dan mengatakan kepada anggota jemaat untuk mengikuti ketentuan menggunakan masker. Lalu dalam slide berikutnya kita melihat bagaimana fokus dari pelayanan mereka. Di situ ada kesehatan, ada kelaparan, ada pelayanan ke dalam gereja, ada pendidikan, ada social enterprise, dan ada rehabilitasi. Dan yang membuat kita bisa melihat karena mereka menyampaikan di situ hal-hal apa yang mereka lakukan dan mereka menunjukkan statistiknya. Jadi hal ini supaya bisa mengengage orang untuk terlibat dan untuk bisa menjadi anggota terus ke depan. Jadi mereka senantiasa memperlihatkan statistik apa yang mereka lakukan. Dan gereja ini seperti dikatakan oleh Profesor tadi, mereka betul-betul melihat bahwa pelayanan seperti kelaparan yang terjadi di Afrika, mereka fokus kepada pelayanan-pelayanan itu, kesehatan dan lain-lainnya, karena mereka tahu bahwa pemerintah tidak fokus terhadap hal-hal ini sehingga gereja yang harus mengambil alih dan terlibat untuk membantu pemerintah. Okay, thank you. You can continue.
All right, so I think what I've tried to do is just to use that example of the Redeemed Christian Church of God to show how they engage global ethics. And if I had time, I could speak for all the different churches and contrast, but I hope that this helps us to, it points our attention that it's not sufficient to think about these churches and have views without actually engaging them to see what is really happening within them. But whether they are doing enough, that is a different question, especially because these are very wealthy churches, where a church that has branches in 200, countries, for instance, and they are really very wealthy churches. So, but to what extent is that wealth impacting on members? It's a different question. So I would like to stop here, and perhaps if there are questions, I will be happy to answer. Thank you for inviting me, and I hope that this was useful.
Ya, jadi Profesor Adogame tadi sempat menyampaikan tentang jika kita ingin jika kita punya waktu, sebenarnya ada 5 gereja yang bisa menjadi kasus studi untuk kita pelajari bersama, karena untuk melihat dengan betul-betul apa yang dilakukan oleh gereja ini, kita harus engage dengan apa yang mereka lakukan. Memang ada hal pelayanan yang mereka lakukan, tetapi harus dipertanyakan juga apakah pelayanan itu sudah sesuai atau cukup, karena jika kita melihat ini adalah sebuah gereja yang sangat besar sekali gitu loh, yang sangat kaya sekali. Jadi pelayanan yang mereka lakukan itu apakah sudah cukup atau bagaimana, kita harus memang betul-betul melihat dengan seksama. Beliau akan berhenti di sini, dan jika ada pertanyaan yang mau disampaikan, kami persilakan. Beliau sangat bahagia bisa berbagi tentang hal materi ini kepada kita sekalian. Silakan Bapak Ibu yang punya pertanyaan. Yeah, you can say it in English. Also, you already. If you have any question, I will give you. Please raise your hand. We give you opportunity to ask a question. Please.
I think Beyond Her has his hand up.
Or probably they are still processing.
Can I ask my question?
Yes,
Yes.
please.
Thank you so much, Dr. Adugame, for your insightful presentation. I really liked how you brought up crossing borders, and not just only physical borders, but we're living in an era where technology, we see, has played an immense role, even in not only society, but also in church, and also social media has played a very important role. And it's very interesting to see how mega churches, in a lot of conversations has been kind of a point of attack, or point of where a lot of controversy also has been created. But at the same time, you have showed and shared with us how they, in a way, can become a beacon of light, and in a way, a political and also a spiritual voice within the context of Nigeria, and that was very fascinating. I'm just curious to know, especially in the context of Indonesia, this also is very important, is how mega churches, especially if, for example, the one that you've shared, have they had any work in terms of interreligious works in impacting the society, or impacting, working together not only within their own church, but with other religions, Muslims or other religions amongst them? And have they also worked together, also including a third party, which can be seen as a government, because you've shared with us how churches have worked together with governments, but have they also worked together with other religious groups, or and so forth?
Yes, no, thank you, Beyond, for that question. Yes, if I had time, I would actually speak a lot about these different topics, but let me just limit it to the specific question about interreligious relations. I think one thing that is common between Nigeria and Indonesia is, again, these are contexts where Islam is very prevalent. Of course, the population of Muslims in Indonesia is far higher than that of Nigeria. In Nigeria, you have, well, depending on who you talk to, we have two majority religions, Christianity and Islam. So one thing that is very important, particularly in Nigeria, is how religion is politicized. So although the church, I'm using the example now, has branches in all parts of Nigeria, but also outside Nigeria, there are a lot of limitations in the northern part, which is dominated by Muslims. So Christians and Muslims have very tense relationship. On the one hand, there's cooperation. They have conversation. For instance, having the council of the National Council of Churches, and then the Muslims have the National Council of Islam. So at the political level, there's a kind of conversation between the different religions. But on the other hand, there's competition. There's religious competition. So sometimes it is the competition that leads to conflict and violence. And many of you would know about Nigeria and would know about Boko Haram and some of these Islamic militants, you know, who people claim want to Islamize the country. So Christians, again, play that political role of checkmating Islam and say, well, this cannot be a Muslim country. This is a country for both Muslims and Christians. So how that is negotiated sometimes result into conflict. So on the one hand, on the national level, there's a possibility for conversation to have interfaith dialogue, interfaith relation, but sometimes that relationship breaks down. And one single example in our political life in Nigeria, it has been argued that you've had more Muslims leading the country. Most of the leaders of the country have come from the north, which is dominated by Islam. So what happens in our political arrangement is that if the president is going to be a Christian, to have a balance, the vice president must be a Muslim. And if the president is a Muslim, the vice president has to be a Christian. Currently, for instance, in Nigeria, the current president of Nigeria is a Muslim, and the vice president is a Christian. Incidentally, the vice president of Nigeria right now is a pastor of this Redeemed Christian Church of God. Okay. So you can imagine the kind of negotiation, but also the tension that this is characterized with at the same time. So some churches, some mosques assist the government, but others do not. So it's a very complicated kind of system. I hope that responds to your question, Biyonho. Yeah.
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Adogame.
Yes, thank you so much. For Reverend Arafin, before, can I ask for your, if it's okay with you, can we ask 10 more minutes since we begin late for one more question? Is that okay?
No, for me, I'm fine. I'm fine.
Okay, because we have one more question from Reverend Alolingi. Just we will make it quick.
Okay, that's fine. I'm happy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mega. For some technical reason, I have to say sorry for I missed several parts of your great presentation. But just short question. When I heard about when you talk about mega church,
yes,
then two words come into my mind. So with a strong feeling about Christendom and triumphalistic era. Mm-hmm. So short question is there any kind of triumphalistic spirit or such kind of value in the Christendom era?
Could you repeat that? Sorry.
When I heard your explanation about the mega church in Nigeria,
yes,
it's really interesting for me. But there are two words coming to my mind: Christendom and triumphalistic. Yeah, is there any kind of triumphalistic spirit in the Church of Nigeria in the mega church you talk about?
Yeah, well, okay, no, thank you very much for your question. And I would think that questions about Christendom may not come up now. I think the kind of Christendom we have associated with Europe, that collapsed. And there's not an attempt, to recreate that. I think what we see in the mega churches, these are global churches that want to expand because they claim that they have the mandate, to preach the gospel to all parts of the world. So these churches are now expanding to Europe and to Asia and to all parts of the world, simply trying to, propagate their message. But the kind of message they are propagating, I think the political impact is not anything to write home about, because when Christendom came, when we had Christendom in Europe and the West, political power was associated with that. But the kind of mission enterprise or mission work that the people, African churches or mega churches are doing now, do not have the same kind of political power that carries Christianity side by side. So I would say that there's no agenda about Christendom now, because Christendom that we know historically is associated with political colonial power. And the kind of Christianity that is being professed now does not have any kind of colonial power to go side by side with it. I hope that I respond to that sufficiently.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, we would like to say thank you very much for Professor Afe Adogame for this wonderful time. Reverend Johanna have a question. We will make it quick. Please.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Prof. Afe. I also disturbed you in the email.
No, it's fine.
Okay. I have experience in this mega church in Hamburg, Germany, and I see that there are many young Germany attended the worship.
Yes.
So this position is important to get enthusiasm of European youth attending this service. So is this truly a missionary endeavor or a phenomenon of successful theology indeed? Or this opportunity of mega church is position of the missionary pilgrimage of African church in the mega church phenomenon. Thank you.
Yeah. No, thank you. Yes, thank you very much, Johanna, for your question. Yes, I must say that talking about mega churches, African mega churches, mega church is a global phenomenon. And just like I indicated, we are focusing on mega churches in the global south. A lot of mega churches started from America. But what we are now witnessing is that even the definition of a mega church, when American scholars talked about mega church, they define mega church as churches where you have more than 2,000 members in a congregation. And with the churches we are looking at in the global south, if you want to use that definition of 2,000 membership, then it means there will be 100,000 mega churches. So we are trying to use this to redefine what a mega church will be, to say in the global south, mega churches, the membership is quite high. In terms of the mission, in terms of their mission, we are looking at the mission statements. Many of these mega churches would say their mission to the West is to bring them back to Christ. That these churches in the West are collapsing, they are closing in Europe, they are closing in America. They have to look to the global South for the renewal of Christianity. So what they are doing, they will claim that, well, we are sending missionaries back to Europe, we are sending missionaries back to America that are now increasingly secularized. We need to bring them back to Christianity. And that is why they claim they have branches in many parts of Europe and many parts of America today. And well, so far, majority of their members are not whites. Majority of their members are Africans. But you find, depending on where you go to, you find that they are increasingly targeting white Americans and white Europeans. But there are also examples of mega churches, African mega churches, that have majority white population. And I can give you an example, which is not this case study. The largest Pentecostal church in Europe today is a church founded by a Nigerian in Ukraine, where there's currently war. And that church has 97% non-African membership. But the leader, the founder of the church, Sunday Adelaja, is coming from Nigeria. So you do have examples of churches, that have established themselves in America and in Europe that have a lot of non-African population as members. So they will say that they are succeeding in their mission to evangelize and bring, white Americans and white Europeans back to Christianity. In actual fact, in the past 30 years, a lot of my research has been in Europe and America, just looking at how African missionaries are coming back to Europe and coming back to America to evangelize. They have not been largely successful. So I'm also interested in the reasons why they are not able to be successful. And I think the question that was raised before, Christendom, becomes an important part that helps to spread Christianity to Asia and to Africa. But missionaries that are coming back to Europe and America today, not only from Africa, but also from Asia, from Korea, from Philippines and all that, do not have the political power to support them. And so there are all kinds of constraints. And so I'm interested in the question of mission. What kind of mission are these immigrants who bring Christianity back from Africa and from Asia? How do they describe their mission, and what are their strategies? So these are some of the questions I'm very much interested in. It is not only mega churches. There are also other churches that are not mega who are involved in this missionary work in Europe and America. So I hope, Joanna, I responded to your question. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Translate.
Saya sudah tidak follow. Yeah, thank you, Professor Adegame, for this wonderful session that we have. We really want to discuss more, but we constrained by the time. Hope that next time when we are doing the international conference, then you will be able to join again and as a speaker and give us more of knowledge that you have, and it will help us growing also. So thank you very much.
Yes.
We really honored and happy that you can join. Thank you.
Yes. No, thank you. Thank you so much for inviting me. And once again, apologies for the time mix-up. I hope that even my presentation, which was just a part presentation, because I thought that the translation would make it longer, I hope it contributes to your conversation. So thank you so much for inviting me, and look forward to another opportunity. Maybe next time it will be in person in in Indonesia. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, Afe.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
Okay, thanks for Reverend Mega Kamasi Sambo, who is moderator and translator for us in this session. May God bless you, Kak, in every activities you do. Okay, we will continue our session. Our second session today, we will hearing presentation from Rev. Dr. Arafim Jayakumar with moderator and translator Reverend Elim Wilson Taruk MA.
Thanks, Mega.
Reverend Elim, time is yours. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Good morning, I mean. We are going to our next keynote speaker, Dr. Arafin Jayakumar Moniraj from India. So before going further to presentation, I will briefly introduce Dr. Arafin. He is a member of Methodist Church in India and serves as an associate professor and the head of Department of Old Testament at Gurukul Lutheran Theological College and Research in Chennai, India. He has secured his theological degrees or bachelor degree and Master of Theology from Gurukul Lutheran Theological College and Research Institute, which is affiliated to the Senate of Serampore College, University, West Bengal. He earned his Doctor of Theology degree from University of Hamburg, Germany in April 2019 as a scholarship holder of the Mission Academy at the University of Hamburg. Dr. Moniraj has been engaged in the field of theological education since 2005, and he has served as a lecturer at Indian Theological College, Chennai, Tamil Nadu, and soon after his bachelor studies and as a lecturer and assistant professor in the Department of Old Testament at the Leonard Theological College, Jalbapur. Yes. So Dr. Arafin is going to present his paper with the topic Nature at Crossroads Towards Resuscitating the Creation, juxtaposing the deep ecological insight in the book and Job and Sangan literature and ecocentric reading. So Dr. Arafin, time is yours.
Uh, Good morning to all of you. I consider this as an opportunity to be part of this international conference, and I would like to give my thanks to Dr. Johanna Tankiriru, who was my colleague at the Missions Academy and presently
Hello,
serving at.
Arabin.
Yes, yes. Yeah, are you able to hear me? Hello, are you able to hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Shall I continue?
Please,
You can
please.
start,
Yes.
please.
You can start now.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks a lot, friends, for giving me this opportunity. So I would like to give a word of thanks, special thanks to Dr. Johanna Tankirirung. We were colleagues at the Missions Academy and happy to be part of this international conference. So my topic, as it was already mentioned, it is about ecology. So the title is Nature at Crossroads Towards Resuscitating the Creation, juxtaposing the deep ecological insights in the book of Job and Sangam literature. So basically, what I'm going to do is going to address some of the ecological issues. And in order to address the ecological issues, not only biblical sources at the same time, our contextual sources can also be used. And that is the research that has been done in this paper. If you want to project the paper, that can also be projected.
Yes, you can do it by yourself.
Okay, thank you. I'll do that. Okay. So we are living in a context where we come across breaking news in the media channels about the natural calamities that are happening. So there is a great loss of ecosystem and so on. So there are various measures taken in order to minimize ecological crisis, but still the devastation continues. In such an alarming context, when the nature is at crossroads, this paper is an attempt to go beyond the environmental issues and related policies to pursue deeper understanding about nature from its own perspective with the help of deep ecology movement. The research has been divided into 4 sections. In the first section, I will be explaining about the methodological framework. In the second section, I'm just giving some of the insights from the deep ecology. And in the third section, which is the main section, where the biblical text as well as local text, that is a local text from my context, has been used in order to see how even the local texts are talking about ecology and how the local texts can be used in order to address the ecological crisis that we are facing. So nature at crossroads, why we need this study? So towards concretizing the problem and formulating ecocentric methodological possibilities. It is an apparent fact that the present ecological crisis constitute important concerns for the entire creation. On the one hand, this is constantly reminded in the enormous volume of publications on this subject, both in the academic and non-academic writings. Moreover, awareness campaigns, workshops, symposiums, and numerous programs and initiatives in various spheres are organized with the aim of generating an appropriate response from individuals, groups, and the society at large. But on the other hand, the Judeo-Christian traditions were criticized for the present environmental degradation based on the following concrete reasons. Foremost, the traditional biblical interpretations seem to directly or indirectly legitimize human exploitation and abuse of the earth and its resources based on its doctrine of creation and the human relationship with the rest of the creation. And secondly, the eschatological doctrine that a Christian is a mere pilgrim on earth whose real home is somewhere in the heavens beyond the sky, which encourages a feeling of detachment from the earthly habitat. Although this situation gradually changed when different ecological readings of the biblical text emerged and awareness were created in order to preserve nature, still these readings were emphasizing more on the anthropocentric perspective, which in fact elevates the position of human beings among the creation and their role in conserving the creation rather than underscoring the significance of ecocentric reading, which highlights humankind as part of the entire creation, where importance is given to each and every creature and their intrinsic value is acknowledged. It is indeed the Western dominant colonial patterns which led to such interpretations because the readers' cosmological, ideological, and socio-cultural orientations greatly influenced the interpretation of the biblical texts. This, on the one hand, failed to take deliberate steps to overcome the contextual gap between the text and the exegete or the reader, and on the other hand, biblical texts were presented as anthropocentric in nature rather than ecocentric or biocentric. In other words, it has been projected as if biblical texts have less to say about the place and function of humankind in par equivalent with the other living creatures, which led to the consequences of neglecting and overlooking the biblical passages which have ecocentric cosmological outlook. However, the dawn of deep ecology movement, which also became a cornerstone of valuing nature from an ecocentric worldview rather than from the dominant anthropocentric perspective, a gradual transformation was initiated through various environmental radicalists whereby nature was gradually recognized as intrinsically valuable, and the anthropocentric approach also gradually shifted to ecocentric perspective in order to re-emphasize the importance and interconnectedness of all creatures without further construction of any dominant hierarchical structures between humankind and the rest of the creation, which conventionally existed. Therefore, it is worth having a glance of the origin and significance of the principles of deep ecology, which has been briefly presented in the following section, since this study is more influenced by the principle. Moreover, Aaron E. Gary, in his book entitled Postmodernism and Environmental Crisis, argues the need of retrieving the organic concept of the world and reinstating the bio-unity of all and everything. Gary underscores the necessity of ultimate reorientation in thinking, including the articulation of human interaction with the land, which would ensure the health of the land and community. In order to achieve this, Gary calls for a replacement of the grand discourses of the West by a contextual discourse that would be a mosaic of what he terms bioregional narrative or ecocentric narrative. Therefore, this study not only underlines the significance of the biblical text from ecocentric perspective, but also underscores the necessity of giving importance to the regional texts in order to create a contextual discourse by unearthing the insights embedded in the native texts which talk about the intrinsic value of nature. In order to engage with an ecocentric reading, this study employs the synchronic approach. And at the same time, it is an ecocentric reading. So the insights will be drawn not only from Bible, but also from the local literature, that is from the Tamil literature. I'm from a context where we speak Tamil, and I am from the state called Tamil Nadu in India. So we want to use even the regional resources in order to understand how we can address or read passages from the ecocentric point of view. So before going into the analysis of the biblical text and the local text or contextual text. I would like to give some insights about the deep ecology. The term deep, yes.
I need to translate first.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry for interrupting you.
Yes, please, no problem.
Ya, jadi Dr. Arafin berbicara tentang krisis ekologi dan ini adalah berita yang sudah muncul di semua media setiap kali bumi menghadapi bencana apapun. Kita lah yang menghancurkan alam dengan kecepatan yang belum pernah terjadi sebelumnya. Kita mengancam kelangsungan hidup berjuta-juta spesies dan juga masa depan kita sendiri. Ekosistem, spesies, populasi liar, semua varietas lokal dan tanaman serta hewan peliharaan menyusut, memburuk, bahkan lenyap. Kerugian ini merupakan akibat langsung dari aktivitas kita manusia yang merupakan ancaman langsung terhadap kesejahteraan manusia di seluruh wilayah dunia. Ada berbagai langkah yang diambil untuk meminimalkan krisis ekologis, namun tetap saja kehancuran terus berlanjut. Dalam penelitian ini, Dr. Arafin membagi ke dalam 4 bagian. Yang pertama, mempersiapkan cara untuk mempersoalkan masalah yang ada diikuti dengan kerangka metodologis. Kemudian yang kedua, memperkenalkan asal-usul dan prinsip-prinsip dasar dari deep ecology atau ekologi yang dalam. Kemudian bagian yang ketiga, memulai pembacaan ekosentris dari Ayub pasal 12 ayat 7 sampai 10 dan interpretasi akam dan puram dalam literatur sangam dengan bantuan analisis kritis, sinkronis dan historis. Dan bagian yang terakhir mencoba merumuskan teologi alam untuk menumbangkan antroposentrisme dominan yang ada dan menggantikannya dengan ekosentrisme. Pada bagian yang pertama, Dr. Arafin menyinggung tentang sifat di persimpangan jalan dan ini menuju masalah konkret dan bagaimana merumuskannya. Ini adalah fakta nyata bahwa krisis ekologi saat ini merupakan keprihatinan penting bagi seluruh ciptaan. Di satu sisi hal ini terus diingatkan secara masif juga terus dipublikasi baik melalui tulisan akademis maupun non-akademis. Selain itu, kampanye kesadaran, lokakarya, simposium, dan berbagai program serta inisiatif di berbagai bidang telah diselenggarakan dengan tujuan untuk menghasilkan tanggapan yang tepat dari baik individu, kelompok, dan masyarakat yang luas. Namun di sisi lain, tradisi Yudeo-Kristen dikritik atas degradasi lingkungan saat ini berdasarkan alasan-alasan konkret berikut. Terutama masalah interpretasi Alkitabiah tradisional yang tampaknya secara langsung atau tidak langsung melegitimasi eksploitasi dan penyalahgunaan manusia atas bumi dan sumber dayanya. Berdasarkan doktrinnya tentang penciptaan dan hubungan manusia dengan ciptaan yang lainnya. Itu yang pertama. Dan yang kedua, eskatologis, doktrin eskatologis bahwa seorang Kristen hanyalah seorang peziarah di bumi yang rumahnya sebenarnya ada di suatu tempat di langit, di luar langit yang mendorong perasaan terlepas dari habitat duniawi. Nah, meskipun situasi ini berangsur-angsur berubah ketika muncul perbedaan pembacaan ekologis teks-teks Alkitabiah dan terciptanya kesadaran untuk menjaga kelestarian alam, tapi pembacaan ini lebih menekankan pada perspektif antroposentris yang justru mengangkat posisi manusia di antara ciptaan dan di antara ciptaan lainnya. Peran dalam melestarikan ciptaan daripada menggarisbawahi pentingnya pembacaan ekosentris yang menyoroti manusia sebagai bagian dari seluruh alam, di mana kepentingannya diberikan kepada setiap makhluk dan nilai intrinsiknya diakui. Ada pengakuan bahwa pola kolonial dominan Barat yang melahirkan penafsiran demikian karena ideologi kosmologis dan orientasi sosiokultural pembaca sangat mempengaruhi penafsiran terhadap teks-teks Alkitabiah. Hal ini di satu sisi gagal mengambil langkah-langkah yang disengaja untuk mengatasi kesenjangan kontekstual antara teks dan penafsir atau pembaca, dan di sisi lain teks Alkitabiah disajikan bersifat antroposentris daripada ekosentris atau dengan kata lain telah ada proyeksi seolah-olah teks-teks Alkitab kurang berbicara tentang tempat dan fungsi manusia bahwa ia setara dengan makhluk hidup lainnya yang menyebabkan konsekuensi pada bagaimana manusia mengabaikan bagian-bagian Alkitabiah yang berpandangan kosmologis ekosentris. Namun dengan bangkitnya gerakan deep ecology ini atau ekologi yang dalam, ini menjadi batu penjuru untuk menghargai alam dari pandangan dunia ekosentris daripada dari perspektif antroposentris yang dominan, sebuah transformasi bertahap yang dimulai melalui berbagai radikalis lingkungan di mana alam secara bertahap diakui sebagai yang juga berharga dan pendekatan antroposentris juga secara bertahap bergeser ke perspektif biosentris atau ekosentris untuk menekankan kembali pentingnya dan keterkaitan semua makhluk tanpa konstruksi lebih lanjut dari struktur hierarki yang dominan antara umat manusia dan ciptaan lainnya. Oleh karena itu ada baiknya bagi kita semua untuk melihat asal-usul dan prinsip-prinsip penting dari deep ecology ini yang telah disajikan secara singkat pada bagian selanjutnya, karena studi yang dilakukan oleh Dr. Arafin ini lebih banyak dipengaruhi oleh prinsip-prinsip dari gerakan ini. Dan di sini ada dikutip dari pendapat Eren Gare yang dalam bukunya berjudul Postmodernisme dan Krisis Lingkungan. Dia berpendapat bahwa kita perlu untuk mengambil kembali konsep organik dunia dan mengembalikan ke posisi semula. Ia menggarisbawahi perlunya reorientasi dalam berpikir, termasuk artikulasi interaksi manusia dengan tanah yang akan menjamin kesehatan masyarakat. Nah, untuk mencapai hal ini, Gare menyerukan penggantian wacana Barat dengan wacana kontekstual yang akan menjadi mosaik dari apa yang disebutnya sebagai narasi bioregional. Nah, dalam tulisan ini, Dr. Arafin juga akan menggunakan teks dari Ayub pasal 12 ayat 7 sampai 10 yang telah dipilih untuk studi eksegetis dan ide keseluruhan tentang literatur Sangam dan pentingnya untuk dieksplorasi dari dua teks ini, jadi bukan hanya teks Alkitabiah tapi juga dari teks-teks tradisional, yaitu dari sastra Tamil kuno. So Dr. Arafin, you can continue, please.
Okay, so I will just give a break after reading the next section so that you can translate, and it will be, we can do that in that way instead of I think taking more time. So I will also stop after finishing this each section. So the understanding of deep ecology is necessary. So the term deep ecology was coined and introduced by the Norwegian philosopher Arne Næss in his article published under the title The Shallow and the Deep Long-Range Ecology Movement, the summary, in the year 1973. This whole concept emphasized the radical spirit of time, looking for a unified vision beyond consumerism, industrial capitalism, exploitation, and oppression of the third world countries, and destruction of nature, questioning the roots of these in the anthropocentrism of the culture of Western civilization. Therefore, Næss attempted to describe the deeper, more spiritual approach of nature by revisiting and integrating insights from the writings of philosophers such as Spinoza and ecologists like Aldo Leopold. And he understood that this deeper approach results from a more sensitive openness to ourselves and the non-human life around us. The fundamental idea of deep ecology is to keep asking more penetrating questions about human life, society, and nature. According to Næss, we ask why and how, where others do not. For instance, ecology as a science does not ask what kind of society would be the best for maintaining a particular ecosystem. That is considered a question for value theory, for politics, for ethics. Hence, deep ecology goes beyond the so-called factual scientific level to the level of self and earth wisdom. One of the major objectives of deep ecology is to go beyond the shallow approach to environmental problems and to attempt to articulate a comprehensive religious and philosophical worldview. Moreover, the foundations of deep ecology are the basic intuitions and experiences of ourselves and nature, which comprise ecological consciousness. Hence, ecological consciousness and deep ecology are in sharp contrast with the dominant worldview of technocratic industrial societies, which regards humans as isolated, fundamentally separate from the rest of the nature, as superior to and in charge of the rest of the creation. In this view, the idea of humans as separate and superior to the rest of nature is only part of larger cultural patterns. For many centuries, the Western world and its culture has become increasingly engrossed with the idea of dominance, that is, with the dominance of humans over non-human nature, masculine over feminine, wealthy over the poor, with the dominance of the West over non-Western cultures. Thus, ecological consciousness allows one to see through these flawed and dangerous misapprehensions. For deep ecology, the study of our place in the earth household includes the study of ourselves as part of the organic whole. Going beyond a narrowly materialistic scientific understanding of reality, the spiritual and material aspects of reality fuse together. Moreover, Nace developed two ultimate norms of intuitions in the light of philosophical and religious levels of wisdom, namely self-realization and biocentric or ecocentric equality. The idea of self-realization is to go beyond boundary of one's self in order to include the non-human world. Self in self, that is, self stands for organic wholeness. Biocentric or ecocentric equality underscores that all things in the biosphere have an equal right to live and blossom and to reach their own individual forms of relating and the self-realization within the larger self-realization. I would like to skip the next section and let me also read some of the basic principles of the deep ecology, which is seen in page number 5. Some of the basic principles are the well-being and flourishing of human and non-human life on earth have value in themselves. These values are independent of the usefulness of non-human world for human purposes. Richness and diversity of life forms contribute to the realization of these values and are also values in themselves. Humans have no right to reduce this richness and diversity except to satisfy vital needs. The flourishing of human life and cultures is compatible with sustainable decrease of the human population. The flourishing of non-human life requires such a decrease. Present human interference with the non-human world is excessive, and the situation is rapidly worsening. Policies, therefore, must be changed. These policies affect basic economic, technological, and ideological structures. The resulting of affairs will be deeply different from the present. The ideological change is mainly that of appreciating life quality rather than adhering to an increasing higher standard living. There will be a profound awareness of the difference between big and great. So these are all some of the principles that were recommended by the deep ecological thought. So with this outlook, we can enter into looking at the biblical text and the local text in order to understand what they talk about nature and how it talks about humans' place in nature. So now, whatever I have said can be translated.
Oke, jadi di bagian pertama ada asal-usul dan prinsip penting dari ekologi yang mendalam ini. Istilah ini diciptakan dan diperkenalkan oleh filsuf dari Norwegia yang bernama Arne Naess dalam artikelnya yang diterbitkan dengan judul The Shallow and Deep, Long Range Ecology Movement, a Summary. Itu diterbitkan pada tahun 1973. Dan seluruh konsep ini menekankan semangat radikal dalam mencari visi terpadu di luar konsumerisme, kapitalisme industri, eksploitasi dan penindasan negara-negara dunia ketiga, dan perusakan alam, serta Dr. Arafin, sorry, I have problem with my laptop, so you can continue first and I will translate it later.
Okay, so what I was sharing is that the deep ecological thought, or so to say, the deep ecology movement, has brought a sort of awareness, saying that there is a sort of domination made by humankind over the nature, and that should be changed. So the intrinsic value of each and every creature in the nature should be acknowledged. So with this view, I would like to move on to the next section to see how the book of Job and the Tamil literature, a section of writing from Tamil literature, talks about nature. So first one, the book of Job. It has been recognized that there is an affinity of creation theology to the wisdom literature of the Hebrew Bible. In fact, an explicit reading of the book of Job reveals that it contains rich insights about the significance of creation. It records many hymns which highlights God as creator. Moreover, God answers Job with two lengthy speeches in the concluding chapters of the book of Job. Traditionally, creation is considered as one theme among the many and usually given a secondary position. And moreover, it was either considered as mythological accounts of the primeval origins or a feature of a literary expression. In contrast to the traditional understanding, the author of Job gives a new twist to the already existing cosmogonies or hymns of creation, and he subverts the ordinary purpose of cosmogonies. In other words, the anthropocentric perspective of the creation accounts, which we can see in Genesis and Psalms, 2nd Isaiah, is not seen in the book of Job. So the earth and its creatures ought to be ruled by human only, and rest of the creation were to be under dominant control of creation. This is the view that we can see in other creation texts. But the book of Job is presenting a different notion about creation. So I would like to read the book of Job chapter 12 verses 7 to 10 and try to explain what is there in this passage and what it talks about the creation. Job chapter 12 verses 7 to 10. But ask the animals and they will teach you, the birds of the air and they will tell you, meditate or moose to the earth they will teach you, and the fish of the sea will declare to you. Who among all these does not know that the hand of the Lord has done this? In his hand is the life of everything and the breath of every human being. So I have divided this passage only 7 to 10, but again, if we read in detail, there are ample number of insights which will help us to understand about creation and man's participation in nature. In Job, if you take Job chapter 12 verses 7 to 10, it is actually a minor portion of the larger pericope, that is chapters 12 to 14. If you read the initial verse, that is verse 7, the initial verse starts with a adverb. For example, nevertheless, it indicates that the speaker is not only introducing a new subject with emphasis, but also begins a counter argument in contrast to what has been stated earlier in verses 4 to 6. Job's friends were insulting his intelligence. They say that there is no mystery about your situation. These words were the words of Job's friends. Moreover, they were advising Job to listen to their ancestors, the wisdom of the ancestors. So they were criticizing Job and saying that the condition that you are facing now is something because of something has happened in the past. So you have to consult or you have to use the wisdom of the ancestors in order to understand. So in contrast to the statements made by Job's friend, Job is giving an answer in verses 7 to 8 in a poetic manner, where he says that, we have to learn from the nature. And also, God is the creator. These two things are emphasized. If we carefully read verses 7 and 8, there are so many imperatives used, as we know that imperatives are for command only. For example, things like ask or muse or meditate, all these are imperative. So the speaker commands, ask the animals, they will teach you, and the birds of the sky, they will tell you, or meditate or muse upon it, they will teach you. The fish of the sea will declare to you. So the verbs are selected by the writer here, okay, to underscore that humankind should be educated by the nature. In other words, all these days people were thinking that we are supposed to preserve the nature, we have a dominant hand above the nature, but here Job's wisdom is trying to say that we need to learn from the nature. Humankind need to learn from the nature. It is not that we need to teach the nature, but we should learn from the nature. Especially one of the verbs which is used here, which means siyah. The meaning of this verb is meditate. In many translations, it has been translated as plants, but it should be translated here as to meditate. Okay, which is talking about the inner mental activity, emotional thinking, and musing. So here a call has been given by the speaker, that is Job, to the readers, saying that we need to meditate upon the earth, the way how earth functions, the way how nature is, doing everything on its own. And God has made everything with some intrinsic value. We cannot undermine the wisdom that we can see in the nature. Okay. So God has written insights into every dimension of the world. The earth, the sky, the sea, and all the living creatures. God teaches humanity through that which God has created. In brief, Job uses the observational approach to counter the conclusions made by his friends. He says, if animals could talk, they would tell how God works in this world. That is, the animals know better than his friends do. By saying so, Job satires his friends' so far claim that God's wisdom is too mysterious for humans to grasp. But in reality, Job indicates that animals, birds, and all living creatures upon the earth get the wisdom of God, which in fact humans do not know. And verse 9 is again an interrogative sentence, okay, which says that who among all these does know that the hand of the Lord has done this? So here again, the Creator has been highlighted. Okay. So God has created everything in a skillful manner. Not only that, it is not human beings which are considered as crown of God's creation, but God has given intrinsic value to all the created things, not only human beings. Okay. And in verse 10, again a sentence has been made. In his hand is life of every living thing and breath of every living human being. Okay. So a human being and the rest of the creation are kept in par excellence. Okay. So these, you can follow this in page number 10. These responses of Job to his friend Zophar led to a depth of understanding far greater than any level of knowledge mere answers would provide. The imperative statement about the nature and all that is in it gains insights into human nature, especially the inability to comprehend the uniqueness and deep-rooted wisdom of animals, birds, fish, and rest of the creation. By and large, they constituted the everyday world that one knows. Unfortunately, one does not understand the ordinary world within which one lives, and this eventually leads to taking things for granted. This breathtaking, even mystical experience of creation stated by Job induces one to come out of his or her narrow confines of anthropocentrism, thinking human as crown of God's creation, into the vast expanses of ecocentric mystery. It brings to the realization that human history unfolds within the broader context of human history. The shift from an anthropocentric to an ecocentric worldview requires not only a new way of understanding the universe itself, but also to re-examine of many, if not most, of the tenets of our faith. Notions such as prudence and sufficiency in our use of natural resources, the viability of human life, and the earth's ability to sustain it will all play an indispensable role in theological thinking. So, it is not that we are called to preserve the nature, but more all about that, we are called to learn from the nature and understand that we are part and parcel of that nature, and that is what emphasized in Job chapter 12 verses 1 to 7. I will take a break here, which can be summarized in the local language.
Finn, you can finish the presentation and I will translate all the presentation.
Fine.
Yeah.
Fine. So, the book of Job, chapter 12, verses 7 to 10 is giving a new insight of learning from the nature. And now I would like to move on to the next section, where I would like to talk about one of the texts from the Tamil literature. I would like to skip certain sections due to the time factor, but I would like to read certain insights from the text. The following poem, page number 12, the following poem from Tamil is an example to demonstrate how the imaginary of the land and the season provide the backdrop of human emotions. This backdrop functions like a picture, intensifying the human condition. Let me read that. நிலத்தினும் பெரிதே வானினும் உயர்ந்தன்றி நீரினும் அளவின்றே சாரல் கருங்கோர் குறிஞ்சிப்பூ கொண்டு பெருந்தேன் இழைக்கும் நாடன்று நட்பே. Bigger than earth, certainly higher than the sky, more unfathomable than the waters, is this love for this man. Of the mountain slopes where bees make rich honey from the flowers of the Kurinji that has such black stalks. So in the Sangam literature, Sangam is a period during which many writings were made in the Tamil culture. So Sangam custom to be true to nature, the inner and outer, the environmental factor was a determinant in the poetic process. In a way, this concern for interrelationship of nature. So this poem is talking about, this poem is actually a poem which was portrayed about the relationship between man and women. So even in order to explain about the relationship between man and woman, natural elements from the nature are used in order to formulate this poem. So that means it shows that how the ancient people were associated with the nature. Even for a small conversation, they use examples from the nature, which underlines that they are part and parcel of nature. So now, by keeping Job and the insights from Sangam literature, I would like to draw your attention to bring out a theology of nature, which we should practice in a context where we see natural calamities, catastrophes, natural degradation of the nature, and so on and so forth. So the insights of deep ecology are still valid and necessary in today's context in order to reorient the understanding of human's relationship with nature and what humankind can learn from rest of the creation. Moreover, it is inevitable to create meta-narratives or bioregional narratives from different regions to create contextual discourses about the significance of creation and the creation's intrinsic value. And that is why Job chapter 12 verses 7 to 10 and a piece of writing from Sangam literature, that is from the Tamil literature, has been used here. So what different insights we can see from these two texts? Number one, rethinking holistic relationality or interconnectedness. Relationality means being related in a relationship or interconnectedness. It is an essential quality embedded in an iterative process of drawing interconnectedness between two or more discrete categories and phenomena that may not be necessarily binaries. Part of the problem of the ecological crisis is because of the way how humankind thinks that he or she is separate from nature. This is well expressed in the Sangam literature, which I have cited, Agam and Puram, which talks about the at home and outer, everywhere people are related with nature. So complete human emotions are expressed with the help of nature. Since the ancient people understood their place in creation and how they are related to rest of the creation, the holistic relationality or interconnected can be seen in the ancient literature. So the Tamil literature is one such example. In fact, the world environs human beings or which surrounds them is also within them. Humankind is made out of it. Thus, it can be underlined in the words of Pope Francis in the following way: we are not earth's lords and masters entitled to plunder her at will. Rather, we have been formed from earth elements. Moreover, ecology, wisdom from the environment, the wisdom of human beings and the other creatures or common home. The earth should be understood in terms of holistic relationship. In an ecological worldview, all life on earth is seen as interconnected and interdependent. So we have to understand that we are interconnected with one another. We are not isolated from the nature. The second one is ecosophy. We have to learn from the nature. Nature also expresses wisdom. So wisdom of divine wisdom, which is present in the nature and in all the creatures of the earth, should not be overlooked or underestimated. Is it possible to trace the embedded divine wisdom in the cosmos? Wisdom, which is understood as a deep experiential knowledge, is not present only in humankind, but it is also manifested in the entire nature. The wisdom of all human beings upon this earth needed to be drawn in order to move forward from the destruction of life to the ecological regeneration and collective well-being. The Hebrew word hokmah, and it can be interpreted as living knowledge of living patterns and forces, which expresses the idea that sacred motives, energies, or intentions are hidden beneath surface appearances, which must be uncovered. So we have to learn from the nature which carries wisdom. The next idea is that reaffirming the intrinsic value in nature. The point here is deep ecology is also emphasizing that always we think that only humankind possesses unique nature, but intrinsic value, that means each and every creature in this world has been given a value by God, and we are not able to trace out and discern the value that God has given to the creation. So finally, conclude, the measures that are being taken to overcome the ecological crisis are numerous. There are policies and political resolutions formulated by national and international bodies. Awareness is created everywhere. But above all, change should begin from each and every humankind. This can happen only when human beings attempt to view themselves as part of God's creation and not as lords over nature, and should engage in unearthing the deep ecological insights that are embedded in the religious and secular resources. So let me conclude with a quote from Carey. People understanding the world and themselves in such terms should be able to appreciate processes ranging from atoms, molecules, clusters of galaxies, stars, planets, global ecosystems, and species to individual organisms, societies and cultures as having an intrinsic significance as contribution to the unfinished becoming of the world. They should be able to appreciate the significance of their lives and each decision and actions as contribution to the world as a whole, as well as to the cultures, societies, and ecosystems which they are part of. But they should also be able to appreciate the intrinsic significance of their own lives as such, and part of the significance of cultures, societies, ecosystems, and world as a whole is a conditional causes of their own becoming for having made it possible for them to live an intrinsically significant life. So an invitation has been given through this presentation that there are texts in the Bible and there are texts from our local language and context which can be read from an ecocentric perspective and see that how nature can teach us and how we can come to the conclusion and conviction that we are part and parcel of God's nature. Thank you. Thank you so much for your patience in listening to this paper.
Thank you so much, Dr. Arafin. I'm going to translate your presentation. Jadi dari deep ecology tadi yang dicetuskan oleh Arne Naes, dia membutuhkan 15 tahun untuk mengevaluasi itu, dan ada beberapa prinsip ekologi yang dirumuskan dengan beberapa konsep kunci, ada 8. Yang pertama, kesejahteraan dan perkembangan kehidupan manusia, dan bukan manusia di bumi ini memiliki nilai sendiri. Jadi nilai-nilai yang ada di dunia ini tidak tergantung pada kegunaan dunia untuk tujuan manusia sendiri. Kemudian yang kedua, kekayaan dan keragaman bentuk kehidupan berkontribusi pada realisasi nilai-nilai tersebut dan juga nilai-nilai dalam diri manusia. Kemudian yang ketiga, manusia tidak berhak mengurangi kekayaan dan keragaman alam kecuali untuk memenuhi kebutuhan vital. Keempat, berkembangnya kehidupan dan budaya manusia sejalan dengan penurunan yang berkelanjutan dari populasi manusia. Berkembangnya kehidupan bukan manusia yang membutuhkan penurunan seperti itu. Kemudian yang kelima, campur tangan manusia saat ini dengan dunia, di mana manusia populasinya pada satu sisi juga meningkat, itu membuat kondisi kita menjadi semakin buruk secara lebih cepat. Kemudian yang keenam, kebijakan perlu diubah, dan kebijakan ini mempengaruhi ekonomi dasar, teknologi, dan struktur ideologis. Yang ketujuh, perubahan ideologi terutama dalam menghargai kualitas hidup. Pada poin ini, kita berdiam dalam situasi yang melekat pada diri kita daripada mengikuti peningkatan standar hidup yang lebih tinggi. Akan ada kesadaran yang mendalam tentang perbedaan antara yang besar dan yang kecil. Kemudian yang kedelapan, mereka yang menganut poin-poin yang sudah disebutkan ini memiliki kewajiban langsung atau tidak langsung untuk mencoba menerapkan perubahan yang memang diperlukan bagi alam. Kemudian Dr. Arafin mengutip dari kitab Ayub untuk memperjelas teologi penciptaan. Telah lama diketahui bahwa ada keterkaitan antara teologi penciptaan dengan hikmat yang dituliskan dalam kitab Ibrani. Bahkan pembacaan eksplisit kitab Ayub mengungkapkan hal itu yang berisi wawasan yang kaya tentang pentingnya penciptaan. Ya, jadi dari teks yang dikutip tadi, saya tidak akan menerjemahkan per kata, tapi poin penting dari teks itu adalah bahwa Allah memberikan kebijaksanaan kepada ciptaan, dan dalam hal ini bahkan hewan mampu untuk memahami kebijaksanaan dari Allah melampaui yang manusia bisa pahami. Jadi dalam hal ini mungkin manusia sering beranggapan bahwa kitalah manusia yang diberi kebijaksanaan dalam mengatur apa yang ada di alam, tapi sebenarnya melalui teks ini ditegaskan kepada kita bahwa bahkan hewan memahami kebijaksanaan dari Allah itu sendiri melebihi yang manusia dapat pahami. Kemudian dari teks Sangam ini sudah merupakan kebiasaan. Jadi tadi juga itu disandingkan dengan puisi dari konteks India. Jadi ada tradisi yang disebut Sangam itu sudah merupakan kebiasaan mereka untuk setia kepada alam secara lahir dan batin. Jadi faktor lingkungan bagi mereka menjadi penentu dalam membuat atau menyusun puisi. Di satu sisi keprihatinan ini perlu dilihat, artinya dalam keterkaitan alam dengan sifat manusia perlu dilihat dalam makna yang lebih besar. Manusia perlu menumbuhkan reorientasi dalam berpikir untuk suatu alternatif yang telah digarisbawahi dalam literatur kuno bagi kebaikan manusia. Nah, ada poin yang disebutkan Dr. Arafin tadi tentang bagaimana menghidupkan kembali penciptaan, dan ini yang diangkat dalam topiknya menuju teologi alam. Jadi dari wawasan dari deep ecology ini masih berlaku dan masih diperlukan dalam konteks saat ini. Reorientasi pemahaman tentang hubungan manusia dengan alam dan apa yang dapat dipelajari manusia dari ciptaan lainnya, kemudian penciptaan metanaratif atau bioregional tidak dapat dihindari. Narasi dari berbagai daerah juga diperlukan untuk menciptakan wacana kontekstual tentang makna penciptaan dan nilai intrinsiknya, dan ini sudah diuji melalui teks Ayub juga yang sudah dikutip oleh Dr. Arafin tadi. Sastra Sangam adalah contoh luar biasa yang mengundang kita semua umat manusia untuk mengevaluasi kembali situasi kita sendiri secara serius. Penciptaan harus dihidupkan kembali, pendekatan dominasi manusia terhadap alam harus diganti dengan pendekatan komuni, perspektif antroposentris harus dihapus dengan pandangan ekosentris, dan oleh karena itu kita berteologi secara baru tentang alam, dan itu harus ditegakkan. Kita memahami alam dari sudut pandang alam itu sendiri dan bukan dari sudut pandang kita manusia. Nah, di sini ada beberapa garis besar yang dicoba dirumuskan oleh Dr. Arafin dari poin menuju teologi alam ini. Ada 3 hal yang ditekankan. Yang pertama, memikirkan kembali relasionalitas yang holistik dan saling keterkaitan kita manusia dengan lingkungan. Kemudian yang kedua disebut sebagai ekosofi, membuka kembali kebijaksanaan bumi dan mendefinisikan kembali arti hikmat. Dan yang ketiga, menegaskan kembali nilai intrinsik dari alam. Kemudian saya menuju kesimpulan, langkah-langkah yang diambil untuk mengatasi krisis ekologi tentu sudah sangat banyak. Ada banyak sekali jenis kebijakan dan resolusi politik yang sudah dirumuskan oleh badan-badan nasional dan internasional, dan kita juga tahu bahwa kesadaran sudah ada di mana-mana tentang krisis ekologi, tetapi di atas segalanya perubahan harus dimulai dari setiap manusia. Jadi walaupun ada banyak simposium, konferensi, seminar tentang krisis ekologi, tapi yang paling penting di atas segalanya adalah perubahan yang harus dimulai langsung dari umat manusia itu sendiri. Dan ini hanya dapat terjadi ketika manusia berusaha untuk memandang dirinya sebagai bagian dari ciptaan Tuhan dan bukan sebagai penguasa alam, dan manusia sendiri harus terlibat dalam menggali wawasan ekologis yang mendalam yang tertanam dalam sumber daya agama dan yang juga dapat ditemukan dalam dunia itu sendiri. Ya, jadi itu yang dapat saya simpulkan dari presentasi Dr. Arafin. So thank you so much Dr. Arafin for your presentation to help us see in a wider perspective about the crisis of ecology that we are now facing together. So for all participants, if you do have questions or comments, you can put in the chat box, or you can also use the feature of raise hand. Bisa diperbesar itunya, Dek. Layarnya. Ada kenapa di sini? Ada. Bunda, ada di chat box? Chat Masalahnya ini nggak login di Zoom. Are there any questions or comment? Chat box. Ya, untuk teman-teman kalau ada yang mau bertanya tentang krisis ekologi atau mungkin ada dari perspektif saya yakinnya terutama teman-teman dari Toraja kalau menyimak secara seksama presentasi dari Prof yang sudah saya simpulkan seharusnya ini bisa sangat dikaitkan dengan konteks kita Toraja yang dari perspektif indigenous atau masyarakat lokal atau orang Aluk Todolo ada prinsip yang sebenarnya berjalan setara dengan apa yang sudah disampaikan Dr. Arafin berdasarkan konteks dari India. Jadi Rev Suleman Alulinggi, okay, we have one already. Are there any questions? So we have two persons, Rev Suleman Alulinggi and then Ibu Yohana. So time is yours, please.
Thank you, moderator. I'm very interested in the presentation for I just think that when we talk about nature, what is really nature about? Maybe you can help us to understand by explain the nature according to your presentation. My question just provoked by the movie, several movie about the scientific fiction about the universe. What do you think if really there any possibility of human beings in the other ways or other how to say? We talk about Earth or Earth, Mother universe. According to the scientific, not fiction at all, but also in terms of scientific. Ellen bisa bantu ya, saya agak kesulitan membahasakan ini. Kita berpikir mengenai
putus-putus juga suara kami, Pak. Putus-putus.
Baik, saya nanti Ibu Yohana dulu saya.
Ya Bapak ke ini supaya. Okay, so we skip Rev Alulinggi first and we move to Ibu Yohana.
Thank you, Arafin. How are you?
I am doing fine. Good to see you.
Thank you. Nice to hear your presentation and make me to go in my mind about Indonesia. And there are many problems about our nature. As I know, Indonesia and India are the biggest contributor to waste in the world, plastic waste, yeah, in the world. India number 1 and Indonesia number 2. According to some experts and your description in this conference, this is due to anthropomism. Yeah. How about how the biblical perspective, sorry, how a biblical perspective due to your lens today to make a contribution to India people who give a biggest contributor to the plastic wastes in the world. Because I think this theme must be start in the campus or in the church or how about you? Because I know this is a important point for our renewal creation. Please explain to me or to us the gap of the academically position and the reality position about the nature problem. Thank you, Arafin.
Shall I respond? Or are we going to take some more questions?
You can respond first.
Yeah, thank you so much, friends, for your comments and questions. I think the first person, brother, was asking about nature. When I say nature, I'm confining to earth, the place where we live, and both the texts which I have cited, whether it is from the Old Testament or from the Tamil culture, both these texts are talking about the nature that is surrounded by human being. The book of Job is clearly mentioning that you have to learn from the animals, the plants, from the sea, from the birds. So their purview, their understanding, because it was written many years ago, so their understanding is different. And even in the Tamil literature also, what I have explained is even to appreciate or to write something about man or women or conversations, for that they used nature or the aspects from the nature, which clearly shows that the ancient people were very much connected with the nature. Maybe they did not had any upper hand or a hierarchical position, but the interpretation of the texts, the understanding that we have, that is what I said in the beginning, that the problem lies in the way how the biblical texts were interpreted, the biblical texts were understood. It was read only from anthropocentric point of view. So ecocentric point of view is very important in today's context. So on the one hand, we have government policy making, COP27. So many NGOs and governments are making policies in order to bring the ecological crisis to an end or to reduce it, because sometimes by nature also certain things takes place. So as people of faith, what we can contribute. So the attempt here is Bible can be taken and also be read from ecocentric point of view, because there is a criticism against the Judeo-Christian traditions or interpretations that our interpretations have gave rise to the ecological crisis, which was written by Lynn White in the 1960 7 Science magazine. So an attempt has been made here in order to understand that we are not great. We are part of nature. Okay, so when I say nature, I'm including into the purview of where I am living, the earth, and whatever we see and so on. I think the second question, if I write it, if I have understood it rightly, we're talking about the other planets or other places. In that line, I don't know. I'm not expert in that. I don't know whether I could be able to clarify that. And coming to Dr. Johanna's question, yes, on the one hand, conscientization through reading the biblical texts and local texts will not bring complete change, but this is the starting point in order to change our perspective. Because often we take support from the biblical texts or from our regional texts saying that we have a dominant role to play as human beings. No, it is not so. So these interpretations may not immediately bring changes, but then this is the starting point to conscientize, because this is not a local problem, it is a global problem. So local texts are also used. That's what I have done. So these teachings are taught in the church. In India, we say in some of the mainline churches, ecological concerns are preached from the pulpit. Consciousness are given, awareness are given. Usage of plastic in the seminary campus or church campuses should be should not be encouraged. All these things are there, but then it is a gradual process. So change should begin from us, and change will not happen overnight. It is a process, because all these centuries we have, all these years or decades, we have done a lot of harmful acts against nature. So we have to reverse it. We have to bring consciousness. And as a biblical scholar, I see that the biblical text also contains so many things to say that we are part and parcel of nature, not that we are above nature. Even Genesis 1 and 2, if we read it, we can understand that we are part and parcel of nature. The second creation story, which says that God created humankind from the dust of the soil. So we are connected with the nature. You are taken from the earth, you will go back to earth. So all these are very much connected by saying that we are not great. So that hierarchical attitude should go, and we should bring change. That is the intention. So there is no peace between nature and us. So we have to create a peace. That means we need to understand nature, what we see around us. Okay, plants and animals, learn from them. Not think that we possess the wisdom of God. They also possess wisdom. So that is the point that I would like to underline here. Thank you. Any more questions? Yeah, you say usage of plastics. Yeah, I said. So in the church should also become a place where awareness should be given to the people.
Ya, jadi pertanyaan dari Bu Ona tadi, dari Bu Johanna, itu tentang sampah plastik yang kita tahu bersama sudah begitu merusak lingkungan, sehingga Prof. Arafin menjelaskan bahwa semua kembali pada kesadaran diri kita sendiri atau our consciousness tentang pentingnya menjaga lingkungan. Jadi karena kita sudah diberi kebijaksanaan, kita tidak dapat mengklaim bahwa hanya kita manusia, tetapi pada semua makhluk hidup yang ada di dunia ini semua diberi kebijaksanaan, sehingga ketika kita memiliki kesadaran bahwa kita manusia bukan diberi mandat untuk mendominasi, maka seharusnya kita bisa menjaga kelestarian alam, sekaligus itu adalah bagian dari tanggung jawab kita juga untuk menyadari bahwa ciptaan yang lain sama penting dan sama berharganya dengan manusia. Ya, saya tidak.
I see one hand has been raised. Stefanus Bungaran.
Yes. Rev Stefanus Bungaran. And Rev Alolinggi. Yeah, so okay, Kastep boleh mulai.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Arafin. I learned a lot. In your presentation, you proposed the term ecocentrism that based in deep ecology from Arnes. I think we need to propose term theocentrism too, to talk about our earth. In this time, we can thinking about covenant theology that God not only promised for human, but also to the earth. Or as you say in presentation, in theocentrism, we can talk about eschatological and earth. I mean, in term theocentrism, we can see ourselves in spiritual term as part of universe which connected in God. In this perspective, we can talk about ecosophy theologically. I need what your response about theocentrism to make alternative perspective for ecocentrism. Thank you, Mr. Arafin.
Shall I respond?
Yeah, we collect the two questions first and you answer.
Thank you for this. Thank you for the second opportunity to repeat my speech about nice presentation from our brother from India. Actually, I put the same attention with Reverend Johanna about the nature, but let me tell something about my latest concern about the earth and the nature. Do you think that we need also to broader or wider our perspective about nature to the universe as the whole? Did you think about scientific claim about the universe that there is any possibilities of living beings in the other place in the universe? I just remember the movie scientific fiction about the aliens or the living beings in the other place in the universe. At least, do you think that we should also put in our mind to think about the mystery of the universe? There is a mysterious dynamic, of course, according to our faith, created by God to preserve or to save the life in the universe. I hope that you can get my point. Thank you.
Will I respond?
Yeah, please.
Thank you. Let me be brief. I know that we are running short of time. The first one, theocentric, yes, I don't deny that theocentric is not there. Even in ecocentric, we can bring theocentric. Theocentric is also part of ecocentric, because if we separately say theocentric, then we are distancing God, not transcendent, but God is there with us, the nature. Nature reflects God. So it can be, maybe in the paper I will further develop it and also bring it about the theocentric values, which is also part of the ecocentric understanding. And then to the question that was posed by our brother here, yes, we have to enlarge our understanding, not confining only to nature or earth, but beyond that. I agree with that. We have to do that. In terms of scientific developments, yes, what I feel is science and faith or parallel tracks. Both are needed. What we see in the Bible, or what we see in the Tamil literature, especially what we see in the Bible, is their understanding of world, their connection with the nature. And these texts reflect the ancient understanding about God or nature, or even science. Their understanding of science was different from our understanding because we have developed a lot. So, in fact, I accept that scientific theories should also be included. So, different perspectives can be brought in. So, I'll take it as a comment and note it down for the further clarification.
Sudah ya, masuk dia.
So, Dr. Arvin, time is running out, so we have to say goodbye now. Thank you so much for your presentation, which has broadened our perspective on ecology. So we hope to see you again in the near future, if either physically or virtually. So all the best for your work. You're in India now, right?
Yes. I'm in India, Chennai.
Yeah.
Southern part of India.
Chennai. Yeah. You have cookies. The name of cookies is Chennai, yeah?
It's in the song.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, looking forward to meeting you either physically or virtually again. And I would like to thank Dr. Johanna for giving me this opportunity. Thanks a lot.
You're welcome.
And it was a great time to know about one another. And I also give greetings to another friend who is here from Germany, I guess, Sister Maraika Bangun. Greetings to her.
Yeah. Thank you, Arvin. See you.
Bye.
Bye. Dankeschön.
Lanjut Kom, saya bilang di situ.
Tadi sebenarnya yang saya mau bilang itu kenapa kita harus selalu pakai center gitu. Kenapa harus eco-center or bio-center?
Anthropocenter.
Ya, anthropocenter or theocenter. Kenapa tidak universe as a whole sebagai itu menganukan dari apa? The wholeness of the universe.
Mengabaikan the wholeness,
creation. Ya. Itu yang saya mau tantang sebenarnya. Go beyond everything. Bagaimana Stefanus? Susi kira-kira?
Okay. Thank you, Rev Elim, who is moderator and translator for us in a second session today. Good. God bless you, Kak. Our next session is paper presentation. The first paper presentation from Koni Isyaya with the topic Gender Disparity on Women Ordination in the Church of the Britain in Nigeria. Masih ada satu. And moderator or translator by Reverend Alpius Pasulu. Reverend Alpius Pasulu is president of Toraja Church Theological Institute. Reverend Alpius Pasulu, time is yours.
Oke, selamat siang. Sapaan pertama untuk yang tampil 4 orang di depan ya. Senang sekali saya melihat. Saya penasaran kenapa Ambe Alolinggi ada menjadi orang penting juga di seminar ini.
Kan BPS dan Fakultas Teologi tetanggaan.
Oh gitu ya, tetanggaan. Oke. Pemateri kita sudah ada di dalam. Jessica, Ibu Koni?
Kayaknya belum, Pak.
Belum masuk ya?
Belum masuk. Koni Isyaya. Belum ada.
Tunggu ya, kita tunggu ya.
Diskusi saja dulu. Lanjutkan tadi
diskusi bebas dulu, Kak.
Kayaknya penasaran ini Pak Alolinggi tadi diskusinya ini. Manakah Pak Amai?
Tentang Pak Amai.
Kan kalau Pak Amai itu poinnya kan antroposentris, manusia yang merusak, tapi pada akhirnya kembali ke manusia lagi, manusia yang harus memulihkan.
Ya.
Gitu.
Jadi tetap antroposentris.
Iya Pak Step.
Oh, lusuh.
Halo.
Kita mau buat planet lain, tempat lari kalau bumi
sambil
sudah penuh.
nunggu speakernya.
Tapi saya setuju dengan Ambe Alolinggi. Kita harus bicara secara wellness bahwa dalam itu yang saya maksud tadi dengan teosentrisme. Dalam panduan teosentrisme kita melihat diri kita terkoneksi dengan seluruh alam ini, dan koneksinya itu dimungkinkan karena kita di dalam Tuhan.
Terkoneksi dan terkoneksi itu masih 90% adalah misteri.
Betul. Dan karena itu cara kita berrelasi dengan alam harus secara spiritual.
Bukan karena ini ya, bukan karena program.
Not because of the project.
Not because of the project. After project is broken again. Really, and how we construct how we construct the spirituality in the church and in the campus.
Tapu bahasa Inggrisnya Pak Amai.
Memputak-putak wa bikin dulu na dako opa na di dampak na mana di pemberakan.
Oh Pak Amai tapu bahasa Inggris mereka.
Bahasa tang mentoy bang kami dan siya elim. Kuci-kuci. Masih belum ada ya. So, bagaimana kita harus break aja dulu. Boleh.
Jam pira, Elim? Jam berapa di tempatnya Koni ini?
Beda berapa sih? Beda 7. Hah? Kok 7? Bukan. Bukan. Jam
Pabrik paham sambil dihubungi. Kalau pakai siap, saya bisa maju lagi. Sebentar dulu. Kirim ke
Special greetings for Mr. Dwipo Pramudia. Mr. Dwipo, how are you doing today? Mr. Dwipo, show your handsome picture.
lo berarti nggak oleh.
Kalpius.
Ya,
Diskusi bebas katanya sambil menunggu.
ya, persiapkan saja ya, supaya nanti beberapa pertanyaan. Jadi ini isunya Koni tentang penabisan perempuan. Jadi di sana di gereja-gereja bersaudara di sana masih apa namanya masih belum bisa mengurapi pendeta, dan itu sebenarnya mereka sudah berusaha keras ya belum bisa mengurapi perempuan. Yang menarik bahwa gereja induknya di Amerika sumber misinya itu sudah 50 tahun yang lalu sudah mengurapi, dan yang anaknya ini masih terus berjuang. Nah, kalau misalnya di konteks kita Gereja Toraja kan tahun 84 ya Mbak ya, pengurapan pendeta pertama, Ibu Anggui.
Ya, 84 diputuskan sudah bisa.
Oh, diputuskan ya. Ini menarik karena di dalam perjuangannya gereja-gereja di sana tampaknya dia terputus ya dengan induknya, padahal sangat mengakui bahwa mereka lahir dari sebuah gereja dengan dari misionaris Amerika ya. Ini kalau kita dibandingkan dengan kemarin waktu Pak Herd datang, kan saya bisa mengerti kenapa Alolinggi mencoba mengejar ke sana juga dengan bagaimana sekarang di sana di Belanda, karena dulu kan yang ngajarin kita tidak melibatkan anak-anak, misalnya ya, isu perjamuan anak, GZB kan teologi yang mereka bawa. Nah sekarang mereka juga sudah memutuskan, tetapi masih sangat bervariasi tergantung jemaat lokal. Nah sama halnya dengan penabisan perempuan menjadi pendeta itu kan GZB juga nolak, tapi kemudian Gereja Toraja memilih jalan lain gitu ya, jalan lain, dan sejak awal memang di sidang sinode pertama itu tidak disetujui, tapi ya masih menang sampai kemudian Gereja Toraja merasa mandiri dan kemudian memutuskan sendiri bahwa perempuan bisa diurapi. Saya jadi kalau membaca tulisannya Koni ini, mereka masih melangkah lebih ini lagi ya, masih beberapa langkah untuk sampai di sana, walaupun karya-karya teologi perjuangan gender, kesetaraan gender di sana sudah sangat kuat ya. Itu dia kutip beberapa teolog yang sudah semaju itu berpikir tentang kesetaraan laki-laki dan perempuan. Jadi mungkin nanti ada usul gitu, karena ada usul kali ya, karena saya menangkapnya masih bahasanya apa, setengah mati perjuangannya untuk sampai di sana kalau dalam uraiannya Koni.
Berarti perjuangan teologi yang dilakukan oleh teman-teman KONI di sana tidak berbanding lurus dengan respons atau prakteknya di dalam gereja. Nah, kira-kira adakah misalnya, ini kan tentu menjadi persoalan kita juga meskipun dalam konteks yang berbeda. Kita secara eklesiologi sudah selesai tentang itu, tetapi nyatanya juga dalam tataran-tataran praktis, khususnya dalam leadership, di mana dalam tanda petik top leadership itu kita butuhkan, maka tidak jarang kita mengabaikan perempuan, termasuk perempuan itu sendiri. Women not food women. Kira-kira teman-teman ada nggak alternatif lain atau another choice to mungkin membantu kita dan membantu gereja KONI dalam melihat perspektif melihat persoalan ini, di mana mestinya kalau teologi tentang itu sudah kuat, maka teologi kan mempengaruhi pemikiran kita untuk berinteraksi, bertindak dan mengambil keputusan. Ya, jadi kira-kira bagaimana teman-teman memikirkan ini, karena salah satu indikator indeks pembangunan manusia adalah kesetaraan perempuan, perlakuan terhadap perempuan dan lain sebagainya. Nah, indeks pembangunan manusia itu mestinya juga menjadi concern gereja dalam membantu inklusi di tengah masyarakat. Kira-kira teman-teman ada masukan nggak atau ada respon nggak terhadap fenomena atau persoalan ini?
Ada statement teologi dari KONI, tapi itu juga dikutip dari para teolog-teolog perempuan di sana, bahwa gereja yang tidak membiarkan perempuan menjadi pemimpin itu ibarat burung yang hanya bersayap satu, jadi tidak bisa terbang properly. Tapi tidak didukung dengan, misalnya pertanyaannya gini, apakah dengan gereja yang bisa mengembangkan dua sayapnya, artinya selain laki-laki, perempuan boleh diurapi dan tentu akan menjadi pemimpin lokal, apakah lebih berkembang baik? Nah, itu yang tidak dipaparkan oleh Koni tentang keadaan gereja di sana. Yang pasti menurut saya salah satu argumentasi yang ketika dia bangun begitu, bahwa gereja akan bisa terbang dengan baik ketika sayapnya dikepakkan keduanya, mesti memperlihatkan itu, bahwa memang gereja yang mengizinkan perempuan itu ditabiskan dan menjadi pemimpin juga memang lebih baik dari gereja yang hanya dipimpin oleh kaum laki-laki. Itu yang tidak ada dalam paper Koni. Tapi argumentasi teologisnya menurut saya cukup kuat ya untuk mengatakan itu. Datanya yang belum. Kalau di yang tadi Kak Ona bilang apakah ada usulan, nah itu yang sering kita dengungkan, sampaikan terkait dengan bagaimana kemudian perempuan bisa berdaya, tidak hanya secara aturan boleh tanpa larangan, tapi juga mesti ada memang keberpihakan, jadi semacam preferensi dulu dalam menciptakan suasana yang seimbang, karena situasi sudah memang tidak seimbang, jadi mesti ada upaya yang bersengaja untuk memberi ruang lebih istimewa. Dan ini dalam istilah, sama halnya dengan apa yang kita lakukan dalam penggembalaan itu, orang berdosa itu, tapi ini sisi lainnya, tidak mengatakan bahwa perempuan itu orang berdosa. Orang berdosa yang kemudian dikenakan disiplin gereja itu esensinya adalah memberi perhatian yang lebih, memberi kasih yang lebih dalam rangka merangkulnya kembali supaya tidak berada dalam keterpurukan itu. Jadi perhatian lebih, prioritas yang lebih, pelayanan yang lebih, bukan malah didiskriminasi. Nah, itu yang terlihat di dalam model diakonia, dan itu juga yang kita lakukan dalam konsep diakonia ya, perhatian lebih kepada orang-orang yang miskin. Tapi kalau dilihat ini di meja istimewa ini, nah sudah perempuan 3 orang ini, 1 laki-laki.
Itu pun pendatang tidak diharap.
Kemarin Glory juga, coba. Jadi statementnya Koni dalam, ini sebenarnya statement laki-laki ya, mantan pimpinan gereja di sana. Perempuan stronger. Perempuan itu lebih kuat menurutnya, tapi kesempatannya belum pas. Nah, itu statementnya mantan ketua pimpinan gereja di sana.
Albius.
Ya.
Kalau saya mau menyarankan ini, karena saya mulai berpikir lain juga tentang jabatan gerejawi atau fungsi-fungsi dalam gereja. Saya pernah bilang itu, mungkin masalah kita justru karena pendeta sudah terlalu diseksikan dalam gereja Toraja, sehingga kita tidak melihat bahwa sebenarnya ada organ lain, ada sisi lain yang sangat penting, yang sangat vital dalam gereja, terabaikan karena kita larinya ke pendeta semua. Jadi kenapa tidak harus berani melihat bahwa ada peran dan fungsi lain yang sangat urgent, yang barangkali justru tidak jalan karena kita terlalu fokus ke pendeta. Saya seandainya masih bisa memilih sekarang, saya akan pilih itu.
Tidak jadi pendeta.
Artinya ada hal-hal vital dalam gereja yang mungkin malah tidak dimaksimalkan atau belum disentuh secara serius karena pendeta terlalu kayaknya kita membawanya ke dalam suatu piramida yang membuat dia di atas. Yang kalau kita tidak sampai ke atas berarti belum adil gitu.
Itu sejalan dengan teologinya Calvin kan, vocatio itu. Semua panggilan sama, tidak hanya pendeta yang istimewa, kaum klerus.
Lalu sebenarnya bagaimana kita merekonstruksi struktur yang tentu di satu sisi mau tidak mau struktur itu implikasinya piramida. Ya kan? Nah, kita terlalu mengagung-agungkan struktur dalam gereja. Sehingga orientasi kita atau energi kita habis untuk merebut struktur itu. Dan kalau ada yang tidak mampu merebut, berarti dia terpinggirkan. Terjadi pelukaan-pelukaan di sana-sini. Nah, buat saya ini juga terkait dengan leadership, women leadership di gereja. Perempuan juga tidak akan pernah begitu serius mengejar itu kalau perempuan tidak terpinggirkan dalam hal ini. Karena kita melihat kepemimpinan gereja itu secara piramida. Persoalannya kan kita energi kita habis untuk meraih puncak itu dengan segala cara. Nah, bagaimana kita merekonstruksi pemikiran gereja yang sudah terlalu jatuh ke dalam piramida struktur ini? Mesti dipikirkan sebuah teologi kepemimpinan yang tidak berorientasi pada puncak piramida itu. Karena pasti ketika kita tetap melihat struktur gereja itu sebagai piramida, automatically ada perebutan untuk naik ke situ dan itu membuat orang lain jatuh dan segala macam. Ini yang mesti kalau ini selesai maka kita tidak akan juga ribut terhadap peminggiran-peminggiran lainnya, disabilitas, perempuan, dan lain sebagainya, LGBT, even.
Kalau struktur gereja Toraja sebenarnya gitu ya. Jadi power itu ada di jemaat. Karena yang di lingkup klasis, sinode maupun ini Todisuari gitu. Jadi kalau kita lihat power yang sesungguhnya itu ada di majelis gereja, di jemaat. Ada di majelis gereja, pendeta penatua diaken yang di konteks jemaat-jemaat itu menurut saya perimbangannya cukup baik ya antara laki-laki dan perempuan. Dan saya nggak tahu data terakhir terkait kalau pendeta, tapi kalau tata gereja Toraja misalnya sudah membuka ruang sangat baik di mana untuk kepemimpinan pendeta, tapi ini yang tadi disoal Pak Loling, apakah selalu harus pendeta sehingga ketika diistimewakan dengan akan menjadi otomatis menjadi pimpinan di ketua majelis gereja, kita kemudian melegitimasi lagi soal keistimewaan kaum pendeta itu karena dia dikasih dianugerahkan menjadi pimpinan. Dan ini sebenarnya sudah, kalau terkait dengan situasi memberi ruang dengan formulasi pendeta gereja Toraja sekarang yang hampir berimbang ya antara laki-laki dan perempuan, itu cukup sehat. Tapi jangan-jangan ini tadi kalau menjadikan posisi kaum klerus sebagai yang istimewa, ya itu tadi masih kembali kita terjebak kepada nantinya kita menciptakan struktur atau piramida sosial di dalam gereja, bahwa pendeta itu adalah posisi yang terutama di dalam kehidupan bergereja. Secara teologi tidak menurut kita, ya, kita hanya mengartikannya bahwa pendeta berbeda karena tertahbis, tapi dalam posisinya sama saja dengan peran-peran yang lain di dalam gereja, setara. What is your opinion, Mr. Franz Pangrante?
Yeah, thank you. Actually, I want to respond, but I'm Mantarana today, so sambil mendengarkan kuliah. Jadi mungkin ada suara bising dari anak kecil.
Kemarin ayam di Taranak.
Mamanya pergi urus gereja. Sebenarnya saya tertarik di soal yang pertama tadi yang disampaikan oleh Pak Stefanus lalu direspon oleh Pak Lelinggi tentang teosentrisme dan sentris-sentris yang lain. Nah, kalau kita bicara soal etika, kan itu tadi kaitannya dengan etika lingkungan ya. Nah, enak. Maksudnya mungkin Pak Step itu usulannya tentang teosentrisme dan spiritual relation itu mungkin bisa dia perjelas lagi, karena kalau jadinya teosentrisme itu akan menegasikan yang katakanlah misalnya yang ateis untuk berpartisipasi di dalam dan sebagainya. Nah, ini kan bicara etika lingkungan. Walaupun Pak Iwas kemarin menggugat soal global, kata global ya, global ethics. Apakah kita masih perlu atau tidak? Tapi kalau bicara etika lingkungan kan bagaimana kita bersama-sama begitu. Semuanya memikirkan itu, bukan hanya golongan tertentu. Nah, kalau teosentrisme itu bagaimana kita mengafirmasi yang bagaimana kita mengafirmasi yang misalnya ateis dan sebagainya dalam gerakan itu. Nah, itu yang mungkin saya mau respon tadi. Yang kedua tadi soal kepemimpinan ya. Sebenarnya saya masih agak bingung apakah memang the main goal of gender struggle is the quantity of the position in leadership in church. Mungkin itu bagaimana kita kayaknya ini tipis sekali perbedaannya antara membicarakan bagaimana perempuan itu bisa bisa keluar dari dengan soal bagaimana kuantitas di dalam posisi-posisi dalam jabatan gereja. Itu yang masih katakanlah masih mengobok-obok pikiranku. Terima kasih. Thank you very much. Where is Mr. Dwipo? I miss Mr. Dwipo voice.
Ya, Mr. Dipo.
Sesi bertanya Mika ini.
Diskusi bebas, Glory.
Diskusi bebas, Glo.
Oh, belum ada anunya ya. Ke materi.
Ya, belum.
Kayaknya kita harus break dulu karena di jadwal sudah jadwalnya break.
13.30 nanti.
Iya.
Kalau boleh usul yang mau break silakan break, yang mau diskusi bebas silakan diskusi bebas.
Silakan. Room tidak tertutup.
Oke.
Kita break sampai jam 13.30.
If we speak about the quantity, actually I'm as a man a little bit jealous because 4 of you, 3 of you is women. Only one is men.
And the stranger one.
If we only speak about the quantity.
So I think we stop to think about a woman and a man physically, yeah.
What about the quality, Mr. Franz?
Yeah. You're right, Glo.
I think that kuantitas itu sejalan lah dengan kualitas. Dengan kualitasnya.
Malah Pak Kuman dulu lah. Taruh itu diskusi. Berikutnya kita diskusi lagi tentang Toburake. Kebetulan saya yang bawakan. Ini betul masukan. Ini langkah dari studi lebih jauh di research Toburake. Ini hanya opini, nanti saya memberikan beberapa catatan-catatan saja, belum berujung, tapi menuju pada bagaimana kita merekonstruksi realitas fenomena keragaman gender di Toraja dari Toburake menuju apakah bisa kita sebut nanti teologi queer, membaca Toburake dari perspektif teologi queer menuju teori queer menuju teologi queer. Kemarin sudah mulai dipantik diskusi dengan kealeman kuadrat ya. Ya, tentang itu. Jadi stay in the room, wait for me. I will go to get a lunch. Okay, to take a lunch. You will still here? Kita pergi makan lah. Ya, biarkanlah mereka berdiskusi. Ini ada Pak Alolingge tetap ada di sini.
Mana? Saya cari
kita. We will continue our conference, but we still wait for. Sudah.
Sampaikan dulu ke mereka siap-siap. Siapa yang jadi moderator? Boleh Bang? Kita nunggu.
Gimana, Jessica, sudah waktu saya atau masih mau di?
Sudah Pak. Langsung mulai.
Langsung aja ya. Hello everyone. Greeting from Uki Toraja.
Asik.
We welcome you. And I see that our presenter today, Connie, Miss Connie, already in the room. Hello, Miss Connie. Are you here? Do you hear my voice? Mrs. Connie? Coba di ini masih mute ya? Di unmute Connie-nya. Jessica, Ibu Ona tolong di ini kan di unmute khusus Ibu Connie.
Sudah jadi she has already be co-host.
Oh.
So she can open by herself. Gak bisa kebukakan di situ. Oke.
Mrs. Connie, do you hear my voice? Okay, please unmute your video. Hello.
Hello. Yes, I'm so sorry about that. I'm a little bit late. In Nigeria, it's good
Okay.
morning now. It's 6 a.m.
Oh, 6 a.m. Okay.
Yes, so I just woke up from sleep. So I'm so sorry about that.
Never
Good morning,
mind. It's
everyone.
okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Okay. Brothers and sisters, we now see our speaker. Her name is Connie Patrick Bugu. She already married. I hope you are all doing well today. And now we are going to start the session for Connie Patrick Bugu. She will presenting her paper entitled Gender Disparity on Women Ordination in the Church of the Brethren in Nigeria. Connie, this is your church?
Yes.
Okay, bye.
Our time just 50 minutes.
50 minutes, okay.
With discussion session.
Okay, so of course, we're happy to see you, Connie, and thank you for your willingness to be one of the speaker of International Conference of Christian University in Toraja, Indonesia, Toraja, Faculty of Theology 2022. And before we start the presentation of Connie, I would like to introduce her according to the CV that has sent to me by Miss Ellen. Then, of course, Connie, you may add some of the information of yourself then.
Okay.
Connie, I will introduce you, a brief introduction about yourself.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so Connie married to Isaiah Samuel, 2009. Yes.
Yes.
And now she blessed with 3 daughters. And yes. Connie complete primary and secondary education in Jos Plateau State, Nigeria. And she obtained first degree from Theological College of Northern Nigeria, Bukuru, Jos, Nigeria, 2006. And second degree from Ecumenical Institute Bosey, affiliated to the University of Geneva, Switzerland, 2011, and currently a master's student peace and security studies. So her working experiences, she started first career as a Bible school teacher for the period of 2 years, and then transferred to the Theological Seminary as a lecturer for the period of 4 years. And she also coordinator theological education by extension for 7 years, and project coordinator community preparation for the intergeneration of Boko Haram insurgency. And now, recently, she working as a peace program officer at the IYN Church of the Brethren Headquarters, Adamawa State. So that's all your CV that I read. Connie, do you want to add some information about yourself?
No. I think that's enough for now.
That's enough. Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so we can start. Connie?
Yeah.
Please.
I can hear you.
Time is yours. Please presenting your paper.
Okay. Thank you so much, and I really want to appreciate you for allowing me to be part of this beautiful program and to be part of one of the presenters of paper in this conference. Pardon me, I may not be able to share my screen with you all, but I will read, and then the paper can be given to people that are willing to have a copy. So my presentation is on gender disparity on women ordination in the Church of the Brethren in Nigeria. First of all, I would like to say a little bit about the church, because I know the Church of the Brethren is not a church that is so familiar in the whole world, but is one of the churches we call in Nigeria the mainline churches, which is the missionary-founded churches. So the Church of the Brethren in Nigeria is one of the peace historic churches in the world, and the church in Nigeria was founded by the American missionaries in 1923. So historically, in every sphere of life, whether political, social, economic, or religious circles, women are often at a disadvantage compared to their male counterparts. So this inequality is so evident and made clear, especially when viewed from gender disparity among those holding leadership positions. So as I've said earlier, my major interest is going to be on my paper is going to be more on the ordination of women in the Church of the Brethren. So this issue of inequality, as I've said, is so evident and made clear, especially when viewed from gender disparity among those holding leadership positions. Now, in the Church of the Brethren reviewed EYN, Church of the Brethren in Nigeria, women are not ordained because the church constitution and policies does not allow ordination of women. And as a matter of fact, the issue of women ordination has never been an issue for discussion in the Church General Assembly for the period of 99 years of the church existence. So this church in Nigeria will be 100 years by next year, but the issue of women ordination has never been a thing of discussion. It has never been a topic of decision or a discussion at the General Assembly. Now, on the contrary, Church of the Brethren in the US has celebrated 50 years of women ordination in America. I think in 2007 or so, it celebrated its 50 years of women ordination in the Church of the Brethren in America and other parts of the world as well. Now, the Modern Church in US for decades has been agitating for women ordination in Nigeria, but to no avail. Now, for the sake of this paper, I've tried to interview some few pastors and some few female theologians in order to listen to their own views on this issue. So 5 female theologians and 5 ordained ministers' view were sampled to support the argument postulated in this paper. The imperative object that needs to be explored is the root of the gender disparity and prejudices, which has come to be part of the people's culture. Now, one of it is the culture and the patriarchal system. However, there are some exceptions in the pre-colonial era. Now, let's look at the context of Nigeria, because this is an international conference, and it will be good for people to know a little bit about the country and how the geographical location of religion is being made in the country. So Nigeria is a country with diverse religious beliefs. I think in the last census, we heard that Nigerian population is about 200 million. So, and 2 of the major religions in this country are Islam and Christianity. So Nigeria is a country with diverse religious beliefs, varying ethnic groups with varying languages and customs, creating a country of rich ethnic diversity. So religions in Nigeria tend to vary geographically. Christianity is concentrated in the southern region of the country, while Islam dominates the northern region. And then we have ATR, which is African traditional religion, is dominated in the eastern part. Now, before the advent of Christianity on the African continent, men generally in traditional traditionally in some community settings sees women as contaminated and fit to be kept at the background. Now, women are forbidden to participate in some occult worship and therefore excluded from altars and other religious practices. Sorry, before I continue, will you like to translate, or I should just finish everything before you do the translation?
Okay.
Hello, can
There's
you hear me?
one option. Ibu Elim, bagaimana saya sampaikan dulu translasinya? Ibu Elim?
It's up to you.
Up to you.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's available for you.
Okay, Connie, I will translate some material of you that you have presented. Jadi Bapak Ibu, saya mengulang lagi judul yang disampaikan Connie, bahwa isu yang dia sampaikan adalah tentang disparitas gender pada pentahbisan perempuan di gereja bersaudara di Nigeria. Nah, jadi di Nigeria itu ada sejumlah gereja yang merupakan produk dari misionaris Amerika tahun 1923. Kemudian gereja-gereja di sana memiliki sejarah perdamaian di dunia ya. Kemungkinan besar bahwa Connie tidak menyebutkan di sini bahwa peristiwa bersejarah tentang perdamaian yang terkait dengan sejarah itu, tapi kemungkinan besar bahwa gereja-gereja ini kemudian menjadi membangun satu kesepahaman bersama untuk berdamai. Nah, secara historis di setiap bidang kehidupannya, baik politik, ekonomi maupun di dalam lingkaran agama, ini mereka sangat mengalami kaum perempuan sering dirugikan dibandingkan dengan kaum laki-laki. Itu ketimpangan yang sangat nyata dan sangat jelas, terutama ketika kita melihat kesenjangan gender di antara mereka yang menduduki posisi kepemimpinan di gereja bahkan di tentunya di masyarakat, itu karena itu sesuatu yang terwaris ya dari konteks masyarakat. Dan dalam pengamatan gereja-gereja, tadi Connie menyebutnya EYN, itu bahasa Nigeria, Ecclesia Yan Uwa and Nigeria, EYN. Dalam bahasa Inggris itu churches, EYN Church of the Brethren in Nigeria, atau ini maksudnya ini gereja-gereja yang berasal dari ibu yang sama, dan ibunya itu dari gereja Amerika. Di dalam gereja-gereja ini wanita tidak ditabiskan karena memang adalah menjadi konstitusi dan kebijakan gereja, dan perempuan sama sekali tidak diizinkan untuk ditabis. Nah, padahal isu penahbisan perempuan sesungguhnya tidak pernah menjadi isu pembahasan dalam sidang umum gereja. Itu bahkan selama 99 tahun Connie memaparkan bahwa tidak pernah menjadi isu perdebatan. Bukan isu sidang ya, tapi itu menjadi peraturan. Kemungkinan besar bahwa itu terwaris dari aturan gereja induknya dari Amerika. Ini jelas ya dalam pemaparan Connie bahwa 50 tahun yang lalu gereja induknya itu di Amerika Serikat sudah menabiskan wanita. Jadi memang sebelumnya tidak menabiskan, tapi mereka sudah mengubah aturan gereja atau doktrinnya tentang siapa yang bisa ditabis. Dan di gereja induk sudah 50 tahun merayakannya. Nah, yang menarik bahwa di Nigeria, di gereja-gereja bersaudara itu, sebenarnya sudah beberapa dekade telah melakukan agitasi atau propaganda untuk dimungkinkannya perempuan ditabiskan, tetapi upaya propaganda tidak pernah berhasil. Nah, di sini kemudian menjadi isu yang penting sekali bagi Connie, dan dia tulis dalam penelitiannya bahwa dan dia menggunakan 5 teolog perempuan dan 5 pandangan pendeta yang sudah ditahbis sebagai sampel untuk mendukung dalil argumentasi dalam tulisan ini. Dan dia mengatakan bahwa akar dari disparitas ya dalam prasangka gender yang terjadi di negaranya itu merupakan bagian daripada budaya masyarakat Nigeria di sana, dan salah satunya adalah budaya dan sistem patriarki. Dan tentunya ada pengecualian yang disebut KONI, di antaranya di era prakolonial, bahkan nanti tulisannya juga akan mengatakan bahwa kolonial juga turut berpartisipasi, masa kolonialisme juga turut berpartisipasi melanggengkan sistem ketidakadilan ini. Nah, KONI menjelaskan sampai di bagian konteks Nigeria bahwa Nigeria itu sangat beragam keyakinan, baik agama, kelompok etnis, juga bahasa dan adat istiadat, dan fakta itu menjadikan di Nigeria itu sangat ragam ya. Dan agama di Nigeria juga sangat bervariasi secara geografis. Di bagian wilayah negara tetangganya tentu Islam, konteks Afrika yang disebutkan, Islam menjadi terkonsentrasi di wilayah utara, dan kemudian agama suku African Traditional Religious itu di bagian timur. Nah, faktanya bahwa sebelum kekristenan masuk di benua Afrika, laki-laki memang pada umumnya mendominasi tatanan masyarakat, menjadi pemimpin, dan perempuan itu terkonsentrasi bekerja di rumah. Okay, Connie, I stop the translation here. Please continue.
Okay, thank you so much. Now, the heart of this disparity is impurity, which is associated with women monthly period. And this is a natural phenomenon that turns out to be a curse. So this biasness creeps into the church with the coming of Christianity to Africa. However, there's no single unified cultural practices in Africa, just like the way it is in Asia, Europe, or Pacific. Now, this cultural mindset shapes the theoretical framework and the worldview about the attitudes and the actions of the African people. However, we cannot dispute the fact that women in some communities in the northern regions have been leaders of the local communities. Now, for example, we have Queen Amina of Zanzau, who became a great warrior during her time. And according to Angeli, Queen Amina battled with the patriarchal African society and conquered countries within Northern Africa. And she was the first woman to become king in the female-dominated society. So this is a woman that has become a great warrior and a great leader in Africa, especially in Nigeria. Another factor that has been the root causes of the discrimination of women in Nigeria is colonialism, which marked the beginning of the end of most structures of the traditional societies, traditional societies. Now, a system was structured during the pre-colonial era where women lost a great deal of authority and the opportunity to participate in decision-making due to their exclusion from all levels of administration. Now, the point I'm trying to make here is that some authors or some scholars were of the opinion that another factor that has contributed to the issue of women exclusion or disparity among gender in Nigerian context is during the colonial era, in which most of the missionaries at that time, or the colonial masters at that time, introduced a kind of system that shows a clear disparity between men and women. So that was also considered as another factor that has contributed to the exclusion of women in most of the activities in religious settings. Now, the concept of the role of women in society differs greatly from the Nigerian traditional context. The colonial master's idea was that women belonged in the home, engaged in child rearing, and some other exclusive female domestic chores. Briefly on the status of women in Africa in the post-colonial era, one dot has it that women in Africa have remained behind in many aspects, in any respect, compared to the male, compared to men, that the social change taking place in Africa has often benefited the men at the expenses of the women. Now, the consequences of this, he said, is the emergence of the appetite of gender, in which the status of women has become inferior to that of men. And some of the social problems identified with the sex marginalization are some of the social problems identified with the sex marginalization are culture, poverty, illiteracy, and religious doctrines. In religious circles, the story is one that the status of women in the ministry reflects the wider society. They need not to be equal with men.
Okay, Connie.
Now, let's look at the theological grounding of this paper. Or will you like to translate before I go ahead?
Yeah. Okay, Connie, I will translate.
I think you should translate, then I go ahead with the theoretical grounding.
Okay. Jadi,
can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you, Connie. My voice clear. I will translate.
Can you translate before I go ahead?
Yeah, I will translate.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead.
Nah, jadi Connie memaparkan tentang sebelum masuknya agama Kristen di benua Afrika, memang laki-laki, tadi ya saya sudah singgung sedikit, laki-laki pada umumnya secara tradisional berada di tatanan masyarakat yang melihat perempuan sebagai sesuatu yang tercemar dan layak untuk dijauhkan. Wanita dilarang untuk berpartisipasi dalam beberapa pemujaan okultisme, ya tentunya itu dalam konteks agama suku Afrika, dan karenanya dikecualikan dari altar atau praktik keagamaan lainnya. Nah, inti dari perbedaan ini adalah kenajisan yang diasosiasikan dengan periode bulanan wanita, jadi periode menstruasi ya, perempuan dianggap najis, dan ini sebuah fenomena alam yang nyata yang dipandang menjadi kutukan khusus bagi perempuan, dan rupanya bias ini merayap, ya diserap masuk ke dalam gereja dengan kedatangan agama Kristen di Afrika. Namun tidak ada satupun praktik budaya terpadu di Afrika seperti di Asia, Eropa atau Pasifik yang menurut Connie tidak sama sebenarnya. Ini secara pribadi saya pertanyakan ini karena di beberapa konteks juga ini menjadi pelarangan bagi kaum perempuan, misalnya di kaum Hinduisme itu ada ya. Dan itu bisa dipertanyakan kepada Connie nanti. Nah, pola pikir budaya yang membentuk kerangka teoritis atau worldview seperti ini itu mempengaruhi sikap dan tindakan orang Afrika khususnya di Nigeria. Namun dalam pemaparan Connie dia tidak dapat membantah fakta bahwa di beberapa komunitas di wilayah utara kaum perempuan telah menjadi pemimpin komunitas lokal. Misalnya Ratu Amina dari Sasau, dia menjadi pejuang hebat pada masanya, dan ini Connie mengutip Angeli di tulisannya di tahun 2021 bahwa Ratu Amina ini berperang dengan masyarakat Afrika patriarkal ya, dan menaklukkan negara-negara di Afrika Utara. Dia adalah wanita pertama yang menjadi raja dalam masyarakat yang dinominasi pria. Itu kepemimpinannya antara tahun 1570 menyebab diskriminasi perempuan di Nigeria adalah kolonialisme yang menandai awal dari berakhirnya sebagian besar struktur masyarakat tradisional di beberapa komunitas di Afrika. Lagi Connie mengutip Angeli bahwa sebenarnya sebuah sistem yang dibangun selama era prakolonial di mana perempuan kehilangan banyak otoritas dan kesempatan peran ya, dikucilkan dari berbagai peran, dan itu juga diberlakukan di era kolonial. Dan pembatasan yang dilakukan pemerintah kolonial terhadap perempuan juga mendukung penempatan perempuan dalam masyarakat pribumi sebagai kelas nomor 2. Nah, di Nigeria, kolonialisme mengganggu sistem produksi tradisional dalam masyarakat pribumi, dan ini memaksakan ketidaksetaraan sosial dan memperkenalkan bentuk-bentuk stratifikasi sosial yang menindas di seluruh negara bagian di Afrika. Nah, para petugas kolonial dan misionaris Kristen memang juga memperkenalkan asumsi praktik patriarki Eropa ke dalam masyarakat Nigeria, dan konsep mereka tentang perempuan dalam masyarakat sangat berbeda dengan konsep tradisional Nigeria. Dan gagasan pemerintah kolonial adalah bahwa perempuan itu fokus di rumah dan mengasuh anak, gitu. Nah, singkatnya, Koni mengutip pemikiran Wandot ya, dalam bukunya diterbitkan tahun 2009, yang mengatakan bahwa status perempuan di Afrika pada era pasca kolonial tertinggal dalam banyak hal dibandingkan dengan laki-laki, sehingga perubahan sosial yang terjadi di Afrika seringkali selalu menguntungkan kaum laki-laki pada masa itu. Konsekuensinya munculnya apartheid, gender apartheid. Jadi kalau kita misalnya di Afrika Utara itu kita mengenal politik apartheid, maka sebenarnya kaum perempuan itu kemudian mengalami double apartheid ya, selain sebagai kulit hitam, tapi juga sebagai perempuan juga mereka mengalami diskriminasi apartheid ini, dan menjadikan status perempuan Afrika menjadi lebih rendah dari laki-laki. Dan beberapa masalah sosial yang diidentifikasi dengan marginalisasi tersebut adalah masalah budaya, kemudian kemiskinan dan buta huruf, dan doktrin agama melanggengkannya. Nah, status perempuan dalam agama, misalnya dalam pelayanan gereja, itu mencerminkan masyarakat yang lebih luas. Jadi perempuan tidak perlu setara dengan laki-laki, itu yang terjadi. Jadi Koni mengatakan bahwa sebenarnya gambaran status perempuan itu tanpa mengamati sosial, kita sudah bisa melihatnya di dalam gereja, bagaimana gereja kaum perempuan di gereja dinomor 2 kan. Oke, Connie, please continue.
Okay,
next
thank you.
Point.
Yeah. Now, let's look at the theoretical grounding of this paper. So this paper is grounded in the principles which are derived from the African women theology. Now, according to Mupangwa and Chirongoma, the African women's theology advocates for equality and justice between men and women. Now, African women theologians interrogate why worldwide women have been treated as outsiders in the church. They went further to argue that God's original intention at creation was for men and women to reign as equals in their dominion over creation. Now, African women theologians argue that if men are walking alone in leading the church, this will be a reminiscence of one-winged bird that cannot fly. Now, Oduyeye Mercy, in the same line, postulates that African women theology is a theology of relations. Sorry. Yeah. Mercy Oduyeye, in the same line, postulate that African women theology is a theology of relations, replacing hierarchies with mutuality. Hence, African women theologians unequivocally advocate for women to be included in the church leadership so that it becomes a two-winged bird that can fly properly. Now, the principle advocates equity and fair treatment for all in such a way that they complement each other. Now, by implication, both men and women should work together to complement each other. Such complementarity and collaboration will remain in pipe dream if women continue facing a lot of challenges because they will not be in a position to work and complement men effectively. According to Kanyero, 2004, the dominant theme in the Bible is justice, and it has to be extracted and be used to eradicate the marginalization and victimization of women in the church. She went on to add that a critical reading of the Bible assists the church to challenge structures that perpetuate the subjugation of women. So this theology liberates both men and women from all forms of oppression. Now let's look at, okay, you translate that, then I go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Jadi pada bagian ini yang baru-baru saja disampaikan oleh Connie, dia memberi judul landasan teorinya ya atas isu yang digumulinya dalam paper, dan dia mengutip beberapa teolog perempuan Afrika. Salah satu antara lain itu Mupugawa dan Chirongoma. Teolog perempuan Afrika ini, keduanya ini cukup getol mengadvokasi kesetaraan dan keadilan antara laki-laki dan perempuan. Jadi para teolog Afrika ini meneliti mengapa wanita di seluruh dunia diperlakukan sebagai orang luar di gereja. Nah, kenapa di gereja juga terjadi seperti ini? Dan mereka melangkah lebih jauh dengan menyatakan bahwa sesungguhnya niat awal Tuhan menciptakan manusia, baik laki-laki dan perempuan, adalah agar pria dan wanita memerintah secara setara dalam kekuasaan mereka atas ciptaan. Jadi mandataris untuk memelihara mengelola semesta ini, alam itu diberikan tidak hanya kepada laki-laki tapi juga bersama-sama dengan perempuan. Teolog-teolog Afrika itu berpendapat bahwa jika pria bekerja sendiri dalam memimpin gereja, ini mengingatkan kita pada burung yang bersayap satu dan tidak dapat terbang dengan baik. Dan itu Connie mengutip Odieye dalam gagasan yang sama, mendalilkan bahwa teologi perempuan Afrika adalah teologi relasi yang menggantikan hierarki dengan mutualitas. Oleh karena itu, para teolog perempuan Afrika dengan tegas menganjurkan agar wanita diikut sertakan dalam kepemimpinan gereja, sehingga menjadi burung yang bersayap dua dan dapat terbang dengan baik. Jadi gereja bisa menjadi bersayap dua kalau perempuan juga dilibatkan dalam kepemimpinan gereja. Dan prinsip ini menganjurkan kesetaraan dan perlakuan untuk semua, sehingga baik laki-laki dan perempuan ini saling melengkapi. Nah, implikasinya perempuan dan laki-laki harus bekerja sama untuk saling melengkapi, dan dia menyebutnya sebagai komplementaritas atau kolaborasi. Dan itu tidak hanya menjadi impian, tetapi itu harus dinyatakan. Tapi faktanya sekarang bahwa masih seperti itu, banyak tantangan, dan perempuan masih belum bisa berada di posisi untuk bekerja dan melengkapi kaum laki-laki. Nah, Connie juga mengutip Kanyoro yang menggagas bahwa tema dominan dalam Alkitab adalah keadilan, dan itu harus digali dan digunakan untuk memberantas marginalisasi dan viktimisasi, yaitu peminggiran dan pengorbanan perempuan dalam gereja. Dan Connie juga tadi masih mengutip Kanyoro, melanjutkan dengan menambahkan bahwa pembacaan kritis terhadap Alkitab itu akan membantu gereja untuk menantang struktur yang melanggengkan penaklukan perempuan. Dan bentuk teologi itu akan membebaskan pria dan wanita dari segala bentuk penindasan. Okay, Connie, please continue to presenting your paper.
Okay, I will soon be over. So we are on gender disparity on women ordination. Now, EYN Church of the Brethren is one of the Protestant churches in Nigeria that does not ordain women, as I've said earlier on. Now, historically, in the Nigerian context, women in some of the mainline Protestant churches unlike the missionary, that is the missionary-funded churches, with the exception of the Lutherans, Methodists, and the Protestants, have ordained women ministers for decades. So that is to say, in Nigeria, we still have some churches that are ordaining women, and they've been doing that for decades. And the list of the names of the churches I've mentioned, such as Lutherans, Methodists, and the Pentecostals, have been doing that. And then we still have some churches who don't do it, so those churches are also part of the missionary-funded churches. So in Nigeria, women are faced with frustration, depression, and vulnerability. This assertion was also confirmed by Yakum in his thesis on identifying gender world view roadblocks to the ordination of women, a case study of the Church of Christ in Nigeria. So Church of Christ is also one of the churches that don't ordain women in Nigeria. However, women in the Church of the Brethren have contributed a lot in the mission work within Nigeria and beyond. Now, women have been enrolled in theological education and have excelled to positions of leadership as directors of programs, as head of local theological congregations, where male pastors who
Connie, what's going on?
Mr. Alpius, our time just 4 minutes again.
4 minutes.
But not as much under review are allowed to preach and to teach. Consequently, their position is always restricted to supportive roles. They can only support, and even if they are directors of programs, they also have head of directors as the superior leader. Now, their ability to pastoral ministry or to head a local congregation is not accepted. Yakum also confirmed that, that a line is drawn that divides men and women from sharing equal opportunity in ministry. So the line that women within the local church are severely prevented from crossing in their ministerial endeavors is the ordination paradigm. The church denominations like the Church of the Brethren that prohibit women ordination seem to deny the role and the power of the Holy Spirit in helping all believers in executing the ministry of Jesus Christ. This point is also articulated by Mupongwa and Chiroma, who also quote Lewis that observation on women's competence is one of the reasons why they should be ordained. Women have capability, just like their male counterparts, to handle God's calling. And this is very true of the current state of women in the church in discussion, which is the Church of the Brethren. I've consulted 5 female theologians and 5 ordained ministers, as I've said earlier on, and their position seems to be that if women are given opportunity to head churches, they can do good and they can do even better. So they claim to have the same calling, according to these interviewers, the zeal and the passion for ministry as well. So this was also confirmed through the interview conducted for the sake of this paper with the former president of the church, Reverend Dr. Thomas Ringia. He said that, yes, I quote him now, women are stronger and powerful in every aspect of the church, but the time has not yet come for them to be ordained. We acknowledge that they are called to ministry by the same God who calls men. Now, this view was supported by some few other ordained ministers as well. Still, a part of the interview, some other male ministers also admit that the time has not yet come for women to be ordained. But they also admit that women can do even better. Now, the findings contents of the interview in summary shows that the church is still holding strongly the issue of culture and socialization, backing it up with Paul's statement in 1 Timothy chapter 2, verse 2. I quote, "And I do not permit a woman to teach or have authority over a man." Having said that, the Church of the Brethren in Nigeria in its totality does not have a specific argument to postulate against women ordination. And this argument has based on the fact that the only position in the church of which a woman has never been a leader is to head the local congregation and the theological institution of higher learning. Now, just to make a point on that, or make an emphasis on that, the Church of the Brethren in Nigeria has about 4 different Bible schools, but there's one theological institution which offers degree and is about to start offering a master's program. A woman is not allowed to be a leader in that congregation, in that, pardon?
You hear my voice?
Yes, I can hear you.
Our time is up. Maybe you can conclude your presentation now.
Jessica, can we use 5 minutes more for the to finish Connie's presentation? 5 minutes more.
Okay, Pak.
Please, Connie, we use 5 minutes more.
Okay. So maybe I can just go to the conclusion side, and then you will just give the summary. Is that okay?
Yeah. Okay. That's okay.
Yeah. So the female gender must neither feel judged, looked down upon, or discriminated against. If any church member are to face any criticism, it has to be a constructive criticism for the church to continually to be safe haven for its members. Just like the Mutumba and Churoma also said, that to advocate that women members continually receive negative feedback, the environment becomes unpleasant and they cannot boldly identify themselves as such, hence a loss of sense of belonging. So finally, the cultural phenomenon, the patriarchal system, and the church doctrines and policies, and power struggle for domination has been the cardinal reasons that women's ordination opportunity is being stalled. So finally, I would like to say that there's no specific or concrete arguments postulated in the church for women not to be ordained. Rather, it's all about patriarchal system, cultural phenomenon, and some doctrinal issues within the church that has prevented women to be part of the ministry of the ordained ministry of the church. So this is all I have to say on this paper, and thank you so much for your opportunity and for the privilege to share my view with you concerning my church. Thank you very much, and God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Connie. I will translate briefly your last part of your presentation. Actually, those are the point of your the important point of your presentation that you have write in the paper. This is the real situation in your church. So I will translate this part. Jadi Bapak Ibu, persoalan di gereja bersaudara di Afrika itu tadi yang sejak awal kita katakan tidak bisa menabiskan kaum perempuan, dan itu malah Connie mengatakan bahwa itu semacam world view, ya, sudah menjadi pandangan hidup, tidak bisa. Walaupun Connie mengatakan bahwa sebenarnya tidak ada dasar yang kuat dalam baik doktrinnya maupun kutipan teologis. Connie mengutip tadi ayat 1 Timotius 2, kalau Paulus mengatakan bahwa perempuan tidak diizinkannya di dalam 1 Timotius 2 itu ayat 2, tidak mengizinkan perempuan untuk mengajar dan berkuasa atau berkuasa sebagai atas seorang pria. Tapi tidak kuat tafsir dan argumentasinya, dan karena itu bagi Connie tidak ada alasan kuat dan argumentasi yang kuat untuk melarang kaum perempuan di dalam diurapi menjadi atau ditabiskan menjadi seorang perempuan. Nah, pada posisi teologi yang ditawarkan Koni, seharusnya perempuan itu diberi peran yang sama, dan itu dia berdasar pada pemahaman bahwa ketika kita melarang perempuan ditabis, itu seolah kita mengingkari peran dan kuasa Roh Kudus dalam membantu semua orang percaya untuk melaksanakan pelayanan Yesus Kristus. Dan itu ditegaskan Koni dengan mengutip Mupugawa dan Ciro Ngoma, bahwa bahkan di diri perempuan pun memiliki kompetensi yang menjadi anugerah Tuhan dan kompetensi yang sama dengan laki-laki. Bahkan tadi dikutip ya, seperti Pendeta Dr. Toma Riganggia yang mengatakan bahwa perempuan itu lebih kuat dan berkuasa dalam setiap aspek pelayanan gereja, walau faktanya waktunya belum tiba untuk mereka untuk ditabis. Nah, inilah kenyataan yang selalu diulang-ulang Koni dalam situasi mereka. Dasar kuat melarang perempuan tidak ada, argumentasi teologisnya bahkan dia tidak menjadi isu dalam persidangan, tapi kok sampai sekarang perempuan belum bisa ditabis. Gereja induknya pun sudah bisa ditabis. Nah, itu yang menarik yang disampaikan oleh Koni tadi dalam presentasinya. Nah, kesimpulannya bahwa gender perempuan itu tidak boleh. Jadi ini semacam dorongan bagi perempuan untuk mereka merasa bahwa ini mereka tidak kelasnya lebih rendah dan mereka tidak boleh selalu direndahkan atau didiskriminasi. Jadi anggota gereja harus menghadapi kritik itu dan harus menjadi kritik yang membangun agar gereja terus menjadi tempat berlindung yang aman bagi anggotanya, baik laki-laki maupun perempuan. Dan mengutip Mupugawa dan Ciro Ngoma, Koni sepakat dan menegaskan ini untuk terus menganjurkan bahwa ketika anggota terus menerima umpan balik negatif, maka lingkungan menjadi tidak menyenangkan dan mereka tidak dapat dengan berani mengidentifikasi diri mereka sendiri sehingga kehilangan rasa memiliki. Tentu saja statement terakhir atau menjadi kesimpulan Koni dalam tulisan ini bahwa justru nanti diskriminasi akan menyebabkan gereja ditinggalkan anggotanya, khususnya kaum perempuan yang merasa tidak aman di dalam gereja. Dan yang terakhir menjadi statement penting dari Koni adalah fenomena budaya, sistem patriarki, dan doktrin dan kebijakan gereja, serta perebutan kekuasaan untuk mendominasi, itu telah menjadi alasan utama mengapa peluang penabisan perempuan terhenti atau mandek di gereja Nigeria. Dan Koni mengucapkan terima kasih untuk kesempatan presentasi ini. So Koni, thank you very much for your very interesting presentation. We are blessed for the presentation today, and you share your situation in your church, in the Brethren Church in Nigeria. Then we have time, according to the schedule, we have time about 30 minutes or more. But we will ask to the Jessica, can we have more than 30 minutes to discuss the topic that you have presenting for us. So brothers and sisters, Bapak Ibu, please for the 30 minutes in advance, you are honored to give opinion or perspective, even question to Koni. And to do that, please raise hand on the feature or write your question in the column chat. Silakan Bapak Ibu merespon, bertanya dan memberi perspektifnya dengan raise hand atau melalui kolom chat. Terima kasih.
Mr. Alpius,
thank you.
We just have 15 minutes to discussion session.
Okay, it's okay.
15 minutes.
We have 15 minutes, Koni.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay.
In the discussion session. Silakan Bapak Ibu. jika ada pertanyaan atau komentar atau perspektif lain. Apakah ada pertanyaan, Bapak Ibu? Ibu Ona yang spesifikasinya di isu ini.
Thank you, Dr. Alpius, to ask me to give one question. Thank you, Connie. Hello, Connie. How are you?
Hello, hello.
Yeah, you look great today.
Thank you.
In your presentation and in your paper, I think you said that it's difficult for women be a pastor, be ordinary as a pastor. Yeah.
Yes.
And the other hand, the other side, in your country, there are many theologians, maybe, I think. Also in your paper, you giving to us the theory and to us to informing that your theology is finished about gender in the church as a theology. It is the same position maybe in our church. Our ecclesiology about the gender and in the church is finished. We have a document finished about the gender equality. And now we have maybe half of all of the pastor in Toraja Church is women. But in our struggle and our spirit, we have no limitation for women to achieve the opportunity as a pastor and also as a leader in the church. This is the problem, I think. We have a theology, we have a theory, we have ecclesiology, we have a more theological foundation about the equality in our church, but it is difficult for women, especially in your church, to be ordained as a pastor. I ask you, what is the problem in the situation? I think there is a gap, big gap between theoretical and practical in equality in our church. Maybe what is the gap? And I think we have many proposal, many theory, but still difficult to reach men or structures position in the church. I want to hear your situation more about this problem. Thank you, Connie.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
Your voice is
thank you so much. And you have rightly pointed out the challenge we are facing here in Nigeria. Just like I've said in the paper, we have a lot of women who have been trained theologically. We have women who have been head of seminaries. We have women who have been head of programs as directors in the church. But the major challenge, I think, I've said it in the paper, is the cultural worldview. The culture always prevent women to be as the head, women to be leaders. So the cultural issue is there. The patriarchal system is also still being practiced here in Nigeria. And then some doctrinal issues also have been strongholds for women to be in the position of ministers or pastors in the church. So just like you have rightly pointed out, the practice, the theoretical practice and the theory is quite contradictory. It's not being practiced as it is. You know, the theory is always there. You know, as I've said in the interview I've conducted among few ordained ministers, some of the ordained ministers also have no reason, or they have not even strong backup to say why women cannot be ordained, while others are of the opinion that in the book of 1 Timothy chapter 2 verse 2, Paul said women should not speak, women should not talk, women should be quiet. But it's quite contradictory, because women preach in the church, women are allowed to preach, they are allowed to hate seminaries. Yes. So it's quite contradictory. So that is why I said the church doesn't have a stronghold to stand on to prevent women from being ministers. So that is the argument and the challenge presently. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Connie. Ibu Ona, thank you very much for the question. Jadi poin menarik tadi bahwa sebenarnya secara teori maupun baik ada juga orang-orang berjuang, tapi kenapa masih terjadi praktek diskriminasi ini? Nah, ini poin dari Ibu Ona, dan Connie juga mengatakan itu dan menjawab bahwa sebenarnya persoalannya ada di persoalan budaya ya, yang sangat kuat, the culture. Budaya patriarki itu memang memiliki power kuat, dan juga walaupun ada faktor misalnya doktrin yang dikutip misalnya dari kata-kata Paulus yang mengatakan bahwa perempuan tidak boleh bicara, tidak boleh memimpin, tapi dalam faktanya di gerejanya perempuan boleh mengajar, berkhotbah, bahkan juga menjadi pemimpin di seminari, tapi untuk diurapi tidak boleh. Itu persoalan yang Connie katakan inkonsistensi atau kontradiksi, contradiction daripada pemahaman dan kenyataan. Ini yang disampaikan Connie tadi. Thank you, Connie, for the explanation, the answer. So we have the second woman, yeah. Second woman. Yeah. She's a young girl. Glory, please. Okay. Time for you to give your opinion on question. Glory.
Okay, thank you for opportunity that given. Mr. Connie, Mrs.
Glory,
Connie.
maybe you can show your picture so that Connie will see you. Who are you?
Okay, wait. Okay, Miss, you can see my picture?
Yes, I can see you.
Yeah. Okay, Miss, thanks for the wonderful presentation. I'm so blessed for the presentation. And regarding the analogy of my question is regarding the analogy of bird that fly with one wing. I think that the analogy is erroneous a bit because you know that bird cannot fly with only one wing basically. And my question concerns to tension between the struggle for women's rights and the growth of the church. I became curious to know what are the differences regarding the progress of the churches that have accepted women to be the pastor or leader, and those the haven't accepted it. Because I think that the churches that has not yet accepted women to be a leader maybe can be growth and progress up. Thank you, Miss.
You got a point? Connie, you got a point?
Not so clear.
Okay, I will
Maybe you can help me just maybe yeah.
Okay, the point is that you use the analogy of one wing bird.
Yeah.
One wing bird to describe that the church that do not allow the woman to be ordained, like a bird that only use one wing.
Yeah.
And and it cannot fly properly.
Yes.
Not only cannot fly properly, but it cannot fly because only one wing. Yeah.
Yes.
And Glory asking that what is the difference of the church in Nigeria that the church has already ordained accepted to ordain the woman, and the church that do not want to accept it the woman. What is the difference of their progress? Because
okay.
Yeah, that's the point.
Yes, I got it. For example, here we have the Lutheran Church of Nigeria, which is just like a sister church here with the Church of the Brethren. We do almost everything together. And you know, in Africa, generally, women are good at mission. Women are very excellent at mission. They go about evangelism, they go about preaching the gospel, and you know, they have different methods of reaching out to people who do not know more about Christ. So personally, I can say the church, the Lutheran Church, which ordains women, you know, women give all their time, they give their totality, they give their whole self to mission. And so they go out to do things wholeheartedly, and especially in the Lutheran Church. And so that has made them to reach out to the local crannies, local villages, more than the Church of the Brethren. They do that more because, not just because women are there, but because women have been supported, they've been given the opportunity to work freely. And they've been given the power and the authority, you know, to exercise their God-given talents in the church. So they progress more than the Church of the Brethren, which prevents women from doing that. Because at our own end, we only can do that maybe at the women programs. You know, we go out to reach out to women. And you know, what about the men? If the male are being, you know, not being given the idea that women can also be leaders over them, you know, they may not have that that mindset to always listen to men when they go to evangelism, when they go to evangelize to them. And so that has been the challenge. So the Lutheran Church of Nigeria and the Presbyterian, for example, are also being more stronger and more stronger than some of the churches like mine that don't go out to do that. So I think she's making a very great point, which is also I think is a great challenge also on our side. So thank you very much, Gloria, for that question, and I think it's very interesting. Yeah.
Okay, jadi Connie, thank you for the proof that the church that accepted women to be ordained and not accepted that different, totally different.
Yeah.
The church who accepted women more stronger and more their ministry more wider, and you gave many proof of that. Jadi Connie membuktikan dengan data bahwa dia melihat gereja-gereja yang sudah menerima kaum perempuan menjadi untuk diurapi itu memang lebih berkembang dan lebih kuat dalam pelayanan, dan Connie mengatakan bahwa memang dalam banyak hal perempuan memang lebih lebih kuat dari laki-laki. Ya, ini statement yang memang bisa diperdebatkan, tapi kelemahan dari terbukti ya, Koni mengatakan bahwa kelemahan dari gereja-gereja yang tidak memberi ruang yang lebih luas bagi kaum perempuan ya seperti itu, jangkauan pelayanan terbatas dan bisa juga tidak lebih kreatif dan gerejanya juga tidak kuat. Tadi Koni mengatakan more stronger and stronger itu bagi gereja yang sudah menabiskan perempuan dan memberi ruang untuk pelayanan dan kepemimpinan. Itu Glory yang disampaikan. Oke, Jessica, maybe time is up, isn't it?
Yes, Mr. Time is up.
Okay, so Connie, thank you very much for your presentation. Really wonderful presentation. Then you have explain to us about your context and how the church, especially the women, struggling about their position in the church and also in the society. But we have a good willing to solve the problem. We try to make the world become better and better. And one of the proof that the world become better, the church become better if the equality of women and men is really exists in the church and also in the society. Thank you very much, Connie. I hope you always doing well there in Nigeria and continue your theological thinking in many fields, especially I just try to guess that you are a feminist, one of the feminist theologians from Nigeria. Isn't it true?
Yes.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah.
And that's why Miss Elim Wissel invite you to be one of the speaker of this international seminary.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, Connie. See you. And on behalf of all the committee of this conference, we thank you very much. God bless you and your family.
Thank you so much. And I'm also very grateful for the opportunity to share my view with you and also to participate in this great conference, international conference, and looking forward to seeing you another time. Thank you so much. And please, can you permit me, because I have another engagement, I have to be somewhere else, so I may not continue with the session today. So thank you so much and God bless you all.
Thank you so much. God bless you. Yes. Bapak Ibu, demikian sesi dari Connie. Salam dan terima kasih Ibu Connie dari Nigeria untuk kita semua, dan beliau sangat berterima kasih untuk kesempatan yang diberikan dalam seminar internasional ini, dan beliau menyampaikan doa Tuhan memberkati kiranya kita semua. Demikian sesi kita, saya kembalikan kepada Jessica. Jessica.
Thank you, Mr. Alpius, for your time to be moderator and translator for us in this session. For information, we must switch our speaker, house moderator for Reverend Johanna Tangirerung have an activity after this session, so Kak Marieke Bangun harus pertama untuk menjadi moderator kita pada sore hari ini.
Yeah, thank you, Jessica, for the opportunity given, and Kak Johanna, I think you are ready to present your work. So, should I introduce you again to the whole crowd? I think you are famous and well known here. As you all know, Ibu Johanna is the Vice Dean of the Faculty Theology in University in Uki Toraja, and she is also a pastor, a reverend in the Toraja Church. And she is also much involved in the work of feminist missiology. And today she will present a very interesting paper. I have read the paper and it is very, very promising, a great contribution to the queer theology. So, Kak Yohana, should I translate again to the crowd in Bahasa Indonesia?
I think maybe you can function as a two side. You can translate Indonesia for English and also English for Indonesia.
Oke.
Okay.
Baik teman-teman, kita dihadiri oleh Ibu Pendeta Yohana Tangirerung. Beliau adalah wakil dekan dari Fakultas Teologi di Uki Toraja. Beliau juga terlibat dengan isu-isu atau mendalami isu-isu terkait misi, terkait feminis, dan juga saat ini beliau juga mendalami isu queer theology yang akan kita dengar pada hari ini. Ibu Yohana, waktu dan tempat dipersilahkan.
Thank you, Maraike. Okay. It is a big big opportunity for me to give some point about the gender diversity in Toraja. My title is Toburake, reading Toburake for theory as queer theory as the gender diversity phenomenon in Toraja towards queer theology.
Ya, jadi judul dari paper ini adalah membaca Toburake dari perspektif gender. Boleh balik ke judulnya lagi tadi, Kak? Belum diterjemahkan. Membaca Toburake dari perspektif teori queer sebagai kemajemukan gender, fenomena kemajemukan gender di Toraja, di budaya Toraja, dan dalam usaha untuk mencapai sebuah teologi queer.
Okay, Indonesian people often perceive gender and sexuality in a binary way, male and female, masculine and feminine, without considering other genders and sexuality. Heterosexuality is deemed as the normal sexuality orientation, if not compulsory. Homosexuality and bisexuality are considered unacceptable. Hence the massive recent onslaught against LGBT, lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender. It's not surprising, particularly in the media. However, people should understand that gender sexual diversity inherent in the Indonesian society.
Ya, jadi dalam masyarakat Indonesia, gender dan seksualitas itu dilihat secara biner, ya, antara laki-laki, perempuan, maskulin, feminin, tanpa mempertimbangkan adanya bentuk-bentuk gender atau seksualitas yang lain. Dan di dalam masyarakat Indonesia, heteroseksualitas dilihat sebagai yang normal, quote unquote, dan juga wajib, ya. Lalu homoseksualitas dan biseksualitas dianggap sebagai sesuatu yang tidak bisa diterima. Oleh sebab itu tidak mengherankan jika ada usaha yang menolak agenda atau ide-ide tentang LGBT. Meskipun demikian, masyarakat harus memahami bahwa gender dan seksual, kemajemukan gender dan seksual sebenarnya adalah bagian yang inherent dalam masyarakat Indonesia.
Thank you. Gender diversity in Indonesia, culturally, Indonesians have recognized sexual and gender diversity as a part of their daily lives. Indonesia has a rich history of homosexuality and transgenders. This fact contradicts the common belief that they are Western import. It is time that people stop considering homosexuality and transgender as a product of Western culture. Indonesian culture has long been accustomed to gender diversity before colonialism and modernity exert their strong influence in the society.
Ya, secara kultural Indonesia itu sebenarnya mengenal beragam gender dan seksual yang beragam dan merupakan bagian dari kehidupan sehari-hari. Indonesia memiliki sejarah yang panjang tentang homoseksualitas dan transgender. Dan fakta ini bertentangan dengan pandangan yang mengatakan bahwa ide tentang homoseksualitas dan transgender adalah produk Barat. Oleh sebab itu adalah waktunya untuk kita untuk mempertimbangkan. Oleh sebab itu kita harus berhenti untuk mengatakan bahwa isu homoseksualitas dan transgender adalah sesuatu yang diimport oleh Barat ke Indonesia. Sebagai contoh, masyarakat Bugis di Sulawesi Selatan memiliki gender yang fleksibel. Kak Yohana, silakan.
Let's take a look at the Bugis people in South Sulawesi with their gender flexibility. Since the pre-Islamic era, the Bugis people have recognized 5 genders. They divide the society into men, Oroane, women, Makundrai, male, Calabai, men, women, Calalabai, female, men, Calalai, and androgynous race, Bisu, is called Bisu. Similarity in the same province, Toraja people also recognize a third gender, or it called Toburake. We have a Toburake Tambolang and Toburake Tatiku. Anthropologist Heti Noipalem and said that Toraja people believe that most important religious leaders in their culture are women, or Burake Tatiku, and men dress women, or Burake Tambolang. In the past, transgender religious leaders in both Toraja and Bugis played important roles in their community. Bisu and Toburake led a spiritual ceremony or harvest ritual in village. The people would admire and honor a village with a Toburake.
Ya. Nah, sebagai contoh di Bugis tadi, di Sulawesi Selatan, sebelum kehadiran Islam, masyarakat Bugis mengenal adanya 5 gender dan dibagi ke dalam laki-laki, Oroane, perempuan Makundrai, laki-laki perempuan Calabai, perempuan laki-laki Calalai, dan imam androgynous, Bisu. Hal yang sama juga bisa ditemukan di provinsi di Toraja. Masyarakat Toraja juga mengenal adanya gender ketiga atau yang dikenal sebagai Toburake. Jadi ada 2, Toburake Tambolang dan Toburake Tatiku. Antropologis Heti Noipal mengatakan bahwa masyarakat Toraja percaya bahwa pemimpin religius yang paling penting dalam budaya mereka adalah seorang perempuan atau Burake Tatiku, dan seorang laki-laki yang berpakaian sebagai perempuan atau Burake Tambolang. Di masa lalu, para pemimpin agama transgender di Toraja dan Bugis memainkan peran yang sangat penting dalam komunitas mereka. Bisu dan Burake memimpin perayaan-perayaan spiritual, juga perayaan-perayaan dalam rangka masa menuai di desa-desa. Dan masyarakat sangat menghormati dan mengagumi sebuah desa yang memiliki pemimpin spiritual seperti Burake ini.
Unfortunately, this tradition has diminished due to modern value and education brought by colonialism. Same-sex practice have also long existed in Indonesia. Some tribes in the southeast of Papua, similar to tribes in the eastern highland of Papua New Guinea, practice realize homosexuality. This practice require young men to perform oral sex on elder male as a part of their rites of passage to manhood. They believe that semen was the source of life and the essence of masculinity, important for boys to become a real man. In East Java, the tradition dance performance Reok Ponorogo depict intimate relationship between two characters, Warok and Gemblok. The main male dancer or Warok must follow strict physical and spiritual rules and rituals. Under these rules, a Warok was prohibited from engaging in a sexual relationship with a woman, but he was allowed to have an intimate relationship with young boys characters or Gemblok in the performance. Although Warok and Gemblok were engaged in the same sex act, they did not identify themselves as a homosexual. Nowadays, women have begun to play the Gemblok character. In other Javanese tradition, drama performance like Ludruk and Wayang Orang, a man playing a woman's character or vice versa is not unusual.
Ya, sayangnya tradisi Burake ini sudah berkurang dengan masuknya nilai-nilai dan pendidikan yang dibawa kolonialisme. Dan sebagai contoh lain, praktek seks sesama jenis juga sebenarnya sudah ada di Indonesia. Beberapa suku di bagian selatan Papua, juga di beberapa bagian di Papua Nugini melakukan apa yang disebut sebagai ritual homoseksualitas atau homoseksualitas yang diritualkan. Praktek ini mengharuskan laki-laki muda untuk melakukan oral seks dengan laki-laki yang lebih tua sebagai bagian dari ritus untuk mereka memasuki kedewasaan sebagai laki-laki dewasa. Dan mereka percaya bahwa sperma adalah sumber kehidupan dan merupakan esensi dari maskulinitas, sehingga diperlukan oleh anak laki-laki untuk menjadi laki-laki dewasa. Di Jawa Timur sendiri ada sebuah tarian yang disebut Reok Ponorogo yang menggambarkan hubungan yang intim antara dua karakter, yaitu Warok dan Gemblak. Penari laki-laki yang utama atau Warok harus mengikuti ritual fisik dan spiritual yang sangat ketat. Dan di dalam aturan ini yang sangat ketat ini, seorang Warok harus dilarang untuk melakukan hubungan seksual dengan seorang perempuan. Tetapi dia diizinkan untuk memiliki hubungan yang intim dengan karakter anak laki-laki atau Gemblak dalam pertunjukan tarian ini. Meskipun Warok dan Gemblak terlibat di dalam kegiatan seks sesama jenis, mereka tidak mengidentifikasi diri mereka sebagai homoseksual. Dan pada masa kini, perempuan mulai bermain sebagai Gemblak. Di dalam budaya Jawa lainnya, seperti Ludruk dan Wayang Orang, seorang laki-laki memainkan karakter perempuan atau juga sebaliknya. Jadi sebenarnya hal-hal ini adalah bagian dari budaya Indonesia.
Okay, thank you. So if there is a part of Indonesian culture, the point is why it is so difficult to accept gender diversity, even though this tradition exists in our Indonesian culture in general. Talking about gender cannot be separated from the concept of gender, sex. At first glance, sex and gender are the same, but in fact, they are different. Sex is the division of sex attached to the biological body, penis and vagina, and various other natural characteristics. Such natural characteristic, for example, that women have a breast and womb and give birth. Men have Adam apple, birth, etc. While there are various social gender, meanwhile, gender can simply be said as what society expects from men and women. Gender is social sex. Gender is that a social construct.
Ya, dan jika tadi fenomena tadi sebenarnya adalah bagian dari budaya Indonesia, pertanyaan di paper ini adalah mengapa kita masyarakat Indonesia secara umum mengalami kesulitan untuk menerima keberagaman gender. Dan berbicara tentang gender, kita tidak bisa memisahkannya dari konsep seks. Secara garis besar kita sulit untuk membedakan apa seks dan gender, tapi seks sebenarnya terkait dengan kondisi biologis seseorang, di mana ada yang memiliki penis atau yang memiliki vagina, dan juga bentuk-bentuk fisik lainnya. Sedangkan yang dimaksud dengan gender adalah apa yang diharapkan oleh masyarakat terhadap laki-laki dan perempuan. Jadi gender adalah seks sosial dalam lingkup sosial. Gender adalah dibentuk oleh masyarakat.
The theory of nature that the difference between men and women have been regulated and are given or natural. The structure and the shape of a body determine the roles of men and women. Men who are blessed with strong bodies certainly carry out a heavy and risky job, while women who are considered weak in a body structure, for instance, menstruation, pregnancy, and etc., are considered frail and weak, so their work is light and less risky. Women are placed in the domestic space. The concept of nature is considered to distinguish the roles of men and women. The second theory is nurture. This theory says that the difference between women and men are determined by how society frames them. Anthropological Margaret Mead said in the VS that these realities show that apart from a biological gender, there is also social gender. Social gender is a label attached to objects, style, traits, habits, and occupation as a result of a social construction. For example, women are gentle, men are macho. Women are identical with pink, while men are in blue. The woman is quick to cry, talk a guy. Women are at home, men are in the public space. The theory above is reinforced by a way of thinking or a view called binary. This view divided something into the two sides that are it pairs. If there's a morning, there is a night, there is a black and there is a darkness, there is only two sexes, male and a female. This view affects the difficulty of people accepting gender diversity because this view only accepts two types of biological gender of sex.
Nah, dalam memahami gender ada dua teori yang dipakai. Yang pertama adalah nature dan nurture. Nature ini diambil dari kondisi biologi seorang perempuan dan laki-laki. Jika perempuan dan kemudian mereka diberikan sebuah tugas atau tanggung jawab berdasarkan kondisi biologis mereka. Jadi laki-laki karena mereka punya tubuh yang kuat, maka mereka harus melakukan pekerjaan yang lebih berat. Sedangkan perempuan yang mengalami menstruasi, harus menyusui dan hamil dianggap lemah, sehingga mereka mengerjakan pekerjaan yang dianggap lebih ringan. Jadi proses bentuk masyarakat terhadap mereka itu dipengaruhi oleh kondisi biologis. Nah, teori yang kedua adalah nurture atau pembentukan, di mana teori ini melihat bagaimana peran sosial, peran seseorang atau laki-laki atau perempuan ditentukan oleh sosial gender mereka. Contohnya, laki-laki suka warna biru, laki-laki itu macho. Laki-laki itu tidak mudah menangis. Dan perempuan dianggap sebagai perempuan suka warna pink, harus bekerja di rumah, lalu cepat menangis. Jadi yang satu dibagi oleh karena kondisi biologisnya, tapi yang satu lagi oleh apa yang ditentukan oleh masyarakat terhadap mereka, ya, nilai-nilai yang seperti tadi, contoh tadi. Nah, dua teori ini dipengaruhi oleh pola pikir yang biner. Jadi tetap pembagiannya adalah laki-laki dan perempuan. Dan hal ini tetap membuat orang mengalami kesulitan untuk menerima adanya keberagaman gender atau keberagaman gender.
And the last theory is a heteronormativitas. The theory is look for only one sex orientation, heterosexual.
Ya, dan satu juga teori yang mempengaruhi adalah teori heteronormativitas, yang artinya hanya ada hubungan antara lawan jenis laki-laki dan perempuan. Jadi di luar itu tidak ada yang dibenarkan.
Okay, thank you. So how we talk about this phenomenon, how we see deeply. There is a frasa SOGST. What is the SOGST? SOGST is sex orientation, gender identity, expression, and sex characteristic. This is want to explore why the phenomenon like this. This theory depart from biological and sociological clinical explanation regarding the phenomenon of gender diversity. Sex orientation is whom a person is attracted physically, romantically, erotically, and spiritually. People can be attracted to someone's appearance, body shape, hair expression. Such interest is legitimate, does not violate a certain value. A person can also be romantically and spiritually attracted because of certain trait and spirituality. There are at least 6 kinds of sexual orientation, namely heterosexual, homosexual, bisexual, asexual, pansexual, and polysexual. Sexual orientation that like the opposite sex are called heterosexual, same sex are called homosexual, such as lesbian and gays. Those who are attracted to the opposite sex and the same sex are called bisexual. Those who have no sexual attraction are called asexual, and those who are attracted to all gender are called pansexual, and attracted to many gender but not all is called polysexual.
Ya, jadi bagaimana kita bisa mengatasi binaritas tadi? Salah satu yang diusulkan adalah SOGI-SC atau sex orientation, orientasi seksual, gender, identitas, ekspresi, dan seks dan karakteristik. Dan teori ini berangkat dari penjelasan sosiologis dan biologis tentang fenomena keberagaman gender. Nah, yang pertama adalah seks orientasi, yaitu di mana seseorang tertarik secara fisik, romantik, dan erotis, dan juga spiritual kepada orang lain. Dan setidaknya ada 6 orientasi seksual, yaitu heteroseksual, homoseksual, biseksual, aseksual, panseksual, dan poliseksual.
Gender identity or is an internal feeling and experience of gender that may or may not be appropriate at birth. If the personal experience matches the gender, then it is called cisgender. But it is different. It is called transgender. Several gender identities that are popular in society, namely men, women, trans women, namely men who identify themselves as a man, and trans men are women who identify themselves as men. Priawan, calalai, calabai, bisu, tuburake tatiko, and tuburake tambolang. This is we can use a gender identity to look them.
Ya, yang berikutnya adalah identitas gender. Identitas gender adalah perasaan yang dimiliki seorang dan pengalaman seseorang yang mungkin tidak sesuai dengan bentuk atau seks mereka ketika lahir. Ya, jika ada seorang laki-laki yang suka atau yang tertarik kepada lawan jenis, maka dia disebut sebagai cisgender. Tetapi di luar itu dia disebut transgender. Nah, beberapa identitas gender yang terkenal dalam masyarakat itu kita bisa lihat ada laki-laki, perempuan, trans perempuan, trans laki-laki. Ada juga dalam konteks budaya Indonesia adalah priawan, calai, calabai, bisu, toburake, tatiku, dan toburake tambolang. Jadi yang kita lihat dalam budaya kita ini sebenarnya bisa dimasukkan dalam kategori identitas gender.
Thank you. The third is gender expression, or gender expression is how a person express his gender through the way he dresses, the way he walks, his haircut and makeup, as well as his speech. The expression may or may not correspond to gender identity and sex. This can be seen, for example, in men who dress as women, and women who always have a short hair, wear long pants, and wear hats, commonly called tomboy.
Dan yang ketiga adalah ekspresi gender. Ekspresi gender adalah bagaimana seseorang mengekspresikan gendernya melalui cara dia berpakaian, cara dia berjalan atau rambut atau make up, dan juga cara dia berbicara. Dan bisa saja ekspresi gender ini tidak sejalan dengan identitas gender atau seks seseorang. Contohnya kita bisa melihat laki-laki yang memakai pakaian perempuan atau perempuan yang memakai pakaian laki-laki atau yang biasa kita sebut sebagai tomboy.
Sex characteristic or sex are biological characteristic or signs that determine a person's identity or gender. A person's sex characteristics are not enough to be identified based on their biological sex, but can be identified based on hormones, chromosomes, and sex organs. The hormones in question are estrogen, which generally identified in women, progesterone, hormone that affect the menstrual cycle and the childbirth, and testosterone as a hormone that is generally present in a man, which makes it have an Adam's apple and a masticle. So it could be that women has a more dominant testosterone hormone, so that her sexual expression become a prominent male trait, or vice versa. The hormones that are usually known are XX in women and XY in men, but the hormone can vary to XXY, YYX, XXYY, and etc. and so on. That's why the term for gender diversity is no longer just LBGT, but has developed into LGBT, LGBTQA, and LGBTQA A++.
Dan yang terakhir adalah karakteristik seks, yaitu tanda yang dimiliki oleh seseorang yang tidak hanya didasari dari vagina atau penis saja yang dimiliki oleh seseorang, tetapi juga mencakup hormon, kromosom, dan juga tentu organ seks mereka. Jadi bisa saja seorang perempuan lebih memiliki hormon testosteron yang lebih dominan, dan akibatnya ekspresi seksualnya menjadi lebih seperti laki-laki, apa yang kita anggap sebagai laki-laki, atau juga sebaliknya. Dan di sini kita bisa melihat bahwa hormon yang dimiliki laki-laki dan perempuan memiliki spektrum yang luas. Oleh sebab itu, kita bisa melihat adanya perkembangan dari LBGT, kemudian berkembang menjadi LGBTQ, berkembang lagi menjadi LGBTQA, lalu berkembang lagi menjadi LGBTQA++, bahkan ada I sekarang.
Okay, thank you. And now,
Johanna, you have 5 more minutes for your presentation.
Okay. Now we have we try to look at theory as a key to open this phenomenon. One theory is Judith Butler, gender trouble. In a simple term, Butler wants to say that a gender identity is a form in a format through repeated expression, which he calls formativity. For Butler, formativity is a theory of how to see and understand gender, not solely determined by gender.
Ya, jadi kita akan berusaha melihat ada beberapa teori untuk melihat fenomena gender ini. Yang pertama adalah yang diusulkan oleh Judith Butler, yang melihat melalui teori performativity yang mengatakan bahwa gender itu tidak bisa difahami bukan hanya oleh karena gender saja.
LGBT can identify as a queer, but for Butler, it is not that simple. Queer theory wants to explain that the phenomenon of gender diversity is complicated. However, not all queer theory is solely about LGBT, but more broadly. Queer is anything that goes beyond normative and binary restriction. The queer theory is a partiality towards everything that is marginalized, neglected because of social construction. It can even be said that queer is how Foucault understand. So exactly what Patrick Cheseng said, queer is not just about sexuality and gender diversity, but about justice, race, and liberation.
Salah satu yang digunakan oleh Butler juga adalah queer theology atau teori queer yang menjelaskan bahwa fenomena gender itu sebenarnya sangat kompleks. Jadi tidak bisa dilihat secara binar atau ya secara binari. Dan apa yang disebut sebagai queer sebenarnya adalah sesuatu yang melampaui apa yang normatif dan yang binari tadi. Dan teori queer sebenarnya menuju atau mempersoalkan secara kuat apa yang dipinggirkan, apa yang diabaikan oleh karena konstruksi sosial. Oleh sebab itu setuju dengan Patrick Cheng, queer itu bukan hanya masalah seksualitas dan masalah gender yang beragam, tetapi juga tentang keadilan, ras, dan pembebasan.
Lisa Isrud, a feminist theologian named see the body not only as an individual, social, and political body, as in phenomenon of expression and orientation of LGBT, but there is another dimension of the body, namely the defined body. Isrud defined the defined body as a transgressive and signifier of radical equality, the body that attempts to subvert the wake or patriarchy upon through the incitement of counter-cultural action. For Isherwood, body theology is not a theology of the body, but body is the locus in doing the theology. The body becomes a transgressive and marker of a radical equality and always want to release the patriarchy burden on it through the implementation counter-cultural action.
Teori berikutnya yang dapat menolong kita untuk memahami fenomena ini adalah Lisa Isherwood yang mengatakan bahwa tubuh ini bukan hanya masalah seks saja atau bukan hanya masalah individu atau sosial, tapi ada juga yang disebut sebagai tubuh yang ilahi. Dan ini menjadi sumbangsi dari Lisa Isherwood untuk memahami tubuh kita. Nah, Isherwood mengatakan bahwa tubuh itu adalah lokus untuk kita berteologi. Sehingga tubuh ini menjadi penanda dan juga menjadi pendorong untuk hadirnya kesetaraan yang radikal. Dan kesetaraan yang radikal ini adalah sebuah usaha untuk menentang patriarki, beban-beban yang diberikan oleh budaya patriarki, dengan melakukan apa yang disebut sebagai counter-cultural atau ya tindakan yang berusaha men-challenge budaya, menantang budaya.
We look to Toraja as a phenomenon in the diversity gender in Toraja. The most important religious official in the tribe religious tradition Aluk Todolo is a woman called Toraja. Tambolang is a kind of white and a black crane. According to the Noi Palam, the two colors of the Tambolang birds, namely black and white, symbolize a different side in the Toraja cosmology. In line with the binary view, day and night, world above, the world below, the gods above and gods below. In relation to Toburake Tambolang, it refers to the reality of a duality of a cosmos, namely as the caretaker and restorer of the earth by maintaining harmony through the rites of it leads. Toburake Tambolang, who is identified as both male and female, illustrates the cosmic duality in the religious beliefs in Toraja people. The half male and male figure attached to him are an indication of unity and balance as a blend towards harmony. The last Burake Tambolang information was obtained from Makula Sangala Noipalem. In this description met to Burake Tambolang in person whose name was Sangala Upa Tumba.
Ya, nah sekarang kita melihat bagaimana dengan Toburake. Kira-kira dia dalam diskurs tentang queer theology ini bagaimana, atau dalam diskurs LGBT juga. Dan adalah penting untuk melihat bahwa di dalam masyarakat suku Toraja, Aluk Tadolo adalah agama yang sangat penting, dan pemimpin yang tertinggi disebut sebagai Burake Tambolang, yang kemungkinan besar adalah seorang hermafrodit. Tambolang adalah seperti sebuah pengerek, ya, ada kiri dan kanan, ya, memiliki warna hitam dan putih yang menggambarkan kosmologi Toraja yang berbeda. Ada dua pandangan yang berbeda, yang biner ini. Oleh sebab itu dalam masyarakat Toraja ada siang dan malam, dunia di atas, dunia di bawah, Tuhan yang di atas, Tuhan yang di bawah. Dan dalam kaitannya dengan Toburake Tambolang, Toburake Tambolang memiliki berfungsi sebagai seorang penjaga dan pemulih bumi dengan berusaha untuk mempertahankan atau menjaga harmoni melalui ritual-ritual yang dipimpinnya. Toburake Tambolang yang diidentifikasi sebagai laki-laki dan juga perempuan sebenarnya mengilustrasikan dualitas kosmik dalam kepercayaan religius masyarakat Toraja. Dan di sini kita bisa melihat setengah laki-laki dan setengah perempuan, ya, gambaran yang digambarkan ini adalah sebuah indikasi dari sebuah kesatuan dan keseimbangan yang berusaha menuju sebuah harmoni. Dan Burake Tambolang yang terakhir pernah ada, berdasarkan informasi yang didapatkan, itu berasal dari didapatkan dari Makula Sangala. Dan ya, gitu ya.
Ya. The girl was broke up to the adulthood, after which Tumba Upa, her name, received an inspiration that enveloped her in becoming a Toburake. The parents raised the girl until she was nearly grown. After that, Tumba Upa received inspiration which enveloped him in becoming a Toburake Tambolang. An informant who still see Upa Tumba said that until he was around junior high school, Upa suddenly looked like a woman. No one knows the process, but another informant said that before becoming Toburake, Tumba Upa often sat on the nyiru, rice winds, used to get into the water in the gumbang in the kitchen, and into the peswe, bamboo, which used to blow on fire to extinguish. When her grown up and he's turned into the Burake, he leads a buak party, which is a harvest festival, an important rite in the Toraja culture. And Burake use a special dress, the yellow seat, and that has a coin fastened on the bottom end. Toburake doesn't have any eye sketching in jewelry, but he does own a garapung. He's a garapung, a little drum with a string on the both sides that he used for music. Toburake also had a pindan, his small container used for a blessing and sprinkling a liquid or oil, and some sort of bag. After the rice harvest, when Toburake organized a large feast, buat, he traveled among the village looking like a wanderer because he had no fixed residence. Toburake can perform tribal ceremonies, serve as a shaman, bless infertility people, and so on. The appearance is very strange and mysterious, beyond the reach of the human mind. Due to mysteriousness, he is believed to be a messenger of a god and demigod. he is take with a maintain balance of nature and the relationship between human and God. Toburake Tambolang is referred as a half male and half female, but in the position as a priest, his gender expression and identification is that of a woman. So Toburake Tambolang marries men.
Ya, jadi Burake Tambolang yang terakhir ini dibesarkan menurut penelitian ini dibesarkan sampai dia dewasa dan dia namanya tunggu upah, dia menerima ilham yang menyelimutinya menjadi taburake. Orang tuanya membesarkan gadis ini sampai dia hampir dewasa dan seorang informan mengatakan sampai sekitar usia SMP tiba-tiba upah berpenampilan perempuan dan tidak ada seorang pun yang tahu prosesnya bagaimana. Tapi dia terlihat dia sering duduk di atas nyiru, alat tampi beras, suka masuk ke dalam gumbang air di dapur dan masuk ke dalam pesue, bambu yang dipakai untuk meniup api supaya menyala. Setelah dewasa dan telah berubah menjadi Toburake, ia memimpin pesta bua, yaitu pesta panen, sebuah ritus penting dalam budaya Toraja. Toburake dalam pesta itu naik ke panggung kayu, lalu menyanyikan lagu pujian bagi setiap yang hadir. Pakaian yang digunakan adalah sarung kuning yang ujung bawahnya diikatkan koin. Toburake tidak menggunakan perhiasan mencolok, namun memiliki alat musik yang disebut garapung, yaitu sejenis gendang kecil yang memiliki tali di kedua sisi, dan di ujung tali itu ada semacam benda keras, seperti sebuah batu, yang jika digerakkan akan membuat gendang itu berbunyi. Nah, kemunculan dari Toburake ini, dia juga memiliki fungsi yang sangat penting. Dia berjalan keliling desa-desa, karena dia memiliki tempat tinggal yang tidak tetap. Kadang-kadang dia nampak seperti gelandangan. Dia juga memimpin ritus agama suku. Dia bisa bertindak sebagai dukun, dapat memberkati orang yang mandul supaya bisa mengandung dan menyembuhkan penyakit lainnya. Kemunculannya sangat aneh dan misterius, di luar jangkauan pikiran manusia. Atas kemisteriusannya ini, maka ia diyakini sebagai utusan dewa dan juga manusia setengah dewa. Dia bertugas untuk menjaga keseimbangan alam dan relasi antara manusia dan dewa. Toburake Tambolang disebut sebagai setengah laki-laki dan setengah perempuan, tetapi dalam jabatannya sebagai imam, maka ekspresi dan identifikasi gendernya sebagai perempuan, maka Toburake Tambolang menikah dengan laki-laki.
Thank you. Now we try to reading Toburake based on queer theory towards queer theology. If gender is an appearance that is created through repeated individual expressions, then other realities are formed, then Toburake expression can be categorized as a part of a performativity as well, a battler. Apart from that, Toburake also has a capacity or talents that other genders, people don't have. If queer is not only related to the sexuality, but everything is related to something that is stranger or different that does not follow normal or binary standard, then in this case, Toburake is clearly queer. This can be read from how he was conceived, born, changed his expression and identity from male to female, behave like women and became a healer and give of blessings, and how he traveled from one village to another. Toburake is queer or third gender known in Toraja culture, but different from LGBT. Toburake can be categorized as a queer or the third gender in Toraja culture. Apart from that, the queer or oddity that happens in Toburake performativity, which is almost very different from ordinary people, is an element of mystic and mystery. He has almost untouchable and uninterrupted in both his behavior and action. This element can then give a new meaning to its queer reality, which is not merely a social culture appearance, but a mystical reality that needs further interpretation. The reality of Toburake's gender is not merely the reality of a body seen from the point of view of sexuality, but also of divine. This angle is true different. Not only does it change the form of gender, but is based on certain spirituality, namely queer spirituality. It is a different spirituality that leads him to action that sees something that is not in its position to return it to. Remember that Toburake is the guardian of the relationship between heaven and earth, between the divine and the profane, and even the link between human and gods. In this context, it is precisely what Cheng said, that there is another side of queeran, namely the rejection of established normality, resistance to injustice and race, even liberation. Of course, this spirituality is not possessed instantaneously and can be inherited, but something given from God. In line with that, Marcella Aldeis Reid and Robert Gross emphasizes the same thing from queer theory, namely the element of taking side with the oppressed and suffering as a result of something that is considered normal both toward LGBT and other realities in injustice. This can be a theological entry point to discuss a queer further. Can Tubrake bodies become a theological space? This is a question that also need to be explored further to provide an answer.
Nah, jika gender adalah penampilan yang diciptakan melalui ekspresi individu yang berulang-ulang selanjutnya terbentuk realitas lain, maka ekspresi Toburake dapat dikategorikan sebagai bagian dari performativitas juga. Selain itu, Toburake juga memiliki kapasitas atau talenta yang tidak memiliki gender. Kalau queer tidak hanya sekedar terkait seksualitas, tetapi segala hal terkait dengan sesuatu yang aneh, atau yang asing, atau yang berbeda, atau yang tidak mengikuti pakem normal atau binari, maka dalam hal ini kita bisa menyimpulkan, paper ini mengatakan bahwa Toburake adalah queer. Hal ini terbaca dari bagaimana ia dikandung, bagaimana dia lahir, bagaimana ekspresinya berubah, lalu identitasnya berubah dari laki-laki menjadi perempuan, berperilaku seperti perempuan, dan menjadi penyembuh dan pemberi berkat, serta bagaimana dia berpindah dari satu desa ke desa lain. Jadi Toburake adalah queer atau gender ketiga yang dikenal dalam budaya Toraja, namun berbeda dengan LGBT. Okay, Toburake dapat dikategorikan sebagai queer atau gender ketiga dalam budaya Toraja, dan ada unsur mistik dalam kemisteriusannya. Unsur ini kemudian dapat memberi pemaknaan baru pada realitas queer yang bukan hanya semata-mata penampakan sosiokultural, melainkan realitas mistis yang perlu diinterpretasi lebih jauh. Jadi ada dimensi ilahi di dalam Toburake ini. Ingat bahwa Toburake adalah penjaga relasi antara langit dan bumi, antara yang ilahi dan yang profan, bahkan penghubung antara manusia dan dewa. Dalam konteks ini, menjadi tepat apa yang dikatakan oleh Cheng bahwa ada sisi lain dari queer, yaitu penolakan terhadap kemapanan normalitas, perlawanan terhadap ketidakadilan ras, dan juga pembebasan. Maka pertanyaan paper ini adalah, apakah tubuh Toburake dapat menjadi ruang berteologi?
Okay. In further exploration of this writing, Marisa Lauterboom even identified Jesus as a queer. The queer that is meant to be applied of Jesus is apart from the issue of gender identification, which so far has never been discussed in the church. Another is the mysterious oddity of Jesus. If we agree from the beginning that queer is a reality that is different from what is understood by normal or normal people in the certain social realities, is critical, is always the opposite or dialectical side of everything that's normative, then Jesus can be identified as a queer. This identification can be explained through the narrative of Jesus from birth up to ascending to heaven. Jesus was born from an unusual process, born from a virgin without going through a husband and wife relationship. From the description above, it becomes clear that gender diversity, queer, is something real around us without seeing. It is something that need to be avoided. In the context of this body theology, the question in reading Toburake is, does we have a defined body? If the three dimensions are interrelated and give birth to what Butler calls performativity, then can the defined body dimension also become performatively informing a new meaning? At this level, Toburake as a queer reality can gain the meaning not only in this individual, social, and political body dimension, but also it is a defined dimension. It is precisely in this dimension of the defined body that Toburake has been able to be confirmed as a queer, making him different at another level. Their bodies are not only a matter of changing their expression and gender identity, but their body can be real as reflecting the image and likeness of God. This dimension is important as an important point not to get chalked up in gay politics or mere issue of sexuality. And this is what the author proposed as a queer theology. What are notes for the LGBT phenomenon regarding the exploration and discovery of the new meaning of gender diversity based on the perspective of queer theory and body of theology? The answer is the defined body. The body becomes the locus of showing and practicing in duties and responsibilities as the divine body given from God through the symbolic praise, image, and likeness of God when humans were created. Conclusion. I think this is the last conclusion in this writing. Please,
Ya.
Mariaka.
Dan dalam paper ini juga Dr. Yohana mengutip pendapat Mariska Lauterbom yang mengatakan bahwa Yesus juga sebenarnya bisa diidentifikasi sebagai queer. Queer yang dimaksud dipakaikan pada Yesus bukan terkait gendernya, tetapi keanehan atau kemisteriusan Yesus. Jika kita sepakat bahwa dari awal bahwa queer adalah realitas yang berbeda dari yang dipahami pakem atau apa yang dianggap normal oleh masyarakat, maka kita bisa melihat bahwa Yesus bisa digolongkan sebagai queer. Identifikasi ini dapat dijelaskan melalui narasi Yesus sejak lahir hingga dia naik surga. Yesus lahir dari proses yang tidak pada umumnya, lahir dari perawan, tanpa melalui hubungan suami istri. Bahkan pelayanan Yesus juga adalah pelayanan yang bisa dikatakan aneh pada dalam kategori queer. Dari uraian di atas menjadi jelas bahwa keberagaman gender, queer adalah sesuatu yang real, sesuatu yang nyata. Dan dalam konteks teologi tubuh ini pertanyaannya adalah, bisakah kita membaca Toburake sebagai sesuatu yang memiliki tubuh yang ilahi? Kalau ketiga dimensi itu saling terkait dan melahirkan apa yang disebut Butler sebagai performativitas, maka dapatlah juga dimensi tubuh ilahi menjadi performativitas dalam membentuk makna baru. Pada tataran ini, paper ini mengklaim bahwa Toburake adalah realitas queer yang dapat memperoleh pemaknaan baru bukan saja dalam dimensi tubuh dan individual sosial politiknya, melainkan juga dimensi ilahinya. Justru dalam dimensi tubuh ilahi inilah Toburake yang telah dapat dikukuhkan sebagai queer menjadi berbeda pada tataran yang lain. Dimensi ini penting sebagai titik penting agar kita tidak terjebak dalam politik gay atau persoalan seksualitas semata. Disinilah yang menjadi usulan penting bagi teologi queer melalui presentasi Dr. Yohana. Terima kasih. Kurang lebih teman-teman, kita sampai kepada tanya jawab. Kita ada 6 menit untuk tanya jawab, teman-teman. Friends, we have 6 minutes more or less to have question and answer. If you have, please you can raise your hand or directly speak. Kalau ada pertanyaan boleh langsung berbicara atau angkat tangan dulu juga boleh. Silakan. Belum ada, teman-teman? Mungkin sambil menunggu saya mau menyampaikan pertanyaan, Kak Yohana, boleh? Bisa ya? Nah, Kak Yohana, apa yang menjadi sumbangsih penting dari paper ini bagi perkembangan atau diskursus queer theology yang berangkat dari fenomena atau kenyataan Toburake yang ada di Toraja? Itu pertanyaan yang pertama. Yang saya tangkap adalah dimensi ilahinya ini. Kalau di teori-teori sebelumnya sepertinya hanya Isherwood yang mengangkat itu, tubuh ilahi itu, tapi apa yang kemudian menjadi sangat istimewa dari pengalaman Toburake ini, itu yang pertama. Dari saya mungkin sebagai pembukaan sambil yang lain mikir-mikir dulu mau nanya apa. Silakan Kak Yohana.
Terima kasih Maraika. Saya kira memang ini buat saya masih sebuah perdebatan penting dan tulisan ini menjadi catatan awal untuk berdiskusi lebih jauh. Yang pertama memang perlu kita sadari bahwa kita memiliki keragaman gender yang tidak bisa kita tolak dan itu berakar dalam tradisi kita, tradisi budaya kita. Namun kemudian itu yang saya lihat di situ sisi divine-nya, sisi ilahi dari tubuh Toburake itu. Sebagaimana Isherwood bilang, tubuh itu bisa menjadi ruang berteologi. Nah, dari teori queer itu kita melihat bahwa Toburake ini mewakili queer tadi, jadi bahkan Al-Taus ya yang tadi mengatakan bahwa Yesus itu bisa kemudian disebut sebagai queer karena kita sepakat bahwa queer itu bukan hanya soal sexuality dan ini yang membedakan benar fenomena LGBT dengan queer ya. Queer kemudian dalam perkembangan teori ini melihat bahwa queer itu bukan hanya persoalan sexuality sebagaimana kita bisa mengidentifikasi dan melihat ekspresi dari tubuh seseorang, tetapi sudah lebih pada itu tadi yang diusulkan sebuah proses berteologi sebenarnya karena queer ini menolak hal yang hal yang baku. Queer ini menolak hal yang sudah paten karena dalam bingkai teologi pembebasan yang juga diadopsi oleh teologi feminis, segala sesuatu yang kemudian menjadi pakem, menjadi formal, itu kemudian bisa menggeser menggeser dimensi lain, termasuk tubuh kita. Ketika tubuh itu kita pahami hanya laki-laki dan perempuan, ketika tubuh itu kita pahami hanya sebagai tubuh sosial dan tubuh politik, maka itu akan bisa menjadi jualan kepentingan. Tapi ketika tubuh itu menjadi ruang berteologi seperti yang ditawarkan Isherwood, maka ini tidak bisa diklaim oleh orang, tidak bisa diklaim oleh kepentingan apapun. Nah, queer itu adalah sesuatu yang tidak bisa diklaim, ya, karena dia pergerakannya itu tidak lurus, tapi pergerakannya itu adalah seperti ular. Kita tidak bisa menangkap dia, tidak bisa memasukkannya dia dalam pakem tertentu. Untuk tidak mengatakan bahwa saya tidak mau mengatakan bahwa queer itu liar, tapi queer itu adalah anomali dari sesuatu yang kemudian kita anggap sebagai hal yang formal, yang baku, yang pakem. Nah, kepentingan teori ini untuk dilihat dalam fenomena LGBT dengan mengangkat tubuh queer adalah pada dimensi ilahi dari tubuh itu, ya. Dan seperti saya katakan tadi, tulisan ini atau proposal ini belum selesai karena saya baru mencoba membaca Toburake dari teori queer untuk menuju pada sebuah teologi queer. Apakah pembacaan ini bisa menjadi jelas dan kemudian kita bisa mengusulkan bahwa mengusulkan sebuah teologi, ini masih perjalanan panjang. Tapi fenomena yang ada terkait LGBT di Toraja tentunya ini menjadi sebuah pertanyaan penting buat gereja. Bagaimana kita memandang LGBT itu dari perspektif queer, ya. Dan berbagai teori tadi, nyatanya mereka dipinggirkan, nyatanya mereka tidak diberi posisi, bahkan tidak diberi ruang. Padahal kita sepakat bahwa tubuh divine yang kita bisa klaim dari gambar dan rupa Allah itu tidak lepas dari queer, dan Toburake bisa kemudian menjadi titik berangkat kita melihat fenomena ini.
Ya, terima kasih Kak Yohana. In a nutshell, Dr. Yohana tried to, this is still a preliminary research. There will be more discussions on this paper, but one thing for sure, she claims that the divine aspect of Toburake will be a big contribution also for the queer theory that we have. And if we understand queer as something that is challenging or that is beyond what is fixed or normative or even heteronormative, then we can see also Toburake as part of what is challenging, what is so-called considered as something normal. Because queer is something that cannot be claimed, cannot be dominated, cannot be regulated. Although it is not, according to Dr. Yohana, it is not something wild, but it is an anomaly to what we understood as something normal or fixed or regulated. So we can see this representation in Toburake. So this is, and it is important also to see the divine aspect of Toburake, so that according to Dr. Yohana, we will not fall into any a certain political or certain claims of certain group. So the challenge for the Toraja Church is how to respond to the issue of LGBT, because according to Dr. Yohana, LGBT is not similar with queer. It's different. So theologically, how the church should respond, and according to her, Toburake could be a stepping stone or the first entry to discuss this reality which is happening in the society, yet the church or even the society tend to push it away. Thank you. Baik, teman-teman, ada pertanyaan lagi, silahkan, atau komentar, atau mungkin ada yang mau men-challenge pemikiran ini, juga silahkan. Atau ada yang bilang, saya nggak setuju nih, nggak boleh nih Toburake nih, Kak Yohana. Atau bagaimana, mungkin ada usulan yang berbeda, silahkan, supaya percakapannya lebih menarik. Kita ada 2 menit lagi. We have 2 more minutes before we will end this session. Otherwise, you can have a personal conversation with Dr. Yohana. You can reach her through email or Facebook. She is always available. Kayaknya belum ada tanggapan lagi, Kak Yohana.
Yeah.
I think there is, but this is something I think if I could relate to the paper yesterday, Kak Yohana, from Dr. Dorcas.
Yeah,
you are doing a similar thing. Dr. You are bringing up things that are taboo to be discussed in order to challenge what is taboo itself. So we want to discuss about it. So I think this is a very great contribution, Dr. Yohana.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So I give this time to the committee.
Okay, thank you, Kak Marieke, for your time to be our moderator and translator for this session. God bless you, Kak Marieke. Okay, we will continue our session.
Yeah, Dr. Vedana, is she here already?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh yeah.
Kak Marieke still be moderator?
Yeah, I will moderate.
Okay.
Okay.
Dr. Vetakani Vedanayagam will presentation with the topic Global Ethics and Asian Theological Approach with moderator Reverend Marieke Bangun. Time is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Jessica. Okay, Dr. Veda, welcome to the discussion. We will continue with your presentation, but first of all, let me allow me to introduce yourself to the participants. Dr. Vedakani berasal dari gereja India Selatan di Tamil Nadu, dan dia sudah mendapatkan program doktornya dari Departemen Perjanjian Baru, dan penelitiannya adalah terkait para murid perempuan Yesus dalam gerakan Yesus atau Jesus Movement. Dan area penelitiannya adalah di tafsir Alkitab, gereja perdana, gerakan Yesus, studi gender, hermeneutika pembebasan, dan juga metodologi Asia. Dia terlibat dengan banyak kegiatan ekumenis, dan secara khusus dia terlibat dengan gerakan perempuan di Tamil Nadu. Keterlibatan gerejawinya adalah antara lain menulis khotbah, juga menjadi pembicara di berbagai acara-acara yang diadakan oleh gereja. Dr. Vedakani is from India, Tamil Nadu. She belongs to the Church of South India, and she has done her doctorate in the Department of New Testament with her research on women discipleship in the Jesus Movement. Her area of research is biblical exegesis, early church Jesus movement, gender studies, liberation, hermeneutics, and Asian methodologies. She's engaged with so many ecumenical movements like Getty, WCC, CWM, NCCI, and CSI Synod. At the moment, she is also very much involved with women movements in Tamil Nadu. So, Dr. Veda, the time is yours.
Thank you for your kind words. I would like to know whether I'm well audible.
Yes, you are very good.
Okay. So I'm happy to be part of this very, very enriching program. Thank you for the invitation. I'm not going to share something very new, but some of the things which are very important for me in terms of methodology when we talk about global ethics, particularly from the Asian context. So which I would like to bring to our attention to ponder upon in the coming years or coming days in whatever way we try to have a deliberation on this in various forums. So I'm going to touch here and there, which are very important to methodologically to understand the whole concept of global ethics as an Asian person. So it's all about, yeah.
Can I translate this introduction? Ya, Dr. Vedakani akan membahas secara khusus pentingnya metodologi. Jadi ini yang mau dia permasalahkan adalah metodologi dalam melihat apa yang kita sebut sebagai global ethics, terutama dari perspektif Asia, dan terutama lagi dari perspektif perempuan Asia.
Thank you. So some of the things I would like us to be reminded of the two important declaration with regard to global ethic that happened in the year 1993 from the World Parliament of Religion, which was the time they brought up the proposal to have a global ethic. And the following years also we have a declaration things on human rights, especially in the year of 1999. But it was already in the talk in the year 1948. Two important people we have to be reminded of their scholarship on this particular concept of global ethics. That is Hans Quinn and Leonard Spindler. But I would like to invite you to be reminded of what you heard yesterday by Professor Joas in his keynote presentation on do we still need global ethics? There is something important thing he yesterday spoke to us. In that keynote address, he has really brilliantly touched things are the issues with the whole understanding of global ethic draft itself. So I would like to recollect those things while we are discussing this particular theme now. And
dalam presentasi ini, Dr. Veda akan mengajak kita untuk melihat kembali kepada dua teks paling utama dalam pembicaraan tentang global ethic, yaitu yang dihasilkan pada tahun 1993 dan juga pada 1945 yang masuk dalam deklarasi hak asasi manusia. Juga tentu saja dalam percakapan ini ada pemikiran-pemikiran Hans Kuhn, juga pemikiran Leonard Spindler, dan juga yang menurut Dr. Deva Kani sangat penting adalah pemikiran Pak Joas, Profesor Joas, yang dia sampaikan, yang dia bertanya apakah masih diperlukan sebuah global ethic.
So there are some methodological questions which are very primary questions we need to ask before we get into this particular attempt to understand more about global ethics from the Asian context. So some of the questions I have pointed out here, what global ethics means to the Asian communities at large, particularly for the marginalized communities or the victimized communities in particular. And one more question we need to ask, is it very important or it is really need of the hour in today's Asian context? This is something we need to ask to ourselves before receiving the global ethics to our local context. How far global ethics can be methodologically helpful in dealing with the Asian realities? We all know what is the Asian realities in which we are living as Asians, and whether global ethics can contribute to the annihilation process of the social evils of Asian context. All the Asian countries, we have our own way of annihilation process against the social evils with which we are wrestling with always for centuries. And can these global ethics propose or contribute to that particular process of Asian countries? These are the questions we need to ask at first hand.
Dan pertanyaan yang penting dalam presentasi ini adalah apa sebenarnya arti global ethic bagi komunitas Asia dan terutama bagi mereka yang termarginalkan. Pentingkah kita memiliki global ethic ini dalam konteks Asia? Dan sejauh mana global ethic dapat menolong masyarakat Asia untuk menghadapi realitas yang dimana kita bisa melihat di mana kita perlu untuk mengurangi kejahatan-kejahatan sosial yang ada di dalam konteks Asia.
So in order to deal with these basic methodological questions, the first thing I would like to do is I want to problematize the whole understanding of the concept of global ethic draft itself, the framework itself, but from the methodological perspective. When we look at the global ethic draft by UN, the very nature of global ethic, even what it aims to achieve, when we look at the aim and the nature of global ethic, we understand one thing: it looks for, or it aims for, or it would like to have it a unified ethical framework, which is a combination of multiple diverse religions and cultures of the global community, not only the Asian, but global community. So the whole idea of having unified ethical framework for the global community is the very basic aim, even the nature of the global ethic, which is something itself we get a feeling of how it is possible for the diverse community like Asian community. The second thing, the Asian socio-cultural, religious, and economic contextual realities. That is the very basic framework of Asian context. That itself will pose a question to the global ethic framework. That is, what is the contextual need of even to imagine or to formulate, if not formulating or imagining, what is the contextual need to support the global ethic given by the UN? Having the unified ethics for all, whether it has any contextual need for the Asian people. And one more thing, how it is contextually relevant to the Asian communities when they try to relate with others personally or as a community or as a state or as a country to the global community. In terms of relationship, how it is contextually relevant. Because we need to receive the global ethic, that is the expectation of the UN, and we need to act upon it. That is one of the expectations of the UN when they were drafting this global ethic draft. So reception and contribution to the standard ethical format of global ethic, if it is not much relevant to Asian context, then it won't be much use in the community peace building or the nation peace building of the Asian community. If something which is not relevant in peace building of the Asian countries, then how we can take it very serious about it.
Jadi masalah yang pertama yang di-challenge oleh paper ini adalah ide dari deklarasi PBB tentang hak asasi manusia, tentang global etik yang mengatakan bahwa ada sebuah usaha untuk menyatukan berbagai etnis yang agama dan budaya yang sangat beragam, yaitu penyatuan ini. Pertanyaan utama dari paper ini adalah bagaimana penerimaan masyarakat di Asia dengan konteksnya yang khas. Lalu yang kedua adalah apa kontribusi dari global etik, pemahaman global etik yang demikian bagi konteks Asia. Jika dia tidak berkontribusi jika proses penyatuan ini ya tidak berkontribusi bagi masyarakat, maka ini adalah sesuatu yang harus dipertanyakan.
Any global concept or ideology or policy, or it may be a scheme, new scheme, that needs to be translated into the local framework of any context in which we want that concept or ideology to be manifested, translated into that local context. So how far this global ethics framework can be translated into the local framework of Asian context. That is something is very important in receiving the global ethic. And in order to translate the global ethic into the local framework, that in other words, we call it contextualization, right? So this contextualization of global ethic is the primary demand from the Asian community when they are about to receive it for their own context. Then the contextualization process of any concept, any ideology, any theology always it has to take the realities of the particular context in which it is about to be built up. So the realities of the particular context needs to be taken into consideration. Also, the socio-religious, cultural, and linguistic frameworks of that particular context also needs to be taken into consideration in the process of contextualization of particular concept of theology. That is the same concern with the global ethic as well. Then we need to ask how methodologically global ethic can fit into these interpretative demands of the Asian context. So it's all about contextualizing the global ethic into Asian context, how far it is it is relevant, or how far it is easy to be fit into the interpretive demands of the context, which primarily concern about the social realities of Asian context.
Dan pertanyaan berikutnya adalah bagaimana menerjemahkan konsep etika global ini ke dalam konteks masyarakat yang dapat dimengerti oleh masyarakat biasa. Dan ini menjadi sesuatu yang sangat penting. Oleh sebab itu, penting dilakukan usaha kontekstualisasi, sehingga dapat berjalan atau memenuhi kebutuhan atau dapat mempertimbangkan keadaan yang ada di dalam konteks lokal Asia, seperti agama, budaya, bahasa, dan juga permasalahan-permasalahan yang ada. Pertanyaan utamanya adalah bagaimana secara metodologis etika global dapat diterjemahkan ke dalam konteks unik ini dari Asia.
So the Asian social framework, that is what we make it very important in contextualizing the global ethic to Asian context. The Asian social framework, which is all about its multi-religious, cultural, and economic, linguistic, and even caste diversities for countries like India. So this is the real social framework of Asian countries. So, according to me, when I consider the methodology related to global ethics from the Asian perspective, the multi-religious milieu becomes as methodological locale. So, having the multi-religious, also multicultural, also multi-economic, linguistic, and caste milieu as a methodological locale in which we try to translate this global ethic to the Indian context. So, for example, there is something called the golden rule, which is very important, imperative part of global ethic draft itself. It does not bring any enthusiastic response to it by the Asian people, because the golden rule is, as we all know, especially in Christian terms, what you want to do to others, you do. What you others to do yourself, you do it for others. We have this same concept in Jesus teaching as well. They call it as a golden rule, which they find in all the religions, most of the religions of the globe. So this golden rule is very, very much part of the Asian religions, right? So it's not very new to us. It won't bring any new framework to us, because we have been using this framework to live together, though we are a diverse religious group. So in that context, there is no enthusiastic response to the golden rule, which is part of the golden egg. This is one example to say how the multi-religious milieu or multicultural milieu of Asian context become methodological locale, from which we are trying to critically look at the global ethic, the draft itself. So methodological consideration of global ethic in the very Asian reality of marginalized, victimized communities becomes the hermeneutical locale. So the Asian reality of victimized communities, marginalized communities are becoming the hermeneutical locale through which we are criticizing the global ethic draft.
Ya. Nah, berikutnya dalam konteks Asia, situasi kita sangat multireligius, sangat multikultural, ekonomik, multilinguistik, dan juga ada banyak keberagaman kasta. Kalau ini adalah framework sosial di Asia, maka pertanyaannya, apakah apa yang diusulkan seperti contoh golden rule itu, ya, hukum terutama itu masih relevan atau tidak? Karena sepertinya hukum ini yang merupakan bagian dari kultur kita di Asia tidak mendapatkan respons yang antusias lagi, ya. Lakukan kepada sesamamu seperti yang kau ingin mereka lakukan kepadamu. Hal ini sangat Asia dan tidak menjawab apa yang menjadi pergumulan kita. Oleh sebab itu, usaha untuk mempertimbangkan etika global itu harus berangkat dari realitas Asia yang memiliki komunitas-komunitas yang termarginalisasi atau yang mengalami viktimisasi, menjadi korban. Dan ini harus menjadi lokasi hermeneutis kita untuk membaca etika global itu?
Asian country is made up of two different class levels. That is common for all the countries in the globe. But in Asian context, the majority of Asian communities are underprivileged society or marginalized society. That is more important. That itself becomes an interpretive tool. That is what I try to say here. If that becomes an interpretive tool, then the whole view of looking at global ethic becomes more critical when we look at from the marginalized perspective. Okay, according to me, when we read the global ethic, the whole format, the framework, it looks like it's a elite world views methodological demand of the postmodern world. So is it so? That is something we need to critically look at it. Okay, from where we got this global ethic? Again, it was given by the Western world, and who were part of that religious conference, the Parliament of Religious Conference, and who were part of that? Only those who were privileged among the different diverse communities from the global context. So the definition of particular ethical format given as a global ethical format or framework given by the elite group or Western group, and expecting the whole world to accept it as its own moral framework, which is something is disturbing for me in terms of methodology. In order to go deeper into that, I would like to bring some of the questions. What is global in the first level? We have to ask this question. By meaning global, what it means to the people who are not part of this so-called global engagement, right? I hope you are all getting what I try to say. This whole global engagement, international engagement, the world of globalization, this world is not part of the people who are working to feed their stomach. People who are trying to confirm their survival day by day, every day. It's an everyday struggle for them. People of the underprivileged society, they may raise a question, what you mean by global? Because it's not part of our worldview. The second thing, why do we need to become part of that global? Right? Because it's international engagement of the privileged society, where when I don't have a space, why should I become that part of global? Then only I have to talk about whether I need a global ethic. So it's a question of the community who always wrestle to survive, confirm their survival. So everyday realities is all about the survival struggle for the marginalized society, which is majority in the Asian countries. For them, global ethic doesn't mean anything. So we, as a marginalized society, especially Asian community, we always respect being local and native communities. Even that life framework of that native life frameworks, that local life frameworks, because we are very diverse in our nature. That diversity has its own life frameworks. That life frameworks has its own ethical framework. So we want to engage with that. We want to enjoy with that. So we cannot even imagine of having something which is global in its nature that can also be a local in nature, because our identity is different from the global identity because of our diversity. So the whole understanding of ethics itself differs from the privileged worldviews and its world order, and of the underprivileged worldviews and their world order.
Ya, pertanyaan yang di-challenge juga dalam paper ini adalah apa sih yang disebut dengan global itu? Apa global itu? Lalu siapa yang terlibat dalam percakapan untuk menentukan etika global ini? Biasanya para pesertanya adalah orang-orang yang punya keistimewaan-keistimewaan, memiliki hak-hak khusus, dan sebagainya. Mereka adalah kelompok-kelompok elit. Maka pertanyaannya, di mana mereka yang terpinggirkan, yang sehari-hari berjuang untuk mendapatkan makan untuk di rumah mereka? Mereka tidak punya perspektif untuk sesuatu yang global itu, tapi hanya apa yang sehari-hari yang menjadi pergumulan mereka. Dan ini menjadi pertanyaannya, di mana suara orang-orang ini dalam diskusi tentang etika global ini. Lalu yang kedua adalah mengapa orang-orang yang pada level ini, yang terpinggirkan, termarginalisasi, harus menganut etika global ini. Ini menjadi pertanyaan penting, karena realitas sehari-hari kita di Asia secara mayoritas adalah orang-orang lokal, orang-orang pribumi, orang-orang biasa yang bergumul setiap hari untuk memenuhi kebutuhannya.
See, though it looks like interesting, but it's kind of a disturbing thing. This global ethic, I feel there is a behind agenda that is global economy. And this global economy always wants to have harmony, the so-called harmony among the communities, in order to not to get disturbed in their global economic engagements. So the harmony, which is one of the basic aim of this UN Declaration of Global Ethics draft, which wants to bring harmony. Particularly, they are more interested in religious harmony because the terrorism of this world is happening more in terms of religious understanding. So they want to have more harmony in terms of religion, also culture, something. And in that context, I have only one point in this slide, that is, already Asian society, which is multi-religious, multicultural, multilingual, multi-caste, all those things, these multi-diverse community nature of Asian context itself has become an interpretive tool to read or to look at the issues of harmony in the world. Because already as a multi-facet community of Asian people, we are living in harmony. We have not asked for any common ethical framework thus far. For centuries, we are living together. We don't have any issue. We don't want to have any common ethical thing, but still we are living together. So already we are experiencing the harmony for centuries. That becomes a hermeneutical locale to look at the issues which is threatening the harmony of the world. So in that context, something like bringing global ethics with some hidden agenda of global economy, having the globalization as a backbone, something we need to critically look at. So for Asian, existing harmonial social order has been sustainable one, and it also acknowledges the uniqueness of every belief system, because that is the foundation of the whole identity of Asian context. Right? We acknowledge our uniqueness of our own belief system, though we are different from others, but we acknowledge. That's why we are living harmony. So that has been sustainable model that itself become a hermeneutical local.
Ya, dan juga dalam percakapan tentang etika global ini, kalau kita lihat masyarakat, kita melihat bahwa sebenarnya ada agenda ekonomi di balik ini, menurut Dr. Veda, yang menekankan pentingnya harmoni agar tidak terjadi kekacauan atau gangguan. Sedangkan dalam masyarakat Asia yang memang sangat beragam secara budaya, bahasa, agama, dan sebagainya, kita sebenarnya sudah menghidupi apa yang namanya harmoni itu. Masyarakat kita punya mekanisme untuk hidup bersama dalam keberagaman itu, sehingga sebuah etika global yang dibawa dari luar sana, luar Asia mungkin, itu sebenarnya adalah sesuatu yang memiliki agenda tersendiri. Kita sebenarnya punya cara kita sendiri, yaitu sistem kepercayaan yang unik, yang memampukan kita untuk menerima keunikan dalam diri orang lain tanpa menghilangkan keunikan kita sendiri, dan ini bersifat sustainable, di jangka panjang, dan ini bisa menjadi alat tafsir yang dapat kita pakai dalam konteks global di mana kekerasan terus terjadi.
Yeah, only one more point I would like to add to that previous point, that is, Asian context was having people religion. I don't want to get into that whole concept, but I want to highlight that before, for example, in Indian context, before Hinduism was taken in, to the Indian land. We were having people's religion, the local religions, which was very diverse. Every village has its own religious, not religion, it's a belief system. So these were having their own ethical framework. All the belief system has its own ethical framework, right? So it was having own ethical framework, which was totally in line with the nature itself. Why I bring this aspect? Because the UN Declaration of Global Ethics has more concern towards not only the anthropocentric, also the ecocentric. They want to claim that aspect as well. So the ethical framework or belief system, which has an ethical framework as well, which is very much in connection with the nature itself. It was the case in Asian context. When the colonial people came, the Aryans came into the Asian context, they started to misinterpret the whole people's belief system, especially in Indian context. So the whole detachment happened between the nature and the belief system in the Indian context, even in some of the Asian context. So I would like to challenge the global ethic craft, how it can touch the very, very, very basic issue, the social realities of our own Asian context. For example, in India, we have a caste system, and that caste system itself has gender violence as its part of spirituality. So gender violence is part of your spirituality. So you should not ask question about it. So we, on the one hand, we have social realities which are established with the religious system, belief system, and how this global ethic framework can deal with that. On the other hand, our local ancient belief system was very much related to nature, which was also misunderstood and misinterpreted, and it was destroyed. And these are the realities still we want to consider when we talk about ethical framework.
Ya, dan salah satu tantangan juga adalah bahkan sebelum contohnya menurut Dr. Veda, sebelum kehadiran Hindu di India, masyarakat-masyarakat lokal sudah memiliki sistem kepercayaan dan tentu memiliki sistem etikanya yang sejalan dengan alam. Tetapi dengan kehadiran agama, lalu juga kolonial, manusia menjadi terputus dari alam itu sendiri. Dan jika kita melihat etika global yang ditawarkan oleh UN, dia sebenarnya sangat bersifat antroposentrisme, di mana fokusnya adalah pada manusia. Tetapi sebenarnya masyarakat kita pada awalnya, pada dasarnya, itu memiliki relasi yang baik dengan alam. Dan ini adalah salah satu contoh yang harus dipertimbangkan. Dan kita juga bisa melihat bagaimana peran agama atau para misionaris pada saat itu yang mengatakan bahwa sistem kepercayaan ini adalah salah, sehingga harus digantikan oleh sistem kepercayaan yang mereka bawa.
Only 2 or 3 more points I have to share with you. The first thing, I would like to bring the whole concept of the political aspect of global ethic draft, because any religion which is surviving, in the history we were having thousands of belief system and thousands of cultures, but not everything is surviving now. We have only set of religions and customs or culture systems which are surviving in 21st century. So the surviving major religions are they made it in even till today because they are politically established. The religion which are politically established only can survive for long. So the dominating cultures are also have their own political framework. If you have a culture, if you have an ethical framework, if you want to develop or continue it, if you want it to survive for centuries, then you have to make it within the belief system, within the political system. Political framework. This is the dynamics, power dynamics of any religion or any cultural or any political frameworks in the world, in the human history. So the religion, culture, economy, and language, everything is part of part of the political. They are political in its nature. You cannot say any economy, any culture, any religion is out of the political dynamic. So these political frameworks are to feed the interest of whom, right? Whose political framework in which the ethical framework is made up of? We need to ask that question. So the political framework are always meant to feed the interest of the privileged upper class, upper caste, and the dominant religions and the dominant linguistic, which is few in number in the global society. So this is something we need to critically look at it. And it has made the majority of Asians as marginalized, right? In India, the high caste, which is religionized in terms of Hinduism, has made non-Hindus as marginalized. This is the case everywhere, right? Even in the Asian context. So the majority of Asians are made as marginalized and victimized, which in fact become the interpretive locale to see through the political interest of the global ethic. Though we say global ethic draft is the ethical framework, but it is a political framework. Not even a single ethical framework is without political interest. So whose political framework it is? We need to ask that. So the methodological question of this marginalized community is, do the global ethical framework deal with the threatening powers of our life struggles? Because the global ethical framework claims that they are aiming equality for all, even for the nature. So when we are in the survival struggles, because of the threatening power, because of the colonial power, because of the globalization, because of the privatization, all these threatening powers, because of these threatening powers, we are every day struggling to survive itself. How this global ethical framework is political enough to deal with these threatening powers. And thus this ethical framework can promise our dignity as humans in the beginning for Dalits, for women in Asian context. And how politically strong is global ethic to wrestle with this politically and religiously established social order, especially when you have too many diverse religion, too diverse culture. You have some of them as dominating, so which are politically established one, like Hinduism in India. So how much politically it is strong to wrestle with the politically religiously established social order, which is always with power dynamics, which always makes sure there is no equality in the society.
Ya, dan pertanyaan berikutnya adalah terkait dengan agenda politik ya dari etika global ini. Tidak bisa dipungkiri bahwa setiap agama mayor atau agama besar yang bisa bertahan sampai sekarang sebenarnya karena mereka memiliki kekuatan politik. Makanya mereka tetap bertahan. Oleh sebab itu agama, budaya, ekonomi, dan bahasa juga bersifat politis. Dan pertanyaannya adalah kerangka politik ini sebenarnya untuk menguntungkan siapa? Biasanya dia akan menguntungkan mereka yang punya keistimewaan, mereka dari kelas atas, dari kasta yang atas, dari agama mayoritas, dan juga mereka yang bahasanya adalah bahasa yang dominan. Nah, pertanyaannya bagaimana dengan mereka yang termarginalkan, yang menjadi korban, yang sebenarnya adalah alat untuk melakukan interpretasi, untuk membaca apa agenda dari etika global ini. Dan oleh sebab itu pertanyaannya juga adalah bagaimana etika global ini merespons kuasa-kuasa atau kekuatan yang berusaha membungkam mereka yang lebih kecil, yang minor, yang terpinggirkan. Dan ini menjadi pertanyaan yang sangat penting, terutama ketika etika global mengklaim bahwa ini adalah etika untuk semua, tapi semuanya ini siapa? Bagaimana dengan mereka yang ada di kelas-kelas bawah? Dr. Veda, you have another 2 minutes.
Yeah, I will finish it off. I would like to bring the whole understanding of Kingdom of God as a counter polity in this line. So if global ethic advocate a movement, this is the claim global ethic have, advocate a movement towards moral framework for a global community, it has to have its own political framework. And that should be a counter politics of the global the present global political scenario. And that means from whom the global ethic framework comes from. That question is very important. The historical and political milieu in which Jesus was introduced in the kingdom of God demands hermeneutical attention in advocating global ethic in Asian context. For example, Jesus' mission of good news to the poor was not introduced merely through spiritual or ethical frameworks. He was advocating for just society through the political framework that is kingdom of God. That kingdom values were built on the kingdom ethics. For example, Sermon on the Mount. So the ethical framework of the kingdom was the political ethos of the kingdom itself. I think you are getting me.
Ya, jadi maka usulannya adalah bagaimana untuk mengatasi jebakan-jebakan dari etika global ini. Menurut Dr. Veda, jika etika global mengadvokasi sebuah gerakan moral ya, yang menuju kerangka moral untuk komunitas global, maka harus ada kerangka politiknya sendiri. Dan ini bisa kita temukan di dalam Yesus yang memiliki kerajaan Allah sebagai bentuk politik yang menantang atau men-challenge apa yang ada. Dan misi Yesus adalah kabar baik kepada orang miskin, dan misi ini tidak diperkenalkan secara dalam kerangka spiritual atau etis saja, tetapi dalam bentuk advokasi terhadap masyarakat yang adil melalui kerangka politik, yaitu kerangka politik kerajaan Allah.
So any community ethics has to have a political framework. That is, I'm ready to challenge anyone. If that community wants to maintain its existence, because making a political ethical framework in terms of political framework, it's attempt to maintain its existence of the community itself and also the governance of the community. So we as Asian, we need local and contextual counter policies and movements and ethical framework. The socio-cultural, religious, political complexity of Asian culture is not easy to be realized within the Western framework at all, like global ethic framework. And the violence, discrimination, terrorism, like all the social evils of global community, many forms of social evils have its own religious and cultural, economic, linguistic foundations and base, which is in the view of culmination of economy and power. So the whole world is running after economy and power. So all the ethical frameworks will look for that culmination of economical domination and power domination. So in that context, what is the place of global ethic? And whether it is merely a draft or something else?
Ya, dan pertanyaannya adalah karena setiap komunitas etis pasti memiliki sebuah kerangka politis, maka pertanyaannya adalah, bisakah kita memiliki kebijakan yang menantang, yang bersifat lokal atau kontekstual? Karena budaya Asia yang sangat kompleks secara sosial, kultural, agama, politis, budaya sangat kompleks, maka tidak mudah kita untuk sebenarnya memakai kerangka barat ke dalam budaya kita. Kekerasan, diskriminasi, terorisme, dan banyak bentuk kejahatan sosial lainnya memiliki basis agama, basis budaya, atau ekonomi, atau bahasa. Dan semua ini puncaknya atau dasarnya adalah sebenarnya mempertahankan ekonomi dan kuasa. Maka di mana etika global ini ditempatkan dalam konteks ini?
So only two points I would like to leave with you. First one is what ethical framework global ethic talks about from the Asian perspective. Whether it is ethics of reconciliation or ethics of recompense. Because when you talk about ethics, there is no way escape from reconciliation process. When you have a different worldview, privileged and underprivileged, men and women, straight and LGBTQ, all those things. So the Asian countries, which are known for being colonized, encroached, and misused, even till today, economically, culturally, even the ecosystem of Asian countries. The Asian countries challenge the global ethic to base its ethics in terms of reconciliation, which is based on recompense. So without recompensation, there is no possibility for reconciliation. This is also the voice of the Mother Earth as well. So we want to reconciliate with each other, but we are not ready to recompensate. Without recompensation, so reconciliation is a concept always the Western and colonial mindset portray or highlight, because they are ready to. They are the people who were dominating us. They are the suppressors. Suppressors are coming and asking for reconciliation, but they are not ready to recompensate what they have taken from us. So the ethical framework of global ethics is based on what? Reconciliation or recompensating. So we need ethics which has a justice as its framework. Without this aspect, equality of any kind, which is the claim of the global ethic of UN, is not possible at all. Economic equality, gender equality, or rights of the nature, any form of equality is basically a question of justice. So ethical framework of any global format has to deal with the justice aspect.
Ya, dan pertanyaan berikutnya adalah dalam konteks Asia, bagaimana etika global itu seharusnya? Dan yang menarik adalah harus ada rekonsiliasi dan juga rekompensasi. Karena seringkali kita melihat, karena tentu Barat yang melakukan dominasi atas kita, mereka ingin melakukan rekonsiliasi tapi tidak siap untuk melakukan rekompensasi. Dan ini menjadi sesuatu yang harus ada di dalamnya. Dan selain itu juga aspek keadilan menjadi poin penting ketika kita berbicara tentang etika global. Karena sejauh ini keadilan ekonomi, keadilan gender, hak alam itu masih merupakan pertanyaan tentang keadilan. Apakah itu terwujud atau tidak?
When there is much social, economic, gender inequality, you cannot have a common ethical framework of all. So this is the last slide. So
can I translate your last statement?
Yeah.
Ya. Jadi sebelum ada keadilan gender, keadilan ekonomi dan sebagainya, kita belum bisa berbicara tentang etika global itu.
So ethics of the global ethic has to have a justice as its core framework. That is what we Asians we want to claim. So ethics of recompense. It's all about the voice or cry of the surviving community, or the community which struggles to survive. It struggles to conform its life every day basis. So it's the ethics of the survivals. The majority of Asian community, we are running after affirming life each and every day. The everyday struggle of the majority of Asian society, and the quality percentage of Asian society is not very small, it's a quality percentage of the world society as well. So this is the reality of the Asian society. And the ethical framework is a personality of the community, right? Ethical framework is not something only deal with the moral of the life. No, it's a personality of the particular community, which needs to be contextually rooted and framed. If the personality of my community doesn't have the color of my context, then it's not my identity. So if my community demands an ethical framework, that is the personality of that community itself, that has to be contextually rooted and framed. And it has to have a justice concern about my context. So global ethics is the demand of the global privileged minorities, right? They're minorities, as a response to the issue of their own interest. So all terrorism, all the issues, all the things are happening in the international level are the issue of power and economy. They need some ethical framework for that. That is the interest of the minority, the privileged, global privileged minorities. It looks like, for me, homogenization of diversity of all kinds. All kinds means culture, faith, everything, gender, everything. All kinds in terms of ethical framework, which cannot be entertained by any community whose community personality itself is diversity. So Asian history of the past and the present indeed demand justice as its ethical framework, both from the communities, also the ecosystems perspective as well. Thank you.
Ya, bagian akhir dari paper ini adalah penekanan bahwa dalam konteks Asia itu perlu ada sebuah etika untuk dapat bertahan hidup sehari-hari. Karena ini yang menjadi pergumulan dari kebanyakan masyarakat di Asia. Dan kita juga bisa melihat bahwa setiap komunitas memiliki kerangka etisnya sendiri yang perlu mengalami kontekstualisasi yang berakar dan di kerangka atau dibentuk dalam konteks mereka sendiri. Oleh sebab itu, etika global harus memberikan ruang pada minoritas untuk memiliki keistimewaan globalnya tersendiri sebagai respons atas isu-isu mereka sendiri, terutama terkait ekonomi dan kuasa. Oleh sebab itu, usaha homogenisasi terhadap keberagaman tidak dapat lagi diterima oleh komunitas yang sebenarnya memiliki keberagamannya sendiri. Dan dalam sejarah Asia, pada masa lalu dan masa kini, tuntutan untuk keadilan adalah sesuatu yang sangat penting. Dia menjadi sebuah kerangka etis bagi masyarakat dan juga bagi alam, bagi lingkungan di sekitar kita. Kurang lebih seperti itu presentasi dari Dr. Vedakani. Dr. Vedakani, thank you so much for your presentation. Very challenging for us to rethink again the traps of global ethic, and also how do we see it from our own perspective and our own struggle. So we will enter into the Q&A. We have around 5 to 10 minutes the most to have Q&A. Teman-teman, kita punya waktu 5-10 menit untuk bertanya. Salah satu kunci penting dari paper Dr. Veda adalah men-challenge atau mempertanyakan kembali ekonomi global, etika global yang diusulkan oleh United Nations dan berusaha untuk menerjemahkannya atau kemudian menantangnya dari perspektif Asia sendiri yang sangat unik, di mana kita bergumul dengan kehidupan kita hari demi hari. Dan ini terkait dengan ekonomi dan kuasa, dan keadilan itu menjadi tuntutan yang sangat penting yang harus dipertimbangkan dalam etika global itu. Silakan teman-teman, jika ada yang mau bertanya atau berkomentar, boleh langsung angkat tangan atau langsung bicara. Mari. Belum ada? Kalau belum ada, mungkin saya akan bertanya dulu sebagai pembuka supaya teman-teman bisa mempersiapkan pertanyaan atau komentar. Dr. Veda, I would like to start as an opening discussion. When we challenge the idea of global, should we just drop the term global, actually? Thank you.
Thank you. I think we need to redefine. From whose perspective the global is defined. That is what we have an issue with. Whose globe it is. So we need to redefine with what framework we are redefining, and with what interest we are redefining. Also very important. Otherwise, marginalized communities' imagination of redefining globe also will become a dominating one in the future. So we need to know what is the interest of the marginalized community in the process of redefine.
Ya, pertanyaan saya adalah kalau kita men-challenge kata global dan menekankan pentingnya partikularitas, kontekstualisasi komunal konteks kita sendiri, bagaimana kalau kita buang saja kata global itu? Dan menurut Dr. Veda, yang perlu kita lakukan adalah melakukan pendefinisian ulang terhadap global itu. Dan kita harus selalu sadar siapa yang melakukan pendefinisian ulang, siapa yang memberikan definisi pada awalnya. Lalu apa interest atau agenda yang ada di balik setiap penamaan atau penggunaan kata global ini. Karena jika tidak, maka apa yang kita pahami sebagai global dari perspektif minoritas kemudian bisa menjadi sesuatu yang mendominasi kembali. Kurang lebih seperti itu. Ya, thank you Dr. Veda. Teman-teman ada lagi yang mau bertanya atau berkomentar? Silahkan. Any other questions or comments?
Kamarai ke dikit dong.
Yeah. Elim, you can directly ask in English.
Hi Veda.
Yeah.
Good to see you.
Yeah, very happy to see you. I'm seeing you from yesterday.
Okay, Veda, I'm not questioning any question, but I have comments, especially on the contribution of the notion or the term of global towards the third world countries. For example, for us in Toraja, Indonesia, that we also have the so-called subaltern. Yeah, and I think the modern ecumenical movement that has initiated like the voices from the margins or theology from the margins or witness from the margins as we had during Getty or WCC assembly, I think it has helped also to bring something new for us that we can return home with something new, that we can also now advocate the position of those who are marginalized in our local context. So we have like a legitimation to do this because, okay, everybody in this world has talked about it. So I think it still contributes something to any respective context. Because I'm talking about it also in my presentation, though I'm starting from my very local context. But yeah. But thank you so much, Frida, because your presentation has provoked really significant insight for us.
Thank you. But I would like to again take up Maraike. What is? Am I pronouncing you correctly? Yeah. The question. Yeah. Do we need to drop out the whole understanding of global? Because there is something important in your question, because that is the imperial mindset of becoming big, becoming hero. That is the beginning of this becoming global. Why do we want to bring everything global? That has again the ideology of homogenization, which is very dangerous. Already it has eradicated so much of indigenous things in various countries, and it is the threat to the marginalized communities. So why should I become global? I have a dignity in my local context. I have the right and equality in my local framework itself. Why do I need to? That is also we need to keep on asking. Thank you for that question.
Ya, thank you. Tadi Elim mau mengatakan bahwa tentu di dalam konteks Indonesia juga ada yang namanya subalterns di Toraja juga, dan ini menjadi bagian dari presentasinya. Dan Elim mengatakan bahwa dalam gerakan ekumenis kita sebenarnya sudah memulai untuk mendengarkan suara-suara pada pinggiran, suara-suara yang ada di bawah. Dan ini menjadi concern utama juga dari gerakan ekumenis, sehingga kita memiliki legitimasi atau landasan yang kuat untuk melakukannya. Tetapi kemudian Dr. Veda mengatakan, sebenarnya kembali kepada pertanyaan saya tadi tentang global, kata global ini apakah kita harus tinggalkan saja, dan menurut dia dalam pemaknaan global ini sebenarnya ada mindset imperial di baliknya. Ya, keinginan untuk menjadi besar, keinginan untuk menyatukan. Jadi ada proses homogenisasi di dalam ini, dan ini yang menjadi sesuatu yang menjadi concern atau menjadi keprihatinan dari Dr. Veda. Kenapa saya harus menjadi global begitu? Saya juga punya dignity, saya punya marwah, martabat sebagai misalnya orang Toraja yang ada sekarang, dan nggak perlu harus global dan sebagainya. Jadi ini menjadi pertanyaan kritis juga dalam percakapan atau diskurs tentang metodologi etika global ini. Baik, teman-teman, apakah ada 2 menit lagi? Oke, Pak Peter, silahkan, langsung saja, Pak. Pak Peter Randan, silahkan langsung.
Oke, thank you Miss Veda, yeah, Mr. Veda, I agree if we not use the names global. So I have a solution. What about if we change the global become to respect the wisdom local? So we all have wisdom local alone, so that we must respect that. Yeah, because if the global ethic to build with the truth together, but every place, every location have a truth alone, because truth is relative. So that we must live about the global, and no, we must move to the respect to the local wisdom, because every culture is have local wisdom alone. What do you thinking about that, Dr. Veda? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your input.
Yes, you can respond, Dr. Veda, if you would like.
But again, this imagination of turning to local wisdom has to have a systematic approach. Otherwise, we won't know where we are going, how we are going. So we need to be clear about it. And this whole understanding of global ethics, with the understanding of the global world is one community. So there is a need for new world order for the new economic condition situation. So we need a new ethic. So that is the basic interest of global ethics. So when we turn to local, with which interest we are turning back to local? The genuinity of the interest. It can be economy, it can be culture, it can be other interest. But how genuine it is, because it's my local tradition, local wisdom. Why should I follow that so-called English or the dominating cultures? So we need to be very careful of that also, because our local system also has some issues, especially when they deal with women. So with how much genuinity we are approaching it, that is also very important. Learning from others as a global community is not the issue, but at the cost of my culture, learning something new is always dangerous. At the same time, embracing everything, my local thing, without critically looking at, is also another level of dangerous.
Ya, terima kasih sekali Pak Peter. Pertanyaan dari Pak Peter adalah daripada kita pakai global, kita pakai saja kebijakan atau kebijaksanaan lokal ya, local wisdom ini. Karena kebenaran itu bersifat relatif, jadi bagaimana kalau kita pakai saja local wisdom kita. Tapi di sini Dr. Veda mengatakan kita tetap harus berhati-hati. Ya, jadi imajinasi untuk kembali kepada hikmat lokal itu, kebijaksanaan lokal itu juga harus kita perhatikan bahwa di dalam yang konteks kita sendiri yang lokal juga ada masalah-masalah seperti masalah perempuan dan sebagainya. Jadi interestnya apa ketika kita ingin kembali kepada kebijaksanaan lokal. Di sisi lain, kita juga sebagai masyarakat dunia, kita juga satu masyarakat global pada satu sisi. Jadi tetap kita juga harus terkonek kepada yang global itu, tapi juga tentu tidak menerima semuanya dengan begitu saja, sehingga melupakan yang lokal, tapi juga yang lokal ini tentu harus dikritisi kembali. Agenda siapa yang nanti kita akan kedepankan ketika kita kembali kepada kebijaksanaan lokal ini. Jadi memang perlu ada etika yang baru, dan ya ini adalah sesuatu yang menjadi pendapat dari Dr. Veda. Kurang lebih begitu ya. Baik teman-teman, waktu kita sudah habis. We are running out of time, Dr. Veda. We would like to say thank you for your great presentation. It has challenged us to rethink again of global ethic from the Asian perspective. And thank you also for those who have contributed, giving the questions and comments. So I would like to pass this to our committee. Terima kasih teman-teman. Kita berterima kasih kepada Dr. Veda yang sudah men-challenge kita, menantang kita untuk memikirkan kembali metodologi yang dipakai untuk menerapkan apa itu etika global. Terima kasih untuk para penanya yang berkomentar dan sebagainya. Saat ini waktu dan tempat diserahkan kepada panitia. Terima kasih.
So I would like to extend my thanks for the opportunity, and you people are doing great job. I'm impressed the way you deal with the sessions and explain the things and dealing with the concepts. So thanks for everything. I hope I hope and wish this conference will bring perspectival transformation in the listeners. My wishes. Thank you.
Ya, Dr. Veda mengatakan terima kasih untuk kesempatan yang diberikan untuk berbagi, dan semoga seminar ini berjalan dengan baik dan terus memberikan perspektif baru bagi para pesertanya. Ya, terima kasih. Thank you.
Thanks again for Kak Mareke for your participate to be moderator and translator for us in this session. We will continue our session from Reverend Elim Wilson Taruk, MA, doctoral student at Protestant Theological University Amsterdam, with the topic Interfaith Solidarity Aluk Todolo in Dialogue with Toraja Church to engage with plurality as a response towards global responsibility, with a moderator, Reverend Dr. Alpius Pasulu, MTH. Dr. Alpius, you hear my voice?
Yes, of course, Jessica.
Okay.
Thank you.
Time is yours, Mr. Alpius.
Baik, Ibu Ellen siap ya? Tentu sudah capek. Baik. So I think this will be the last of the all presentation in the International Conference of Christian University of Indonesia, Toraja, Faculty of Theology 2022. And the last presentation will be presented by Reverend Elim Wilson Taruk. So I will introduce her. She taking her bachelor degree from STT Inti Makassar 2014, and then Master of Art in Intercultural Theology from Göttingen University, Germany, and currently enrolled as a doctoral student at Protestant Theological University Amsterdam, and she interested in interfaith and or interreligious relation, intercultural theology, and postcolonial studies. The title of the paper that written by Reverend Elim is Interfaith Solidarity Aluk Todolo in Dialogue with Toraja Church to engage with plurality as a response toward the global responsibility. Jadi judul ini bergumul dalam konteks perjumpaan antara Aluk Todolo dan Gereja Toraja, dan dibingkai dalam perspektif dialog interfaith, dan Ibu Lim mencoba merumuskan sebuah konsep tentang bagaimana kedua agama ini, Aluk Todolo maupun Gereja Toraja, berelasi dalam konteks pluralitas sebagai respons menuju tanggung jawab global. So, Reverend Elim, time is yours. Please presenting your research that we have say about before. Please.
Thank you, Kapius. But before I go further with the presentation, I need to inform us that this is the second presentation. So actually, there is still one presentation from Billy Sorina. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for the correction.
Yeah. Okay, so as mentioned by the moderator, my topic is interfaith solidarity, and it's Aluk Todolo in dialogue with the Toraja Church to engage with plurality as a response towards global responsibility.
Should I translate directly or later?
Maybe after the first slide.
After the first, okay.
Yeah. So at the end of 2019, together with the students from the Theology of Religions class, we visited the community of Aluk Todolo in the district of Malimbong, Balepe, Tanah Toraja. The visit was intended in the context of interfaith dialogue as the estuary of Theologia Religionum. In the dialogue, the Aluk Todolo openly expressed their hope and longing, especially for Christians. In this case, I refer to Toraja Church, that they also want to be respected. For Aluk Todolo, inviting other people who already have a religion to convert to their religion is a sin. Thus, they long to be treated as other fellow religious communities that are respected and given the freedom to express their faith.
Oke, jadi Bapak Ibu, tulisan ini berawal dari sebuah kegiatan bersama dengan mahasiswa Ibu Pendeta Elim di akhir tahun 2019 saat mereka mengunjungi salah satu basis Aluk Todolo di Balepe, Toraja Utara ya.
Tanah Toraja, Kak.
Oh, Tanah Toraja. Oke. Perkunjungan ini dimaksudkan dalam rangka dialog lintas iman dan sebagai muaranya nanti muara dari salah satu mata kuliah yang diampu Ibu Elim, dan dalam dialog tersebut saudara-saudara dari Aluk Todolo secara terbuka mengungkapkan bahwa ada harapan dan kerinduan mereka terlebih terhadap orang-orang Kristennya, khususnya orang gereja Toraja, bahwa mereka juga ingin dihargai. Nah, bagi Aluk Todolo, mengajak orang lain yang sudah memiliki agama untuk pindah ke agamanya adalah dosa. Jadi orang-orang Aluk Todolo tidak melakukan itu karena itu dipandang dosa. Nah, dengan demikian mereka rindu untuk diperlakukan sebagaimana pemeluk agama lain mereka hargai, dan kemudian mereka beri kebebasan dalam mengekspresikan iman mereka. Gitu ya, Ibu Elim.
Ya. Okay, the voice from Aluk Todolo's perspective keeps echoing in my ears and seems to be pushing me to continue it on practical level. The fact is, Aluk Todolo still tends to be seen as a fertile ground for Christianization. So in this case, it can be observed that there is a superior and inferior relationship pattern, or in the term used by Paul Nitter at the beginning of his missionary activities, it's a relationship between doctors and patients who are sick. 5 times a day in a prayer, Nitter and his community in the seminary ask God that the darkness of sin and hedonism may vanish before the light of the grace of the Word and the Spirit. Nitter believes that they, the Christian community, have the Word and Spirit, while the others they meet have sin and disbelieved. We are loving doctors, and they are the suffering patients, Nitter said.
Jadi pengalaman tersebut cukup menggelisahkan Ibu Elim, terus menggema di telinganya katanya, dan terus memaksanya untuk meneruskan pada tataran praktis. Artinya Ibu Elim mencoba untuk keluar dari mencoba menggumuli ini secara teologis, dan bahwa faktanya Aluk Todolo memang masih cenderung dipandang sebagai lahan subur untuk dikristenkan, sehingga dalam hal ini dapat diamati adanya pola relasi superior inferior, atau dalam istilah yang digunakan Paul Nitter, dari awal kegiatan misionernya antara dokter dan pasien yang sedang sakit. Nah, 5 kali sehari dalam doa, Kniter dan komunitasnya di seminari memohon kepada Tuhan, kiranya kegelapan dosa dan kekafiran lenyap di hadapan terang anugerah firman dan roh. Dan Kniter meyakini bahwa komunitas Kristen memiliki firman dan roh, sementara yang lain yang dijumpainya itu memiliki dosa dan kekafiran. Kamilah dokter yang mengasihi dan mereka lah pasien menderita. Itu statement dari Kniter.
Okay, in fact, the number of Aluk Todolo adherents continues to decrease. Their human resources are limited. So it is clear that currently they are counted as a minority in Toraja land. However, does this immediately justify the behavior of Christian Torajans to view them as those who need help, the sick patients, or people who need to be saved?
Jadi pada kenyataannya memang jumlah penganut Aluk Todolo terus berkurang dan juga faktanya sumber daya mereka memang sudah terbatas ya akibat dari konversi, dan ini menandakan bahwa saat ini mereka terhitung menjadi fakta bahwa mereka terhitung sebagai minoritas di bumi Toraja. Namun apakah hal tersebut dapat serta-merta membenarkan perilaku orang Toraja Kristen untuk memandang mereka sebagai pihak yang perlu ditolong, atau pasien yang sakit, atau orang-orang yang perlu diselamatkan?
Okay, so we are moving to the Toraja Church Evangelism Mission. In order to fulfill its vocation, the church must continue to strive to carry out the gospel message as well as the Toraja Church. In the preliminary concept formulation of the results of the fourth consultation, the Toraja Church Evangelism Workshop, which took place in Tangmentoe 1st to 5th September in 2015, the task of evangelizing is referred to as missionaries or messengers of God who came from faraway countries to preach the gospel in Toraja.
Di bagian poin ini Ibu Eli membahas tentang misi pekabaran Injil atau PI Gereja Toraja. Jadi dalam rangka menunaikan tugas panggilannya, maka gereja harus terus berupaya melaksanakan pekabaran Injil, dan itu juga menjadi konsep Gereja Toraja. Nah, terlihat dalam pendahuluan konsep rumusan hasil konsultasi P4 dan Lokakarya Pekabaran Injil Gereja Toraja yang berlangsung di Tangmentoe tanggal 1 sampai 5 September 2015. Tugas pekabaran Injil dirujuk kepada para misionaris atau utusan-utusan Tuhan yang datang dari negeri yang jauh untuk memberitakan Injil di Toraja.
Okay, those who came to preach the gospel in Toraja were moved by the Holy Spirit and encouraged by God's word to go make disciples of all nations. This is the word of Jesus. Go therefore, make disciples of all nations and baptize them in the name of the Father and of God, Son and Holy Spirit, and teach them to do everything that I have commanded you. Know that I am always with you until the end of time. This is from Matthew 26, verses 19 to 20. They want to fulfill God's call. As the Father has sent me, I also send you. From John 20, verse 21. They came to carry out God's mission and continue the mission of Christ. They fulfill their vocation, as the Apostle Peter says, "For this you were called, because Christ also suffered for you and left an example for you, that you should follow in his footsteps." They don't want to be hurt because they don't preach the gospel according to the liberation theme of the consultation.
Jadi setidaknya semangat untuk memberitakan Injil itu berdasar pada teks-teks agung, baik itu yang terakhir tadi saya sebutkan dulu 1 Korintus 9 ayat 16, 1 Petrus 2 ayat 21, kemudian Yohanes 20 ayat 21 dan Matius 28 ayat 19 sampai 20. yang Matius ini saya sampaikannya, dan ketahuilah aku menyertai kamu senantiasa sampai akhir zaman. Dan juga di Yohanes 20 itu mereka mau memenuhi panggilan Tuhan sama seperti Bapa mengutus aku, demikianlah juga sekarang aku mengutus kamu. Ini dasar dalam melakukan pemberitaan Injil untuk merangkul orang masuk ke dalam kekristenan, menerima Kristus. Ibu Elim.
Of course, the presence of Dutch missionaries in Toraja in the context of preaching the gospel is something that is not only to be appreciated, but also to be grateful for. Because of their coming, the seeds of the gospel can grow, and even its fruit can be enjoyed up to the current generation. By practicing the Great Commission from the Matthew 28, verses 19 to 20, and John 20, verse 21, the Toraja Church believes that this is a mission from God, or Missio Dei, and Christ's mission, or Missio Christi, that his church must continue. The Father has sent Jesus to save this world, and therefore Jesus sent his disciples, whom he had called, and his church, which he had founded, to do the same. This is referred to as a mission work, where the church is sent to continue the work of Jesus in order to find those who are lost, so that they can be saved and participate in the kingdom of heaven.
Tentu saja kita mensyukuri ya, khususnya di Toraja, bahwa kedatangan para misionaris Belanda di Toraja dalam rangka memberitakan Injil adalah sesuatu yang bukan hanya patut dihargai tetapi juga disyukuri. Sebab karena kedatangan mereka lah maka benih-benih Injil dapat bertumbuh, bahkan buahnya dapat dinikmati sampai generasi saat ini. Nah, dengan amanat agung dari Matius 28 ayat 19 sampai 20 dan Yohanes 20 ayat 21, maka Gereja Toraja yakin bahwa inilah misi dari Allah, atau Missio Dei, dan misi Kristus atau misi Kristi. Missio Christi yang harus diteruskan oleh gerejanya. Bapa mengutus Yesus untuk menyelamatkan dunia ini, Missio Dei, dan selanjutnya Yesus mengutus murid-muridnya yang telah dipanggil dan gerejanya yang telah ia dirikan untuk melakukan hal yang sama. Ini disebut sebagai pekerjaan misi, di mana gereja diutus untuk melanjutkan pekerjaan Yesus dalam rangka mencari mereka yang terhilang sehingga mereka dapat diselamatkan dan turut dalam kerajaan surga.
Of course, the Toraja Church's understanding of the mission of evangelization is not limited to preaching the word verbally, but also through actions. However, this article wants to focus on the form of missionary work understood by the Toraja Church, especially in relation to seeking and saving the lost. In this case, Aluk Todolo adherents are included in the target of the mission of evangelism, by which the Toraja Church recognizes that they are people who need to be sought in order to obtain salvation in Christ.
Ya, jadi tentu saja pemahaman Gereja Toraja mengenai PI tidak terbatas pada pemberitaan firman secara verbal, namun juga melalui perbuatan. Dan Ibu Elim memfokuskan tulisan ini pada salah satu wujud misi yang dipahami Gereja Toraja, terutama dalam kaitannya untuk mencari dan menyelamatkan yang terhilang. Dan dalam hal ini penganut Aluk Todolo ini termasuk dalam sasaran misi PI yang dengannya Gereja Toraja mengakui bahwa mereka adalah orang-orang yang perlu dicari supaya memperoleh keselamatan di dalam Kristus.
Interestingly, in the decision of the Toraja Church 22nd General Assembly in Jakarta in 2006, regarding the results of the third consultation on the evangelization of the Toraja Church, one of the points considered was the Toraja Church is aware of its presence in the context of culture, modernity, and a pluralistic Indonesian society. This pluralism is, of course, not limited to matters of race, language, ethnicity, and culture, but also includes matters of belief. Thus, an important question that needs to be pondered is this point countered when Aluk Todolo adherents who are part of plurality or pluralism are actually included in the mission object of evangelism?
Jadi ada yang menarik yang diperlihatkan Ibu Elim berdasarkan risetnya, yaitu dengan membaca keputusan Sidang Sinode AM ke-22 Gereja Toraja tahun 2006 di Jakarta tentang hasil konsultasi PI 3. Salah satu poin yang diamati Ibu Elim bahwa di situ dijelaskan bahwa Gereja Toraja menyadari kehadirannya dalam konteks budaya dan modernitas dan masyarakat Indonesia yang majemuk. Jadi ada pengakuan tentang kemajemukan. Nah, kemajemukan ini tentu tidak terbatas pada soal ras, bahasa, suku, dan kebudayaan, tetapi juga soal keyakinan atau kepercayaan. Dan dengan demikian, Ibu Eli mengajukan pertanyaan penting yang perlu untuk kita renungkan, yaitu apakah poin ini akan menjadi mentah? Maksudnya poin yang tadi, poin tentang pengakuan akan keberagaman itu, kemajemukan, apakah akan dimentahkan ketika penganut Alturolo yang adalah bagian dari kemajemukan itu justru termasuk dalam sasaran PI, itu yang ditekankan Ibu Elim di bagian ini.
Previously, in 2005, the consultation on the evangelization of the Toraja Church, which took place from May 20 to 25th in Tangmentoe, which was attended by 55 participants representing the region, the Synod Board and its units, as well as several theologians and Toraja Church figures, actually included the topic of cultural transformation by the gospel as a topic that needed to be discussed further. The important question that arose there was, is the Bible still relevant in transforming a culture, This is a re-evaluation. And I think it was initiated by the late Rev. Theodorus Kobong.
Sebelumnya di tahun 2005 di kegiatan konsultasi PI Gereja Toraja yang berlangsung tanggal 20 sampai 25 Mei di Tangmentoe, itu dihadiri 59 orang peserta, perwakilan dari wilayah, BPS dan juga unit-unitnya, serta beberapa teolog dan tokoh Gereja Toraja. Justru di konsultasi PI itu justru memasukkan topik transformasi budaya oleh Injil sebagai topik yang perlu untuk dibahas lebih lanjut. Nah, pertanyaan penting yang muncul di sini yang diajukan Ibu Elim adalah, masih relevankah Injil mentransformasi budaya dan sebuah evaluasi ulang? Dan Ibu Elim menambahkan bahwa ini tentu saja ini kegiatan itu di salah satu tokoh yang penting saat itu adalah almarhum Bapak Pendeta Dr. Theodorus Kobong.
Ya, itu sebenarnya lebih ke bahwa yang re-evaluation itu adalah justru topik dari konsultasi di tahun itu.
Iya.
Yeah. And unfortunately, in later consultations, these points seem to have received little attention. In fact, Richard Niebuhr's fifth typology, Christ the Transformer of Culture, is increasingly being used to incorporate Bible values into every cultural element where the Toraja Church is present. In this case, Toraja culture, which is transformed as claimed as an ancestral heritage.
Di sini Bu Elim melihat dan menyayangkan bahwa dalam konsultasi yang terkemudian, poin-poin ini tampaknya tidak begitu mendapat perhatian lagi. Nah, dalam kenyataannya, kelima tipologi dari Richard Niebuhr, Christ the Transformer of Culture, ini semakin masif digunakan untuk memasukkan nilai-nilai Injil ke dalam setiap unsur-unsur budaya di mana Gereja Toraja hadir. Dan dalam hal ini budaya Toraja yang ditransformasi sebagai yang diklaim warisan leluhur.
Okay, to see how it has become a problem to me, we have to understand aluk and adat as a holistic view of life. Apart from being seen as a missional goal, another fact that should not be ignored is that the church still continues to claim aluk products as ancestral heritage that needs to be preserved, But at the same time, it continues to see their beliefs as an infidelity.
Saya terjemahkan.
Atau saya lanjut sedikit ke Ayah?
Ya.
At a certain point, this can be seen as a form of betrayal towards the ancestors, and this shows that the church, although it may understand, basically refuses to understand that aluk and adat are two inseparable aspects.
Ya, jadi ini poin berikut yang Ibu Elim fokus tentang konsep aluk dan adat sebagai pandangan hidup yang holistik, dan di sini Ibu Elim menjelaskan selain sebagai sasaran misi, fakta lain yang tidak boleh diabaikan adalah bahwa gereja masih terus mengklaim produk-produk aluk sebagai warisan leluhur yang perlu dilestarikan. Nah, itu fakta, Bah. Namun di saat yang bersamaan juga terus melihat kepercayaan mereka, kepercayaan aluk todoli sebagai sebuah kekafiran. Nah, jadi ada semacam kontradiksi yang terjadi, atau ya binar melihat dua hal ini. Nah, pada titik itu, ini dapat dilihat sebagai bentuk pengkhianatan terhadap para leluhur, dan ini menunjukkan bahwa gereja, walaupun mungkin memahami, namun pada dasarnya menolak untuk mengerti bahwa aluk dan adat adalah dua hal yang tidak dapat dipisahkan.
Theodorus Kobong has explained succinctly that aluk is a belief about existence that tries to understand this world in a methodological, transcendental manner, while customs and culture are concrete manifestations of this transcendental aluk. In short, custom is an expression of faith, an action born of what is believed. Thus, separating adat from aluk means uprooting it from its roots, making it stand alone without basis, and that is the same as asking Christians to stop worshiping Sundays. To go for worship on Sundays, which are precisely an expression of faith in order to celebrate the risen Christ.
Di sini Pak Kobong telah secara lugas menguraikan bahwa aluk ialah keyakinan mengenai keberadaan yang mencoba memahami dunia ini secara mitologis transendental, ya. Sedangkan adat dan kebudayaan adalah manifestasi konkret dari aluk yang transendental itu. Jadi singkatnya, adat adalah ekspresi iman, tindakan yang lahir dari apa yang diyakini. Dengan demikian, memisahkan adat dari aluk berarti mencabutnya dari akarnya, membuatnya berdiri sendiri tanpa dasar, dan itu sama seperti meminta orang Kristen untuk berhenti beribadah di hari Minggu yang justru adalah ekspresi iman dalam rangka merayakan Kristus yang bangkit.
Consequently, by seeing them as one of the goals of the mission of evangelization, it is clear that there is a superior-inferior relationship pattern in it. They, or the aluk todolo adherents, experience discrimination. Kalau dalam post-colonial studies, they can be categorized as the subaltern. However, the good news is that with the massive modern ecumenical movement, the voices of those who are discriminated against have now found a place in the public sphere, and this is known as the voices from the margins or witness from the margin.
Nah, ini konsekuensinya adalah dengan melihat mereka sebagai salah satu sasaran misi PI, maka jelas terdapat pola relasi superior inferior di dalamnya. Mereka mengalami diskriminasi, maksudnya tadi ya kaum orang-orang aluk todolo. Namun di sini juga ada kabar baik yang dijelaskan Ibu Elim bahwa dengan masifnya gerakan ekumenis modern, suara kaum yang terdiskriminasi pun kini telah mendapat tempat di ruang publik, dan ini dikenal sebagai suara dari kaum margin atau kesaksian dari kaum margin. Itu yang disampaikan Ibu Elim.
Aluk Todolo's yearning on their freedom as a religious community has indicated that they have tried to resist against Christians' acts. If in the perspective of Aluk Todolo, offering other or new religions or belief to those who are already attached to a particular belief or religion is a sin. So this opinion needs to get a response from the church because their voice is just as important as the voice of other religious communities.
Nah, poin yang disampaikan Bu Elim ini adalah poin yang berupaya mengkonstruksi interfaith solidarity ya, ke solidaritas antar keyakinan melalui perjumpaan Aluk Todolo dan Gereja Toraja. Nah, di sini Ibu Elim menyampaikan bahwa jika dalam perspektif Aluk Todolo itu menawarkan satu agama lain, agama baru kepada mereka yang telah memiliki agama itu merupakan dosa, maka pendapat ini perlu mendapat respon dari pihak gereja. Sebab suara dari saudara-saudara kita yang beraluk Todolo ini sama pentingnya dengan suara komunitas religius lainnya.
Thus, the Great Commission from Matthew 28, which has been the basis for mission work, needs to be reinterpreted in the context of Toraja Church encounter with Aluk Todolo. The church needs to realize the Great Commission seems to have been used from the perspective of domination.
Dengan demikian amanat agung dari Matius 28 ayat 19 sampai 20 itu yang selama ini menjadi pegangan dalam pekerjaan misi perlu ditafsir ulang dalam konteks perjumpaan gereja dengan Aluk Todolo. Gereja perlu menyadari bahwa sepertinya amanat agung ini telah digunakan melalui perspektif dominasi.
I'm not saying that it is a mistake or a crime because I still believe that all this missionary work is really done by the church in order to continue the mission of Christ. However, as a reformatory church, it is clear that the Toraja Church is open to constantly renewing itself as revealed in the results of the third consultation on the evangelization of Toraja Church. At a certain point, the church needs to be open and dare to do self-criticism, to reflect back on its existence in his faithfulness to God who has chosen and sent them. If in the end there is some kind of redefinition of the concept, mission, institution, and practices, then all of this must be seen and accepted as normal things.
Di sini gereja di sini Ibu Elim mengatakan bahwa sebenarnya dia tidak mengatakan bahwa ini adalah sebuah kekeliruan atau kejahatan. Sebab Ibu Elim yakin ya bahwa semua pekerjaan misi ini sungguh dilakukan gereja dalam rangka melanjutkan misi Kristus. Namun sebagai gereja reformatoris, maka jelaslah bahwa gereja Toraja terbuka untuk selalu membaharui dirinya sebagaimana yang terungkap dalam hasil konsultasi PI 3. Nah, pada titik tertentu gereja perlu terbuka dan berani melakukan otokritik, merefleksikan kembali keberadaannya dalam kesetiaannya kepada Allah yang telah memilih dan mengutus. Nah, jika pada akhirnya terjadi semacam redefinisi konsep, misi, kelembagaan, dan praktik, maka itu semua harus dipandang dan diterima sebagai kewajaran.
The principle of Ecclesia Reformata Semper Reformanda adopted by the Toraja Church can help to recognize the need for dynamics of change that are intentional, planned, and carried out systematically. And at the same time, if the Toraja Church can come to an understanding and even to take a bold step like this, then it has shown awareness as well as solidarity to acknowledge and uphold differences, the dignity of fellow religious community, and at the same time, open to embrace the particularities around it. Because if conversion to Christianity is one of the goals of missionary work, then the church has automatically denied the particularity or uniqueness of each belief and its adherents.
Prinsip Ecclesia Reformata Semper Reformanda yang dianut gereja Toraja dapat menolong untuk mengakui perlunya dinamika perubahan yang disengaja juga direncanakan dan dikerjakan secara sistematis. Dan di saat yang bersamaan, jika Gereja Toraja dapat tiba pada pemahaman bahkan mengambil satu langkah yang berani seperti itu, maka ia telah menunjukkan kesadaran religius solidaritasnya untuk mengakui dan menjunjung tinggi perbedaan martabat sesama komunitas religius, dan sekaligus juga terbuka untuk merengkuh partikularitas yang ada di sekitarnya. Sebab jika konversi terhadap kekristenan menjadi salah satu tujuan dari pekerjaan misi, maka dengan sendirinya gereja telah menyangkal partikularitasnya atau keunikan masing-masing kepercayaan serta penganutnya.
If the church is open with this kind of relationship pattern, then mission needs to get a new definition. If previously Aluk Todolo was in a dominated position, then in a relationship built on awareness to participate in plurality and particularity, both of them can work together towards the good of all beings by referring to basic principles in their respective beliefs. For Aluk Todolo, peace or karapasan is the main thing, while in Christianity, referring to Christ himself, presenting the kingdom of God on earth is the main thing. Thus, the call to create peace or to place solidarity in the main place can help these two religious communities to understand that there are issues that are much more important to receive attention and work on together, such as human issues and environmental issues, which are fellow creatures. These issues truly transcend cultural boundaries and beliefs.
Jika gereja terbuka dengan pola relasi semacam ini, maka ini sih perlu mendapat definisi baru. Jika sebelumnya Aluk Todolo berada pada posisi yang mendominasi, posisi yang didominasi, maka dalam relasi yang terbangun atas kesadaran untuk berpartisipasi dalam konteks pluralitas dan juga partikularitas, keduanya dapat berjalan bersama menuju kebaikan semua makhluk dengan mengacu pada prinsip dasar dalam keyakinan masing-masing. Nah, di sini bagi Aluk Todolo, kita tahu bersama bahwa karapasan atau kedamaian atau peace itu adalah atau harmoni itu sesuatu yang dikejar, yang utama. Sementara juga di dalam kekristenan merujuk kepada Kristus sendiri, menghadirkan kerajaan Allah di muka bumi adalah yang utama. Damai sejahtera ya, tanda dari kerajaan Allah. Dengan demikian panggilan untuk mewujudkan kedamaian, menempatkan solidaritas pada tempat utama, dapat menolong kedua komunitas religius ini untuk saling memahami bahwa ada persoalan-persoalan yang jauh lebih penting untuk mendapat perhatian dan diupayakan bersama, seperti persoalan kemanusiaan maupun persoalan lingkungan yang adalah sesama ciptaan. Nah, persoalan ini sungguh melampaui batas-batas budaya dan kepercayaan.
Nevertheless, the question that can arise, if the church is ultimately in this kind of position, will the Christian teachings regarding Christ as the only way of truth be ignored? According to Gavin da Costa, when humans act in the name of solidarity or are moved by compassion for all the damage that is around them, then they are people who are oriented to Christ, because according to him, every true and valuable element in every religion are all the fruit of the Holy Spirit, and the Holy Spirit is the Spirit of Jesus himself.
Ini meskipun demikian, pertanyaan yang muncul adalah jika gereja pada akhirnya berada pada posisi semacam itu, apakah ajaran Kristen mengenai Kristus sebagai satu-satunya jalan kebenaran diabaikan? Nah, di sini Bu Elim mengutip Gavin da Costa, bahwa ketika manusia bergerak atas nama solidaritas atau digerakkan oleh belas kasih atas segala kerusakan yang ada di sekitarnya, maka mereka adalah orang-orang yang terarah kepada Kristus. Sebab menurut da Costa, ya, setiap unsur yang benar dan berharga dalam setiap agama itu semua adalah buah dari Roh Kudus, dan Roh Kudus itu adalah Roh Yesus sendiri. Dalam hal ini da Costa mengembangkan sebuah teologi triniter, ya, teologi trinitarian yang berdasar pada ajaran resmi Gereja Katolik, terutama pada beberapa dokumen Konsili Vatikan II. Lanjut Ibu Elim.
This review is deepened through reflection on the Gospel of John, which essentially states that where there is true love, it is the Spirit of God Himself who makes them participate in God's own Trinitarian love. Thus, where there is love and goodness in religions, there is the divine Spirit and the Trinitarian God's life and direction to Jesus. The Costas view ultimately provides a new perspective in understanding God, Jesus, and the Holy Spirit as what dwells within everyone who is moved to do good and show love.
Nah, tinjauan ini diperdalam melalui refleksi atas Injil Yohanes yang pada hakikatnya menyatakan bahwa di mana ada cinta kasih sejati, maka Roh Allah sendirilah yang membuat mereka berpartisipasi dalam cinta Triniter Allah sendiri. Dengan demikian, di mana ada kasih dan kebaikan dalam agama-agama, di situ ada Roh Ilahi dan kehidupan Allah Triniter serta keterarahan pada Yesus. Pandangan Da Costa ini pada akhirnya memberi perspektif baru dalam memahami Allah, Yesus, dan Roh Kudus sebagai yang berdiam di dalam diri setiap orang yang tergerak untuk melakukan kebaikan dan menunjukkan cinta kasih.
The Costa view is in line with what has been conveyed by Professor Azakaram, the General Secretary of Religions for Peace from the United Nations, through her remarks at the 11th WCC Assembly. As a Muslim, she truly believes that if Christians believe that Christ's love is for the whole world, then it is not limited to Christians, but also to those outside the walls of the church, including those who are Muslims.
Silakan Da Costa yang tadi disampaikan sejalan dengan yang disampaikan oleh Profesor Asa Karam, General Secretaries of Religions for Peace, ya, United Nations, dalam sambutannya pada kegiatan WCC yang kegiatan ke-11. Sebagai seorang Muslim, ia sungguh meyakini bahwa jika orang Kristen percaya bahwa cinta Kristus adalah untuk seluruh dunia, maka itu tidak terbatas pada orang Kristen saja, tetapi juga bagi mereka di luar dinding gereja, termasuk baginya yang adalah seorang Muslim.
This common starting point can ultimately be understood as a new hermeneutical kairos for the encounter of religions. Kairos because is a constellation of unique events that represent both new opportunities and responsibilities. Hermeneutical because it allows adherents of interfaith beliefs not only to feel the need for each other, but also to understand and value each other.
Titik berangkat bersama ini pada akhirnya dapat dimengerti sebagai suatu kairos hermeneutik, ya. Jadi waktu untuk melakukan penafsiran ulang atau penafsiran yang baru bagi perjumpaan agama-agama. Kairos disebut kairos karena merupakan suatu konstelasi berbagai peristiwa yang unik yang merupakan kesempatan maupun tanggung jawab yang baru. Dia disebut hermeneutis sebab kemungkinan penganut lintas keyakinan bukan hanya merasa saling membutuhkan, tetapi juga saling memahami dan menilai.
The problems first go far beyond differences in culture and beliefs because they are able to touch the hearts of both Christians and Aluk Todolo adherents. And at the same time, this is also a step that Toraja Church and Aluk Todolo can take in order to participate in realizing responsibility towards a better world by departing from the local context. Thank you.
Masalah-masalah yang dihadapi jauh melampaui perbedaan kultur dan keyakinan sebab mampu menyentuh hati baik tidak hanya orang Kristen tetapi juga penganut Aluk Todolo. Dan di saat bersamaan ini juga adalah langkah yang dapat ditempuh Gereja Toraja dan Aluk Todolo dalam rangka berpartisipasi untuk mewujudkan tanggung jawab terhadap dunia yang lebih luas dengan berangkat dari konteks lokalnya. So you finish?
Yes, thank you, Kak Pius, for your wonderful translation.
Jessica, how long we have time for discuss about the topic of that Reverend Elim has presenting to us?
Mr. Alpius, we have 7 minutes for discussion session.
7 minutes, a very short time, but it's okay. That's enough, maybe. 7 minutes.
Yes.
Okay. I need to give you more information about. Before we discuss, I need to give you more information about Reverend Elim, that she already married, of course. You can see, you can see that, and she has
Considering.
You can see from the appearance. So she has 2 boys and 1 girl. She's the mother of 2 boys and 1 girl, and of course 1 husband.
Body shaming.
Okay, brothers and sisters, all of you, this is our time to discuss the topic that has presented by Reverend Elim. You can give question or opinion about what has presented, and we have 7 minutes only, and we have 2 persons that already raised hands, Mr. Peter Randan and Faculty of Theology. Who are the person behind the name of Faculty of Theology? Oh,
a mysterious person.
Okay. Okay. Whoever you are in the second line, and the third person will be give chance to give opinion or a question is Mr. Sulaiman Alalenggi. Firstly, we give chance to Mr. Peter Randabua. Time is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Alpius. I do
Putus-putus Kak suaranya.
Halo. Dengar nggak?
Better now.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Ellen. Great presentation. Your presentation. So, structures of value from I have question. You had identification about the value from Alcodol to Toraja Church, and why Toraja Church adopt the value. Second, what do you think if there are a suggestion if the Alcodolo become the main religion, yeah, atau perjanjian lama ya, perjanjian dianggap sebagai perjanjian lama dari Gereja Toraja sebagai jalan perdamaian. And what do you think about autocritic Humas Raja just made? And what do you think if culture become transform identity, not Christianity or not Bible to transform culture, but culture to transform about the Christianity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peter. I just got a few points of your question, but I don't know, Reverend Elim, do you got all the point of?
No, I couldn't hear you properly.
Okay, Mr. Peter, could you please repeat your question so it make more
or maybe
clear
you
to
can
us?
try to find better connection. So maybe.
Okay, I talk in Indonesia.
No, the problem is not the language, but your connection.
Your connection, yeah. Maybe you can put off your.
Yeah,
maybe
you can type. You can.
Okay.
You can.
Nanti,
you can type your question in the column chat.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe we can move to the second person from the Akun Faculty of Theology. Which one of you?
Okay, me.
Oh, yeah, Reverend Ona, please.
I just want to give my impression of the Elim presentation this afternoon. This is a great presentation about the engaging in the Aluk Todolo and Toraja Church, and this is the. I think this is maybe I don't want to say that this is the big problem. How to change our thinking about the mission of Toraja Church relating to the dialogue and many religious assemble, especially with Aluk Todolo, and Elim also giving us the point of where the Toraja Church will change the point of mission today. In her perspective, she giving to us she was given to us the perspective of our mission have to change. Yeah, our mission perspective of Toraja have to change. This is the struggle of the Toraja Church. Can the Toraja Church, especially how the pastor, how the who have kepentingan in this line to change, to give to try to boundary beyond the boundary of our perspective. That I think our perspective of Toraja about mission is must be changed. In our service, in our perspective, the mission like the Elim proposed today is a very important for Gereja Toraja to change our our perspective in the perspective how Toraja Church then have another approach to the in this presentation about the dialogue in many religions. So I just give an impression, Elim. Your research is very important for next Gereja Toraja perspective about the mission today. Thank you, Elim. Thank you. I want to give a big applause.
Thank you, Bunda.
Yeah.
Love you.
Well, yeah, actually, what Reverend Ona said is not a question, but we can make a question, important question from his point of view, from her point of view, that in fact that Toraja Church already, as written in Konsultasi PI 3 and 4, the paradigm to do mission already wider and in the different way. But one question is, do Gereja Toraja still need Christianized people from other religious I mean, for example, Aluk Todolo, do we still need to Christianize them? That's the big question, because it is still one of the form of the mission of Toraja Church until now. So when one of people from one Aluk Todolo moved to Gereja Toraja, they baptized, we are all feel happy and say that we win them to Christ. That's the point, I think.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you need to give response, Reverend Eli, for that or not? Or maybe Mr. Alolingi. Oh, you already take a shower.
Yeah.
We can see clearly from your face.
Can you see our face? We are all oily.
Thank you, moderator. Actually, I want to ask the same question with the same question with the Reverend Ona, and then explained by the Reverend Alpius. But let me say in another words, maybe especially for me as a first moderator who will take responsible for the mission department, who still working with the mission in the remote area to invite Aluk Todolo to be converted.
You marginalized.
Then you are a perpetrator.
Let me say that if I'm not mistaken, Reverend Elim just want to propose to Toraja Church to do the mission by putting the solidarity for the better world above the Great Commission, isn't it?
Yes.
You want to say that solidarity for the better world is the most important things for us to do, even as a Christian. So we're still questioning that. How do you think about Christianization to win the soul from another religion? especially Aluk Todolo. Thank you.
Can you repeat the last sentence?
How do you think about the importance to win the soul in the perspective that you try to propose to Toraja Church, to do the mission by putting the solidarity for the better future as the main value or the core value of mission? Masih perlukah kita membaptis orang? Atau bagaimana hal mengajak orang lain untuk menjadi Kristen itu ditempatkan dalam konteks misi seperti yang di-propose? Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you. Jawab bahasa Inggris, bahasa Indonesia. Up to me. So actually, I didn't mean to put solidarity above the Great Commission, because I think solidarity is the form of the Great Commission. That's why I was talking about maybe we need to redefine our concept about mission. So maybe mission is not about going out to preach the gospel and to convert people, but in this case, how we show it in concrete actions, just as Jesus says, bukan mereka yang menyebut-nyebut namaku, tetapi yang melakukan perintahku. So I think solidarity in this case that transcends all the boundaries is itself the form of the Great Commission.
Can I continue to ask? Moderator?
Yes, of course, you make to continue asking.
But for me, in the Great Commission, it is explicitly say about the baptized.
Mm-hmm.
So how to give a new meaning for the baptized?
It's really interesting because I remember the lectionary of last Sunday that we had, when John the Baptist explained about Jesus, he said that saya bukanlah dia, tetapi dia yang lebih besar akan datang dan dia akan membaptis. Aku membaptis dengan air, tetapi dia akan membaptis kamu dalam roh dan kebenaran. So I think it goes hand in hand with the point from the Costa about bagaimana orang melakukan segala sesuatu dengan belas kasih dan cinta, maka orang-orang itu adalah orang-orang yang memiliki roh dari Kristus sendiri. Jadi itulah orang-orang yang sebenarnya, karena baptisan itu sendiri adalah simbol dari membersihkan diri, sehingga bukan tentang jadi mungkin ini juga perlu untuk mendapatkan penafsiran ulang tentang, makanya yang amanat agung itu mungkin secara keseluruhan perlu untuk mendapatkan penafsiran ulang, terutama soal baptisan. Apakah memang dia adalah membaptis dalam arti fisik seperti yang kita lakukan, atau mungkin dia adalah membaptis dalam roh, karena ini juga mirip dengan kisah ketika Yesus bertemu dengan Samaritan woman, dan perempuan itu bertanya, apakah saya akan menyembah di atas gunung ini, dan Yesus katakan ada saatnya kau tidak akan menyembah di gunung ini lagi, tapi di dalam roh dan kebenaran. So that's what I can answer. Please don't continue.
You need to explain in English, because this is the international seminar we are going to put in the YouTube.
Right, that's right.
Because we are going to put the recording of this seminar in the YouTube. Then many people will ask.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's what the answers for Indonesian participants. So for the hello Billy, for international participants, I'm going to explain a little bit. Rev Alolinggi was asking about how should we perceive baptism in the Great Commission if Christianizing others outside of Christians is not, how to say, like maybe something important that needs to be done by the Christians. So I was saying that maybe we also have to redefine baptism itself, because when John the Baptist prepared the way for Jesus, he was saying that I am not him, but I am preparing the way for him who will come to baptize you in the Spirit and truth. And that is the same when Jesus met the Samaritan woman at the Jacob's well, and he told the Samaritan woman that there will be a time when you are not going to worship me in this hill anymore, but through the Spirit and the truth. And I think it goes hand in hand with the notion or with the idea from the Costa about all religious communities that can show love or compassion. Then they are the people who are led by the Holy Spirit, who is the Spirit of Jesus himself. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, this is very interesting for me. And I got one conclusion that actually, according to John, the true baptism is not baptized by water. So actually, people can be baptized without water, as long as he or she in the power of the Spirit of God, and also live in the truth. She or he already baptized by Christ. I got the conclusion about that. Maybe we can next in the next future of the church, maybe we can do that. So not baptize the member of the church by the water, but just say that I baptize you in the Spirit and the truth. What do you think, Mister Alolingi? What do you think about that?
Yes, I think Reverend Ellen, we are keep going to study and learn more about these issues and help us to understand more about spiritual baptized by the Holy Spirit. Thank you, then.
Thank you.
So you mean that we have a new research about
baptism?
Spirituality baptized.
Spiritual baptism.
Yeah, spiritual baptism in the Toraja Church. Saya setuju.
I agree as well. Okay, Jessica, what about the time?
Time is up dari tadi.
Okay, I'm so sorry for that.
Mr. Peter Randan, maybe we can continue in the.
Okay, Peter Randan. Mr. Peter Randan.
I mean, maybe in the other room or space, not in here, because time is running out and Billy is going to present her. Sorry, Billy.
Okay, maybe also you can continue discuss with Billy in the another time. Okay, Reverend Elim, thank you very much for the wonderful presentation, and I got a lot of insight from your presentation. Thank you very much, and on behalf of all people on the room, we say thank you and God bless you.
Thank you, Kapius. God bless you too.
Yeah.
Thank you for moderating and for translating.
Okay, thank you. You're welcome. Thank you
You're
for
awesome.
Thank you for all of the participants. See you. God bless you. Jessica, time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Alpius, for your participate to be moderator and translator. For Reverend Elimil Sentaruk, we will continue our presentation from Billy J. Sorina. The last presentation with the topic, the pneumatological turn in Christian theology of religion and intercultural conversation. Billy Zorina is doctoral student at Protestant Theological University Amsterdam. With the moderator, Reverend Elim Wilson Taruk, MA. Okay, time is yours, Reverend Elim. Hi, Billy.
Hi.
Yeah, so Billy is my classmate. Okay, thank you, Billy, for your presence. And Billy is going to present about the pneumatological turn in Christian theology or religionum and intercultural conversation. So Billy, do I have enough information about you? Billy is my classmate and Billy is a doctoral student at the PTHU Amsterdam. He is from India and he did his Master of Arts in Intercultural Theology also from the PTHU Amsterdam. Right, Billy?
Yes.
And Billy is
right.
a great person and a very good friend. So Billy is going to present his wonderful presentations. Time is yours, Billy.
Okay. Thank you very much, first of all, for this invitation, and I want to thank, in particular, the Christian University of Indonesia for organizing this conference. May I share my screen with you?
Yes. Karanti, co-host dia? Sudah. Oh, sudah. Ini nih bilingual.
I know it's a long day, so I think all of you are very tired by now. Anyway.
Nggak mampu buka mentranslate-nya.
Well, I'm gonna talk about to you as you can see from here, the pneumatological turn in Christian theology of religion. And the concern here is, broadly speaking, it's about in what ways can we understand like the presence of the Holy Spirit, especially in the context of, you know, interreligious relation. And yeah, let me quickly go ahead. As you can see, the quotation that I put here from Grace G. Sun Kim, it says like how we think about the Holy Spirit is an important part of the theological thinking of Christians being in relationship with a world of many faiths and peoples. And we know that Christian theology of religions, especially during the 80s, or even before that, was very much concerned about, you know, how to think about Christology in relation to others, religious others, so to speak. And we see theories like, you know, exclusivism, inclusivism, pluralism. So those were the main subject matters that was discussed back in those days. But as an alternate to that, we see, especially in 1990, as you can see here on the PowerPoint, it was reported by Paul Neither, and this was in a theological consultation that they had in the World Council of Churches. He talks about the turn to pneumatology, where there's a shift, you know, the focus is more directed towards pneumatology instead of Christology. So from this, what we can see is that there is a growing concern, and which I will talk about more in detail later. So do you want to translate that?
Am I going to translate now, Billy?
Oh, you want to do it or later you want to do it, or shall I go ahead?
Yeah, you can go ahead. So maybe you can present everything first and I will conclude. I will give the summary.
Okay. So this we have to understand in the context of what they call a pneumatological renaissance, which Karkinen spoke about. There is a resurgence or the emphasis on pneumatology, especially in the global context. And the factors, some of the factors we can say are because of the influence of the Eastern Orthodox churches. And I'll talk about this a little bit more in detail later. And the emphasis on pneumatology in the World Council of Churches. And also we have seen also the rise of Pentecostal and charismatic movements, as well as the Vatican II Council, where they talk about, or where they invoke the Holy Spirit. These are some of the factors, but at the same time, like places like in India, it has been observed that pneumatology is the cornerstone of Indian Christian theology. Because Indian dominant culture, like Hindu, there is a belief that God is a spirit and the earth is the embodiment of the feminine power. So they feel that in line with this cultural understanding, that this kind of emphasis is very much relevant to the Indian context. And but the main reasons behind this pneumatological renaissance could be understood, I believe, from my point of view, is, as we can see here, is a polycentric structure, in a sense that we need to take into consideration the multiplicity of indigenous initiative and local appropriations of Christianity. I think this also resonates with one of the previous presentation that we heard from Vada, I think, on global ethics from Asian Christian perspectives, where she talks about locality. So even the emergence or this resurgence, I would say, of pneumatology is very much in the global context, very much influence from different parts of the country or regions, we may say. And we cannot just put under one umbrella, but there are many different factors that is happening at the at the local level. But to understand this, especially as we talk about religious plurality, it is also important to take into consideration that there are multiple cultures as well. So it is in the light of this that I want to propose for an intercultural conversation, why we need to listen to other culture as well, be open. And as we can see here on the PowerPoint, which is proposed by Veli-Matti Karkinen, there are two overarching principles that should inform us, or that could be as a framework that we could use. Number one is ecumenical. We want to listen to the other churches, not only within our denomination, but as well as other churches globally. But at the same time, we should also take into consideration the contextual, our context or the culture specific, so to speak. So these are the two, from my proposal is, these are the two principles that could be used as a guide as we engage in an intercultural conversation. So in order to do that, I want to, focus down on this emphasis in pneumatology, particularly in the works of like Stanley J. Samartha. And I will also talk about two other people. And so beginning with Samartha, Samartha is an Indian Protestant theologian. Samartha began writing about the emphasis on pneumatology since 1970s. So it predates what Paul Nieters talk about or describes as the turn to pneumatology. So Samartha was concerned about, expanding our understanding of the work of the Spirit outside the church or even outside Christianity, he was questioning whether is it possible to recognize that. And he picks up this idea from the criticisms that was raised by Henricus Berkhoffs. Berkhoffs criticizes the Roman Catholic Church and the Protestant traditions as having, introverted and static pneumatology. What he meant by here is that for the Roman Catholic, for the traditions, the emphasis of the work of the Spirit is more, confined within the church as sustainer and the soul of the church. And for the Protestant tradition, the emphasis on the work of the Spirit is very much concentrated on justification and sanctification, in a sense that in an individual level. So Berkhoff feels that, we should not limit the work of the Spirit in that. So he focuses on the work of the Spirit in the society, which I believe is also very much an idea that we can see in the work of Jürgen Moltmann, a German theologian, who focused about, the work of the Spirit, even in the politics, in the society, and so on, or what they call the public theology. So in line with that, Samartha began to ponder, as you can see here, he raised this question: if one can recognize the work of the Spirit in the secular world, why not in the world of those who practice religions? In a sense, if the Spirit is present in the society, in the secular world, why not? Why can't we ask or think about, the presence of the Spirit in other religions as well? So actually, Samartha was influenced by George Trotter, especially Trotter's speech that he delivered at the World Council of Churches Central Committee in 1971, where he talks about, the work of the Spirit in creation, and also tries to link up with ideas drawn from the church fathers. So this was the idea that influenced heavily on Samartha. But the question is still, how do we go beyond the Christological impasse? In a sense, if Jesus is God's ultimate revelation, and if Jesus is, the way, the truth, and the life to God, but still we need to address that concern, even if we think that the Spirit is at work in the life of religious others. So for Samartha to go beyond this Christological impasse is, he recognized the work of the Spirit before and after Christ's event. In a sense, like in the Old Testament, we see that even before the Spirit was poured out on the day of the Pentecost, in the Old Testament, we see that the Spirit was active, and the Spirit spoke to the prophets of Israel. So for Samartha, if we recognize this prior to the coming of Christ, then the door, the door is open a little bit more for other prophets to be smuggled into God's oikoumenia. So what he's saying here is that if we can think in this way, there's a possibility of, recognizing the work of the Spirit through the other prophets as well. So that is one of his proposals. But what about the work of the Spirit or the presence of the Spirit after Christ's event? Because we all know that it was Jesus in the John's Gospel who said that he will send the promise of the Spirit, and we see that fulfillment on the day of the Pentecost. And especially in view of that Bible verses, the church in the Nicene Council, they came up with the Nicene Creed, or what is also called the Nicene-Constantinople Creed, where it says that I believe in the Holy Spirit, the Lord, the giver of life, who proceeds from the Father and the Son, which theologically they call the filioque, proceeds. So this is a big question to many people who are, trying to engage in a dialogue with people of other faith. If the Holy Spirit proceeds from the Father and the Son, then it limits, the work of the Spirit only through Christ and also only through the church. So For Samartha, he picks up idea from the Eastern Orthodox churches, those who emphasize that the spirit, the sole source of the spirit is the Father. And he believes that if we think in this way, there's a theological space for the spirit proceeding from the Father to breathe freely through the whole oikoumenia. That includes neighbor of other faiths as well. So these are the basic proposals of Samartha. I will skip this part because I want to save all the details. Then we want to look also in the works of Jacques Dupia, who was a Belgian priest. Very much in line with Samartha, he also emphasized the work of the Spirit somewhere around during the 1970s. Jacques Dupia was a missionary who came to India and served for over 3 decades. So during his encounter with religious others for over 30 years, he began to critically question his own, theology. And he started to write about the cosmic influence of the Spirit, in a sense that the Spirit is universal. And the question, I have put here some of the articles that he wrote in particular. And one of the concern or the question that he has is concerning what the Christian called the fulfillment theory. For him, he believed that this is a one-sided process. I mean, to think that other religions are only fulfilled in Christ, he feels that this is a one-sided process. So for him, his proposal is a mutual complementary, which avoids exclusivism or pluralism. Sorry, it should be inclusivism without becoming a pluralist at the same time. He picks up this idea from Aloysius Pieris. He's a Sri Lankan theologian. He developed the idea known as double axis. In this, for Pieris, he talks about, where Christology and Buddhology, in a sense, Buddhism, can complement one another to the path of liberation. So he picks up this idea, but yet modified it. So for Jacques Dupia, he feels that if we emphasize the economy of the Spirit, is more advantageous, unlike the economy of the Spirit of Christ's event. Because if we talk about Christology, it is very much constrained by historical particularity without boundary, but the economy of the Spirit or the universal influence of the Spirit is not bounded by space or time, as the Bible in the Gospel of John says, the Spirit blows or the wind blows where it pleases. So his proposal is a theology that emphasizes the cosmic influence of the Spirit when interacting with religious people, because the Spirit influence reveals Christ's activity rather than the way around. So sometimes this is called pneumatological Christology rather than Christological pneumatology. And we can see here, this is his proposal, the universality of the Spirit, that is the activity of the Spirit in the history of Israel distinctly stand out, but at the same time, it does not, preclude the universal influence of the Spirit. As we can see some of these verses that he put here, like in the wisdom tradition, we see that the Spirit permeates the world. And we also see the omnipresence of God is through the Spirit, especially in Psalm, and also as the life-giving activity of the Spirit, which is universal, which we see in Judith, both in the Psalm and the wisdom tradition as well. Sorry. So for him, he believed that the Holy Spirit directed and guided the religious experience of the riches and the sages of the nations. Their experience of God is an experience of the Spirit. Every divine human encounter is God's initiative because he personally spoke to the prophets of the nations in the secrets of the heart. So for Jacques Dupia, though he didn't give up his Christian commitment, yet he feels that if we emphasize or see theology from the point of view of pneumatology, then there is more advantage, especially when we engage with religious others. Lastly, I want to look at the works of Amos Young. Amos Young is a Pentecostal theologian. He's an Asian American. Nowadays, he's quietly known in this field. So Amos Young picked up the work of Samartha and Jacques Dupia. He continued their work, but at the same time, he made many changes. In fact, he feels that it's too early to to go back to Christology, which we see in the case of Samartha and Jacques Dupia. So for Young, his proposal is if pneumatology is deployed as a starting point of theology instead of Christology, then it opens up the prospect of reflecting on and also questioning about the saving presence and saving power of the Spirit in other religious traditions. Much like Samartha, he was also concerned about the filioque, which we talk about the Nicene Creed. So Young feels that if the filioque is reasserted, then pneumatology will remain subordinated, and that it will only secure the fulfillment theory. In a sense, if we reaffirm the filioque, then we can only move towards the direction of what is known as the fulfillment theory. So for him, his proposal is an alternate model of Trinity. So instead of the filioque, he picks up Irenaeus, the Church Fathers, metaphor of the two hands of God, which is the Spirit and the Word. We see in the works of Irenaeus where he talks about, God's two hands are the Spirit and the Word in relation to creation. And Young connects this idea with Augustine's Trinity model, what is known as the mutual love model, where we see the relationship between the immanent and the economic Trinity is properly addressed, especially in Young's development. We see that. So basing on this idea, the relational link between God and the creation is the Holy Spirit. Since the Holy Spirit is the relational key to the triune life that is in the inner life of the Trinity or the immanent Trinity, the Spirit becomes the conduit for human persons to relate to God. In a sense, the Holy Spirit is God's entry point to human. And Young noted that at the Pentecost, the Spirit was active in reversing the Tower of Babel curse using language and culture. Since language and culture cannot be separated from religious life, the Spirit must be using the religions of the world as well. So this is a very brief overview of their works. But this is still an ongoing dialogue, so it is not, there is no proper conclusion. In a sense, it's an open-ended, because there are questions like, for instance, there's a debate concerning unity versus plural paradigm, meaning that there are also other spirits, even demonic forces, especially in the biblical cosmology. So why should we see, pneumatology only from the point of unity paradigm? So this is a debate that is going on. And secondly, like the question of discernment of the spirit. How can we know a genuine spirit? I think this is very much relevant, especially in our time. And yet, we talk about the filioque. This is still a very much, a lively debate that is still going on, especially like in the faith and order movement, and even, sorry, other theologians have also picked up on this discussion. Should we, discard the Nicene Creed, or should we still retain it, or is there another way of looking at it? So these are some of the topics that are still very much discussed in our time, and even the relationship between pneumatology and Christology. For example, like if the Spirit is present in the work of other religions as they propose, what about its relationship with the, especially the work of the Spirit in Christ's event? Or broadly speaking, the relationship between pneumatology and Christology. Can we really, talk about the presence of the Spirit in other religion without addressing the question of Christology? And there's a proposal that, like especially in the works of Karkanian, we see that especially the global north, they need to enter into a dialogue with scholars from the global south. At the same time, Indian Christian theologian like Manohar proposes that there's a need of dialogue not only within Asian religious traditions, but between Asian and Western traditions too, so that there can be a mutual correction, or we can mutually contribute and enrich each other's traditions. So the proposal is, to have a dialogue in a global level so that we can learn from one another. But at the same time, regardless of some of these debates or even controversies that are there, in view of religious others, especially in the context of openness, we want to consider, some of the gains, some of the benefits that could be learned from this emphasis on pneumatology in the context of interreligious relations. For instance, it is believed that it fosters openness towards religious and culturally others, like the pneumatological terms in the theology of religion fosters an openness towards religious others. It helps us, in opening up a space for reflecting the presence of God in other religions. It also gives room to recognize the wider presence of God without diminishing the central plan of Christ in God's plan of salvation. And even from those who look at this approach of Christian theology of religion from the point of inclusivist point of view, like Clark Pinnock, he feels that there is no way around it. We must hope that God's gift of salvation is being applied to people everywhere. If so, how else than by the universal presence and spirit of activity of spirit? So the only way to think beyond the historical particularity of Christology and its relevance to people of other faiths is to the universal presence and activity of the Spirit. And for Grace Z. Sun Kim, she feels that it creates a point of contact in the religious dialogue, which I have also mentioned earlier. Like in the Indian context, there is also emphasis on God as a spirit, and that God is working in the world through His Spirit. So it built a bridge, a point of contact with religious others. And especially for Grace G. Sun Kim, in her work, she has explored this possibility, and she wrote that one key concept that links the East to the West is spirit, a basic religious dictum in many world religions, because this idea is also very much there in other religions. And so if we shift our focus from Christocentric perspective and being open to the other persons of the Trinity, it may be beneficial. And if the Spirit is this, or if pneumatology is deployed as the starting point of interreligious dialogue, who knows, maybe even show us how to coexist in peace and harmony. So these are some of the proposals, and even in some of the local contexts, like in the Northeast India, or even in the bordering country like Myanmar, and some of the tribes there in the past, there is a recognition that prior to the coming of Christianity, a prophecy was given to them. So in this kind of context, the turn to pneumatology has really helps us to broaden up our view. At the same time, the question of Christological categories, however, is still a debate, and the question of whether can we really circumvent Christology is, I would say, it's an unending debate. And personally, for me, I also believe that it's not possible, because especially to become a robust Trinitarian and to speak and think strictly in terms of Trinity, then we have to acknowledge each person of the Trinity. So Christological categories is something that is we cannot neglect. But at the same time, when we approach theology in terms of pneumatology, especially in view of religious others, it indeed, no doubt, I believe that offers, a possibility of exploring, at the same time, fostering a spirit of openness towards religious others. So I will sum up here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I think your presentations is quite similar to the principle of my topic. So Billy is talking about pneumatology in the Christian theology of religions, and this is the conversation and intercultural conversation. Ada pendapat dari Grace G. Sun Kim. Bagaimana pendapat kita tentang Roh Kudus yang merupakan bagian penting dari pemikiran teologis orang Kristen yang berhubungan dengan dunia, dengan banyak agama dan bangsa. Dalam dunia yang semakin mengglobal seperti dicatat oleh Moyar, orang lain yang tidak religius tidak lagi merupakan figur abstrak, tetapi ditunjukkan dalam semua kekonkretannya sebagai tetangga, kolega, teman, pasangan, dan seterusnya. Tapi pluralitas agama bukan fenomena yang baru. Sebaliknya, sejak awal kekristenan, umat Kristen sudah mempertanyakan bagaimana agama-agama lain menentang klaim bahwa Kristus adalah Tuhan dan Juru Selamat bagi semua orang. Upaya yang kemudian dikenal sebagai teologi Kristen tentang agama-agama itu berteologi tentang apa artinya bagi orang Kristen untuk hidup damai berdampingan dengan pemeluk agama lain dan bagaimana agama Kristen berhubungan dengan agama-agama tersebut. Berpuluh-puluh tahun wacana teologis ini berpusat pada apa yang kemudian kita kenal dalam model tradisional, yaitu eksklusivisme, inklusivisme, dan pluralisme dalam kaitannya dengan kategori-kategori kristologis. Sementara beberapa orang seperti John Hick berupaya menghindari kebuntuan kristologis melalui pendekatan kristosentris. Jadi orang-orang seperti John Hick itu menghindari diskusi atau percakapan tentang keselamatan satu-satunya dalam Kristus, dan mereka lebih menggunakan pendekatan teosentris. Pada pertengahan tahun 1980, teori eksklusivisme, inklusivisme, dan pluralisme mendominasi wacana teologi agama Kristen. Sementara itu, ada peninjauan kembali dan mengulang sejarah panjang perdebatan khususnya terkait kategori-kategori kristologis. Itu tidak terlalu dibahas dalam artikel ini, tapi apa yang pernah disebut Nitter sebagai beralih ke pneumatologi akan menjadi inti dari, jadi itu yang menjadi inti dari topik atau artikel yang ditulis oleh Billy, terutama seperti yang diungkapkan dalam karya-karya Stanley Samarta. Billy, how to pronounce Jackie?
Jack Dupia. It's a French name, I think.
It's a French name. Jack Dupia?
Yeah.
Okay. And Amos Young, Pentecostal. Dan keuntungan apa khususnya yang bisa yang dapat dipertimbangkan untuk perjumpaan Kristiani dengan orang lain yang religius? Dengan kata lain, apa implikasinya pada hubungan antar agama? Nah, ada pneumatologis dalam zaman Renaissance bahwa Roh Kudus bukan lagi Theos Agraptos, Tuhan yang tidak pernah ditulis oleh siapapun, atau Tuhan yang terlupakan, juga bukan Cinderella teologi barat seperti yang dikatakan oleh Jürgen Moltmann. Alasan yang menggembleng kebangkitan pneumatologi menurut Kerkeinen adalah pengaruh dan penekanan gereja Ortodoks Timur pada pneumatologi di Dewan Gereja Dunia dan munculnya gerakan Pentakostan karismatik di berbagai belahan dunia. Dengan nada yang serupa, Staples juga mengidentifikasi gerakan ekumenis dan pembaruan Pentakosta karismatik sebagai dua gerakan sosial paling penting dan ekstensif di abad ini yang menarik perhatian pada peran Roh Kudus. Sekalipun konsili tidak mengerjakan doktrin yang nyata tentang Roh Kudus, dengan terus-menerus memohon Roh, mengarahkan pemahaman Kristiani ke arah pembaruan dalam iman dan roh. Tapi ketertarikan pada pneumatologi belum pernah terjadi sebelumnya. Nah, ini dari konteks Billy, sebelumnya belum pernah terjadi ketertarikan pada pneumatologi. Jadi pneumatologi adalah ilmu yang berbicara tentang roh, ya Bunda. Pneumatologi, terutama seperti yang diungkapkan dalam Injil Yohanes, muncul sebagai batu penjuru dari hampir 2 abad teologi Kristen India, yaitu hubungan Allah dengan dunia dilihat terutama dalam kaitannya dengan roh. Ini mencerminkan pemahaman budaya dominan di India bahwa Tuhan adalah roh dan bumi adalah perwujudan dari kekuatan feminin Tuhan. Sementara itu, bahkan di antara kelompok-kelompok non-dominan seperti suku-suku di India Timur Laut, khususnya umat Kristiani Mizo yang sangat bercirikan gerakan karismatik, telah menanamkan unsur-unsur budaya asli mereka. Pandangan dunia yang berpusat pada roh, yang digabungkan melalui gerakan kebangkitan pribumi, terjadi di wilayah mereka pada tahun 1906 dan tahun-tahun berikutnya. Ini menjadi landasan dari penekanan kuat pada pengalaman karismatik dan kekristenan yang dipimpin oleh roh. Saya pindah ke tokoh yang dikutip oleh Billy, yaitu Stanley Samarta. Sebagai seorang yang sangat terganggu oleh perpecahan dan keterasingan yang ada di antara komunitas agama di India, Samarta banyak menulis tentang dialog antar agama yang berusaha menjelaskan teologi Kristen yang akan mendorong keterbukaan terhadap tradisi agama lain. Di antara upaya tersebut, salah satunya adalah revisi pneumatologi Kristen. Salah satu dorongan yang mendorong Samarta untuk mempertimbangkan kembali pneumatologi adalah kritik Henricus Berhoff terhadap Roma Katolik dan Protestan yang memiliki pneumatologi yang tertutup dan statis. Sementara yang terakhir menekankan ekonomi roh dalam kehidupan individu seperti pengudusan dan pembenaran. Yang pertama membatasi roh sebagai penopang dan jiwa gerejawi. Sementara itu Samarta percaya bahwa Berhoff mengabaikan tradisi agama lain karena dia terlalu terpaku pada karya roh dalam masyarakat. Jika seorang dapat mengenali karya Roh Kudus di dunia sekuler, mengapa tidak di dunia orang-orang yang menjalankan agama? Artinya kalau di dunia sekuler saja karya Roh Kudus bisa dikenali, bagaimana mungkin dia tidak dikenali di dunia orang-orang yang religius? Ini adalah argumen yang dia buat untuk memajukan diskusi. Penekanan pada kehadiran roh dalam semua ciptaan seperti yang ditekankan dalam tradisi ortodoks secara implisit memberikan landasan subur bagi Samarta. Menurut pendapatnya, ia menggunakan model dari Bapak Gereja yang dalam perjalanannya mengembangkan teologi mereka dalam bahasa Yunani. Kemudian gagasan yang tumpang tindih seperti itu menurut Samarta juga disimpulkan dari tulisan-tulisan Agustinus, Clement dari Alexandria, Origen, dan Irenaeus. Faktanya ketika berpidato di Komite Pusat WCC pada tahun 1971 dan mendiskusikan ekonomi roh, George Coder dari yang darinya Samarta mendapatkan inspirasi mengambil wawasan ini dari Bapak Gereja. Namun penjelasan George tentang ekonomi roh tidak diterima dengan baik oleh para teolog Protestan yang mendukung Karl Barth. Samarta pada gilirannya menolak teologi Heilige Geschichte.
Yes, history of salvation.
Ya, dari Barth. Dan gagasannya tentang wahyu Tuhan sebagai penghapusan agama. Itu dari Stanley Samarta, dan ada sarannya untuk menjunjung tinggi peran dan kehadiran roh dalam Kristus di satu sisi dan ekonomi Roh Kudus di dunia dalam kehidupan agama lain, baik sebelum dan sesudah Yesus dari Nazaret. Itu dari Samarta. Kemudian siapa lagi tokohnya Billy ini? Jack Dupai, ya Billy.
Yeah, Jack Dupai. It's okay. It's not an English name, so it's okay.
Yes, it's a French name. I don't speak French. Paparan dan interaksi dari Lupia dengan berbagai agama, khususnya Hindu, selama lebih dari 3 dekade sebagai misionaris di India, mendorongnya untuk mempertanyakan eklesiosentrisme Kristen tradisional. Ada paradigma inklusif serta pandangan pluralistik yang meremehkan pentingnya penebusan Kristus. Kebingungan yang dicari Dupais adalah bagaimana orang Kristen dapat menegaskan iman mereka kepada Kristus sebagai satu-satunya korban pendamaian bagi seluruh umat manusia, sambil tetap mengakui bahwa Roh sedang bekerja di semua agama dan budaya dunia, yang melihat kekristenan sebagai penyelesaian dari kebenaran-kebenaran yang ditaburkan di luar. Jadi siapa namanya? Lupia. Really, it's difficult to pronounce it. Dupia.
Jack Dupia.
Ya, jadi pendapat Dupia ini sebenarnya sejalan dengan pendapat Samarta yang menghindari pemisahan sejarah menjadi sejarah keselamatan. Dupia berpendapat bahwa sejarah dari awal hingga akhir adalah sejarah keselamatan di mana Tuhan memulai dialog dengan manusia sejak awal waktu dan menuntun manusia melalui fase-fase yang berbeda. Kesaksian perjanjian lama tentang firman, hikmat, dan roh diwujudkan dalam firman yang menjadi daging dan roh yang dicurahkan. Namun dalam bukunya yang terkemudian, Toward a Christian Theology of Religious Pluralism, Dupia berpendapat bahwa rahmat dan kebenaran yang ditemukan dalam agama lain tidak boleh diremehkan menjadi batu loncatan atau benih yang perlu dipelihara atau digantikan dalam wahyu Kristen. Kristus adalah keselamatan untuk semua sehingga ia tidak memasukkan atau mengecualikan tradisi agama lain. Dia membawa sejarah keselamatan ke puncak bukan dengan cara mengganti tetapi dengan mengonfirmasi pada pencapaian. Kebenaran dengan kekristenan tidak bersifat inklusif atau eksklusif dari sebuah kebenaran lain tetapi terkait dengan semua yang benar dalam agama lain. Kemudian dari Amos Yong, dia menduga bahwa meskipun pergantian pneumatologis tidak menghilangkan kebutuhan untuk mempertimbangkan tantangan kristologis, tapi terlalu dini untuk mengatakan bahwa pneumatologi hanyalah sebuah lingkaran untuk kembali kepada kristologi. Dalam bukunya Beyond Impasse, Toward a Pneumatological Theory of Religion, Amos Yong mencoba mengembangkan teologi agama dengan pneumatologi sebagai titik tolak. Ia dimotivasi oleh keyakinan bahwa roh bertiup kemana saja yang dia kehendaki, yang diambil dari Yohanes 3 ayat 8. Perubahan pneumatologis dalam teologi agama menumbuhkan keterbukaan terhadap agama lain. Ini membuka ruang untuk mencerminkan kehadiran Tuhan dalam agama lain. Ia memberi ruang untuk mengenali kehadiran Allah yang lebih luas ini tanpa mengurangi rencana sentral Kristus dalam rencana keselamatan Allah. Ya, jadi saya merasa ada kemiripan dengan pembahasan saya sebelumnya, bahwa yang dibahas Billy di sini adalah kalau dulu para tokoh teologi agama-agama berbicara tentang keselamatan yang dimulai dari eklesiosentrisme, bahwa keselamatan itu diklaim oleh gereja-gereja, kemudian beralih pada kristosentrisme yang beralih pada keselamatan dalam Kristus, kemudian beralih pada teosentrisme atau keselamatan ada di dalam Allah yang dimiliki oleh semua agama. Kemudian Billy membahas di sini bahwa saatnya berbicara tentang Roh Kudus. Jadi dengan merujuk kepada 3 tokoh, yaitu Stanley Samarta, Jack Dupai, dan Amos Yong, Billy mau menekankan tentang peran Roh Kudus yang sebenarnya bisa dijumpai di dalam semua komunitas, baik yang religius maupun yang tidak religius. Dan Billy mau menekankan di situ bahwa dengan kehadiran Roh Kudus di berbagai tempat, di berbagai ruang, itu memberikan kita peluang untuk bisa mengenali kehadiran Allah secara lebih luas tanpa membuat kita mengurangi rencana Allah yang sentral melalui Kristus dalam rangka menyelamatkan dunia. Jadi dalam hal ini Billy menekankan tentang pentingnya peranan Roh Kudus yang sebenarnya bisa hadir dalam semua kalangan di segala tempat dan waktu. Ya, jadi kalau ada teman-teman yang mau menanggapi presentasi dari Billy, 10 menit. Thank you, Billy, for your presentation, which is strongly connected to my topic just before your presentation.
Yeah, I listen. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Any questions or comments? Mr. Alpius, are you still there? Billy, I think your presentations just reinforced what I've presented, and because it gave like a new insight to the audience about the role of the Holy Spirit. So I think yours has just reinforced what I have spoken about. How to say, the presence of the Holy Spirit that can be found in everybody. Is that really the point? The 3 figures you wanted to
believer?
Excuse me. I would say they actually represent different view. For Samartha, it was a pluralist, and for Jacques Dupuy, it was an inclusive pluralism. He wouldn't deny, you know, Christ, Christological categories, and even for Amos Young, it's some kind of inclusivism in a way that because they did not really, you know, discarded Christology, but they feel that the Spirit is, since the Spirit is universal, especially if we think, let's say, in terms of the Old Testament, before the coming of Christ. So many questions are there, like, what about, you know, those religious orders before the coming of Christ? And these are the questions that that drive or the motivating factor that led this kind of theologians to go into this direction. So if the Spirit is present, especially the problem, I would say, or let me say, the limitation with the Christological categories is that Christ's event was, you know, historically particular. So how would you relate the historical particularity of Christ's event to, you know, the universality of God's salvation? So, which I think you have read also from that Karl Barth's salvation history. Instead of limiting history into two levels, secular history and salvation history, instead of that, why don't we just see the whole history as, you know, from the beginning, God Himself is working, and why don't we look at from this point of view? That is the question that is there. And so the only way to relate the historical particularity of Christ's event to the universality of God's salvation is through the Holy Spirit, because the Holy Spirit is universal, is not bound by time or space, unlike the Christ event or the incarnation. So in that sense, even for me, I'm not a pluralist, and but I'm an inclusivist who believe that, you know, God's Spirit may work. It's just like we see in the life of Cornelius. Cornelius' prayer was answered by God, then eventually directed to Peter. So that is the kind of inclusivism that I believe personally. But since this presentation is not so much about my personal proposal, it's so much more about those other people's that I'm addressing, so I didn't mention there. Anyway, this is also the same direction that Amos Young and Jacques Dupuy also, in some ways, personally coming to the same direction. But in particular, Amos Young, he used the word like bracket Christology, you know, putting Christology in the bracket. You put in the bracket, but you are not throwing away Christology, but you put in a bracket. Or sometimes he used like delayed Christology. I mean, when you, for instance, you are engaging a dialogue with religious others, so you don't go directly with Christology. You don't start saying that you will, you know, go to hell because you don't believe in Jesus. You don't directly start with that, but you want to recognize the presence of the Spirit in other religions as well. And that is the beginning point of dialogue, you know. Otherwise, you cannot be open. You cannot, you are totally closed, and you are imposing your values, your worldview directly. And so that kind of approach is not healthy in interreligious dialogue. So we don't want to do that. To be more open, since the Spirit is universal, just like in the case of Cornelius in the book of Acts, or in the Acts of Apostles. He was praying. Cornelius was a Gentile. He was not a Christian. He was praying, then God answered to his prayer. Then at the same time, Peter was, you know, given a revelation to go to Cornelius. So then eventually he was baptized. So it's like, as Amos Young would put it, delayed or bracket Christology is, you begin with the pneumatology and eventually you ended up in Christology. You don't begin with Christology, which was the mistakes of the past, where we become very, you know, judgmental when people don't share the same beliefs with us, but at the same time, the turn to pneumatology, especially in the work of Amos Young, he still retained Christology. So yeah, briefly speaking.
Okay, thank you, Billy. So untuk memahami atau mengerti karya penyelamatan Kristus di kayu salib, tentang sejarah itu, kita hanya dapat memahami melalui karya Roh Kudus, dan itu tidak terbatas pada ruang dan waktu. Jadi sebenarnya kita bisa mengerti karena Roh Kudus yang berkarya, dan dalam hal ini ada penekanan dari Billy bahwa ketika kita hendak terlibat dalam diskusi atau dialog lintas iman, maka seperti yang Amos Young usulkan, Kristologi itu diletakkan di dalam tanda kurung, tanda petik, tapi bukan dalam arti untuk membuangnya, tetapi dalam hal ini untuk bisa terlibat dalam dialog lintas iman, kita tidak bisa datang dengan pemahaman kita bahwa kebenaran tunggal hanya ada di dalam Kristus itu sendiri, karena kalau kita datang dengan pemahaman yang demikian, maka kita sebenarnya tidak bisa terlibat di dalam dialog antar agama, karena kita sudah datang dengan pemahaman yang mungkin seperti yang saya sampaikan tadi di presentasi saya, bahwa itu adalah perspektif dominan terhadap yang lain. Jadi tanpa mengesampingkan, tanpa mengabaikan, atau tanpa tanpa mengesampingkan karya keselamatan Allah melalui Kristus, dalam hal ini untuk bisa terlibat dalam dialog lintas agama atau dalam dialog lintas iman dengan komunitas religius lainnya, maka kita hanya perlu mengakui bahwa di dalam diri setiap orang Roh Kudus juga berkarya. Jadi Roh Kudus tidak terbatas pada ruang dan waktu, juga tidak terbatas pada satu agama tertentu. Billy, thank you very much for your presentation that has enriched our insight. And yeah, I think we are running out of time now, and we are all tired. I think you are too. What time is it now there, Billy?
It's almost 5. Excuse me.
Almost.
Yeah, 5 p.m.
5?
Yeah.
Where are you?
I'm in Northeast India at the moment.
So we're 2 hours ahead of you only. So thank you so much, Billy.
Yeah, thank you very much.
We'll see each other on WhatsApp or email or.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. All the best, Billy.
Yeah, okay. Bye-bye, all of you.
Bye.
Thank you, Billy.
Okay, thanks for our speaker, Billy J. Zorina, and our moderator, Reverend Elim Wilson Taruk. We will continue our international conference. We will going to closing speech by Reverend Sulaiman Alolinggi. Sulaiman Alolinggi, are you hear my voice? Kayaknya nggak ada di dalam. Reverend Sulaiman Alolinggi, do you hear my voice? Okay. Closing speech by.
Should be closing statement.
Please unmute first. Iya bisa. Make the host co-host.
Can I use the another device? I use two. Okay. So, thank you for the opportunity for the closing speech. Brother and sister who is still in this virtual room. Representing the board synod of Toraja Church, I warmly greet all of you who are still in this room, who take part in this seminar held by the Faculty of Theology of Uki Toraja. We are truly grateful to God for all that He has given to make this 2-day seminar could be carried out well. Representing the Toraja Church in its responsibility as the owner of the Uki Toraja, Board Synod of Toraja Church is really happy that the Faculty of Theology of Uki Toraja has moved quite far in utilizing advances in technology, especially in internet technology, to develop its capacity as a place to prepare prospective servants and leaders of the church and society for Toraja Church ministry in particular. We are really lucky to have some friends who can take advantage of the relationship with our sister and brother from several countries. Let me name Reverend Elim and of course Reverend Johanna Tangerung, who help us to have opportunity to be with our sister and brother from several countries, who is coming to this seminar as the keynote speakers in this international seminar room done virtually. We have enjoyed learning together around the global ethical themes from various and different perspectives. Even though there are some obstacles, or maybe better to say technical problems, we can still enjoy the seminar until the whole agenda and the process goes well and finishes well. We hope that after learning many things from this first experience doing the seminar, international seminar, we can do better in the future. And again, please allow me to express my appreciation to Uki Toraja for holding this international conference. Hopefully it can be followed up by continuing to discuss deeper and deeper the topic that is really relevant, interesting and challenging, of course, and really important for us. We also hope that we can move to the action, as we have realized that our Mother Earth has been being in a serious damage or serious illness. As we know, the 11th WCC General Assembly in 2022 took in account seriously the climate change issues, as it used the term climate crisis, even critical climate crisis. Again, I want to say thank you very much for this seminar. And on behalf of Toraja Church, we want to say, by thanking God, we come to the time to close this international seminar. May God bless us all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for Reverend Suleiman Alolinggi for your closing speech for us tonight. Yeah. We will going to closing prayer by Reverend Alpius Pasulu.
Masih di sana, Kak? Silakan di dalam.
Lanjut saja, Pak. Doa.
Pergiman di barangkali.
Lanjut saja, Pak. Sekalian Bapak pimpin closing prayer.
Oh, pengarah.
Pak, sekalian doa penutup.
Siapa itu?
Mr. Sulaiman Arlinggi.
Kenapa saya lagi, Glory? Jessica.
Opening dan closing.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Clearly.
Let's pray. Our Heavenly Father, we come again to say thank you very much for this opportunity to have this international seminar held by the Uki Toraja Faculty of Theology. Thank you very much for the 2 days. It's really a wonderful experience to have opportunity for sharing each other, especially to have some of our brother and sister from several countries who come to our seminar to share their presentation, their works. That's really helpful for us to broadening our perspective, to enrich us in knowledge and experience. We thank you for the team who have make a good preparation and doing this seminar well until we come to the time to close. Bless us, bless all of those who have been taken significant contribution in this seminar. Bless the team to continue to work, to work together to do the remained task until everything is done well. Bless us when we leave this room back to our home. Protect us and guide us, and then we enjoy our day in the time left after before we are going to take a rest. Thank you, Lord, for all we have done, all we have received, enjoy in this 2 days seminar. Hear our prayer in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you, Pak.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. So you participate in international conference held by Faculty of Theology, Christian University of Indonesia, Toraja. Now I will going from your place. Thanks and see you in the next future, in the next conference.
Thanks,
I give to Rev Johanna.
Thank you, Jessica. You are the best master of ceremony in this day. And I think we are finishing our work in His grace, and we have all of the insight in this conference will be trigger us to make many discussion and also many action to renew the perspective on our church, also our community. Thank you for all. Thank you for TS channel yang also Ranti and Tian, who with us until the end of the conference. Finally, see you in the next seminar from the Sangulele, Tongko dan Sangulele. See you in the next. Thank you. Good night and God bless you all. Bye.
Over dinner.
Yeah.